sounds like you're making excuses, you piece of shit. I'm not, all right? You don't drink and drive, all right? In fact, let's get this out of the way right now.
Bruce Steel Films does not condone drinking and driving. Don't be a piece of shit. Don't drink and drive.
So anyways, I fucking drank and drove like a piece of shit. Well, en route to said Taco Bell, my wife realizes that there's a goddamn Pokestop at the library across the street from her house. Well, you bet your ass we're gonna make a pit stop there and try to catch some goddamn fake animals. So we pull into a public library parking lot at 1 o'clock in the morning. And if you don't know anything about public library parking lots at 1 in the morning, you're not supposed to fucking be there. It's a little suspect, if you will. Apparently, that's the time and place where people like to buy smack. Who would have thought? So we're sitting there catching all our fucking rattatas. We're knee-deep in rattatas at this point. We're like the goddamn Team Rocket of Northwest Ohio. Hooray, hooray, hooray. Well, imagine my surprise when I look up in the rearview mirror and I see a goddamn police officer walking up to my car. Well, at this point, I'm just like, oh, fuck, I'm going to jail tonight. It's gonna happen. I'm gonna have to fucking spread my butt cheeks apart for somebody. Probably gonna have to deal with the goddamn Aryan Brotherhood or some shit. What the hell are you in here for? Trying to catch fake animals under the influence? What about you? I killed a dog with a hammer. Oh, fuck, all right. So am I like your bitch now, or how does this work? So simultaneously, I try to act as sober as possible and not poop my pants in front of my future wife. Good evening, officer. What brings you to the library? Are you here to return some cop books? The fuck? No. The hell are you doing idling your car outside of a public library at 1 o'clock in the morning? Oh, you know, just trying to catch these fake animals on this here telephone. Now look, if you've never tried to explain what the hell Pokemon Go is to a cop that's in his mid-50s that probably doesn't even know what the fuck a smartphone is, well, you're not gonna sound like a fucking sober person, I can tell you that. You're gonna sound like a drunk maniac. Oh, you see, you gotta go around and catch these fake animals with a magic ball, and then you take your fake animal and you fight other fake animals, and then you have fun. You see? No, I don't see. What the hell are you talking about? What are you on, fucking mescaline? No, I'm not. What about 5 Miller Lights? Are you on that? Huh? I'd like to consult an attorney before I answer that loaded-ass question, actually. Thank you very much. So yeah, you guessed it. I gotta get my ass out of the car and do a sobriety test or 2, or 3, or 9. I'm just standing there thinking about how disappointed my 5th grade DARE officer would be right now. You made an oath to me and your future self, you piece of shit! What the hell are you doing? And to make matters worse, we're literally right across the street from my wife's house. I can see it from where I'm at, just standing there waving at me and shit. Hello, stupid ass! Good luck with your sobriety tests! So before we even start, I'm like, officer, our house is right there. We can just walk home if you'd like. Oh, that's your house, is it? Then why the fuck did you drive in a car 90 feet to a parking lot? Now, at first I wanted to be like, well, because we were going to go to Taco Bell afterwards, which is even farther. But then I decided not to divulge that kind of information. Probably not a good idea. So I go ahead and start doing my sobriety tests. And lo and behold, 2 more cop cars show up to the scene. What the fuck? Now I'm an entire spectacle at this point. People are out on their porches and shit. The fuck is going on out here? Did they catch the Zodiac Killer? What the hell? Now, if you've watched my cartoons before, you'll know that this isn't my first time doing a sobriety test. Hell, it's not even my second time. Needless to say, I fucking know my way around a sobriety test. And yes, that is the trashiest thing I've ever said in my life. Put that shit on my headstone when I die. I don't give a fuck. So I end up passing all the fucking sobriety tests that this cop gives me. I'm not bragging about my sobriety test skills. It sounds like you fucking are, you piece of shit. I'm not, all right? But I did pass them. But this cop still is under suspicion that I'm on some kind of narcotic or some kind of barbiturate of some sort. Well, luckily, these 2 other cops walk up, and they're like, so what the hell's going on here? Oh, well, you see, this asshole's talking about catching fake animals? I don't know, I think he's on peyote or some shit. Now, luckily for me, one of those cops was under the age of 95, and he knew what the fuck Pokemon Go was. Catching fake animals? Oh, you mean like Pokemon Go? Oh, I play that too. Look, I got a Mr. Mime right here. Mime, Mr. Mime, duh! So now that my stupid catching fake animals alibi checks out, the cop agrees to let me go. But he still doesn't think that that's our house across the street. It doesn't add up to him. All right, I guess you can go then, if that is indeed your house across the street. And I'm just standing there like, why the fuck would I lie about that? What the hell am I gonna do? Walk up to a random-ass house and try to go in? Uh-oh, looks like the door's locked. No problem, I'll take the window. Whatever, who cares? We got the hell out of there. We cut our losses with the goddamn cheesy gordita crunches at the Taco Bell. And I deleted my fucking Pokemon Go account. Fuck it, don't need that shit in my life. So yeah, that's the story about how I almost got a DUI playing Pokemon Go like a stupid asshole. I hope you learned something. So maybe when your ass is 5 Miller Lights deep, you will resist the fucking siren song that is Taco Bell and cheesy gordita crunches. And then you can be a good little boy and not drink and drive and not end up in jail somewhere wearing prison mascara, holding somebody's inside out pocket and shit. Don't be a piece of shit, don't drink and drive. The end.
Brewstew.com.
On August 7th, only one movie
Tokyo Drift, mother...
has this much balls.
That's my shit.
Alright, like a lot of people out there, I've dabbled in the art of driving for Uber. And by no means am I an expert Uber driver. After all, my Uber career was pretty short-lived. And by short-lived, I mean I drove a whopping 3 customers before I quit. But if you're out there wondering what it's like to be an Uber driver, well, let me tell you about my experience. Now, it's important to note that this was years ago, back when I was in the middle of what I like to call my quarter-life crisis. And that was when I was working a dead-end job at a car dealership, I was broke as hell, and I was just sucking ass at life in general. Oh, and not to mention I had that IRS on my ass for back taxes, so that was fun. So running out of options, as well as running out of shit to sell out of my house, I registered to become an Uber driver. Now, this was when ride-sharing was still relatively new. To be honest, I didn't know much about it. Hell, the first time I saw Lyft drivers with mustaches on the front of their cars, I was like, what the hell? We're putting fucking facial hair on Buicks now? God damn, I remember wood paneling on station wagons back in the day, but this shit's ridiculous. Now, needless to say, I was pretty hesitant to become a driver in the first place. I mean, is this Uber thing even legitimate? Am I gonna pick some random stranger up on the side of the road and then be robbed at knife point for the 47 cents in my center console? Stabbed in the pelvis with a shank. 1 out of 5 stars. Well, considering I was broke as hell, I didn't have much of a choice. Let's roll the dice, Uber. Let's see what you can do for me. Now, like I said, my Uber career was really short. 3 customers is all it took for me to quit. My first customer, or passenger, or fucking ride-along buddy, whatever you want to call him, was a businessman that was out of state. So I pull into the parking lot of the hotel that this guy's staying at, and I have no idea what the hell I'm doing. Does the guy sit in the back seat, or does he sit in the front seat? Do you let him fuck with the radio if you want? Do you high-five him when he gets out of the car? What the fuck is this gonna be like? This is so weird. So this guy starts walking out, and he looks normal enough, I'd say. So I try to be polite and lean over and open the passenger door for him. All of a sudden, this guy looks at me like I'm some kind of fucking pervert, like I'm trying to have my way with him in the front seat and shit. Oh, alright, well that answers the first question. Everybody sits in the back seat. Unless you're a pervert, you're up front. So we start cruising along in silence, and the silence is pretty palpable at this point because, well, there's a grown man in my car that thinks I just actively tried to seduce him in the front seat. So I figure, how about a little bit of small talk to ease the tensions in the car? So are you from out of town? Yeah, that's why I'm staying in a fucking hotel after all. Oh, okay, well, I'll go fuck myself. How about that? Okay, and we're 0 for 2. But believe it or not, the guy didn't write me off completely. Hey, so what's a good place to eat around here? A good place to eat? Dude, I don't know. I eat fucking Del Taco 5 times out of the week. The hell am I, a fucking tour guide for the shitty city I live in? You ever been to the Applebee's? Their wonton tacos are pretty good. Needless to say, we didn't talk much after that. That's what happens when you offer up Applebee's as a viable place to eat. Guys in the back seat probably questioning my mental capacity. Fucking Applebee's, is this guy serious? Hey, why don't you just keep your attention on the road and try not to hurt yourself? Finally, we pull up to this guy's destination. He gets out of the car. We do not high-five whatsoever. But he does give me a $5 tip. Now, granted, I think he just felt bad because he thought I had some kind of condition of some sort. Do you have some kind of donation jar in there like they have at gas stations, or do I just give the money to you? But I don't care. $5 tip plus $15 for the ride, that's 20 bucks I made. I mean, that's 20 bucks the IRS made, but at least I got to touch it for a little while. Now, my second rider happened shortly after my first, and to be honest, nothing really happened. We just sat there and talked about how shitty of a show Full House was back in the day. Yeah, fucking Full House sucked ass, didn't it? And Dave Coulier was fucking weird. Yeah, I concur. And fuck the Olsen twins while we're at it. Again, there was no high five, but I did make 12 bucks, and I got a $2 tip on top of it. Now, you might be sitting there thinking, well, what the hell? You're driving around, making money, talking shit about Full House? Being an Uber driver sounds great. Well, sit your ass down, you haven't even heard about my third customer. Now, at this point, it's like midnight, and I'm tired as hell, but I'm still active on Uber because, well, last time I checked, I'm still broke as hell. So I'm half awake, and I get a goddamn notification on my phone of a new rider, and of course, it's on the shittiest side of town that nobody wants to go to. I gotta sit there and have a conversation with myself. Do I really want to get up right now? Do I really want to go to the fucking hood? You bet your silly ass you do. Now get in your Ford Taurus and go make daddy some money. So I get in my car and off I go to the fucking armpit of the city, and I pull up to this guy who's standing on the sidewalk with a book bag, and needless to say, he looks like he's a few french fries from a fucking Happy Meal. Oh boy, well this doesn't look too promising, now does it? So this guy gets in the car, and I have to say that this guy reeks. Now I don't know what methamphetamine smells like. It wasn't exactly a scratch and sniff sticker when I was a kid, but if I had to guess, it would be this guy 100%. But at this point, I'm like, whatever. methamphetamine, schmethamphetamine. Let's just drive this guy wherever he wants to go. Let's not think about whatever this guy's all hopped up on or how many barbiturates are in his book bag. Let's just take this guy wherever he needs to go. So again, I try to have some casual conversation to break up any tension. Hey, you see over there by that liquor store and that dead hooker in the street? Yeah, there used to be a Denny's right there. Yeah, it's good. Denny's is good. Well, this guy could give a fuck about Denny's. In fact, he could give a fuck about anything because all he's doing is sitting there muttering to himself like a psychopath. So now I start freaking out because clearly this guy's unstable. It's only a matter of time before he whips out a knife from that book bag. And I'm negative 47 cents. So I start thinking, all right, you need to strategize here. Maybe you should, start doing some weird shit yourself. Give the guy a taste of his own medicine. All right, no, I'm not gonna do that. That's stupid as hell. Maybe instead I could, intimidate him somehow, you know? Hey, just a warning, buddy. I keep a fucking flamethrower in the trunk of my car, so no funny business. But I'm not gonna be able to intimidate this guy. He's whacked out of his mind. Not to mention fucking Drops of Jupiter's playing on the radio right now. That she's back in the atmosphere. Drops of Jupiter in her hair. Yeah, I'm not intimidating jack shit, that's for sure. I might as well be fucking Pippi Longstockings in the driver's seat, for Christ's sake. Now, thankfully, this guy didn't request a very long trip. It was just a couple of blocks. He easily could have walked it, which I'm surprised he didn't because I thought meth heads had a lot of pep. Apparently not this guy. So we reach his final destination, a pawn shop next to a active crime scene or whatever the fuck it was. And this guy opens the door, but he doesn't get out at first. Instead, he starts rummaging through his book bag. That's when I start thinking, yep, I knew it. I'm about to get shanked for pocket change. God damn it. Meanwhile, Drops of Jupiter's blaring out into the streets and shit. Na, 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 na. And this guy keeps searching for whatever it is he's looking for. Finally, he finds it. And you wouldn't believe it if I told you. This guy pulls out of his book bag a fucking thing of Tic Tacs. Oh, thank Jesus, holy hell. It's a bit anticlimactic, I know. But you guys can kiss my ass. I was happy not to get shanked by a shank. So the dude gets out of my car, and right before I peel out of there like Smokey and the Bandit, I look at my phone to see how much money I made, and it was a whole $5.50. Oh, what the hell? That was an accessory to a third-degree felony for a whopping $5.50? My car smells like a fucking burning bucket of army guys, for Christ's sake. You could at least give me a tip. Your tip is you got to keep your life, you little baby back bitch. So needless to say, I retired from the Uber life after that, and decided that making shitty cartoons for the internet was a slightly safer way to make money. So the lesson here is, if you're gonna drive for Uber, make sure you have some fucking Tic Tacs. Because meth heads can be pretty scary, but they still care about having fresh breath. The end.
Brewstew.com.
I was the first one to ever join the military in my family. I knew that I wanted to go back to school, and Purdue's a big name. So to finish and get a degree, it boosts your confidence. Start your comeback today at PurdueGlobal.edu.
Alright, now everybody knows that, working for a living blows. And it especially blows when you have a bad day at work. Now, what do I know about bad days at work? After all, I'm a full-time YouTuber, for Christ's sake. A bad day of work for me consists of, me not being able to say the word alright with the correct inflection. Alright. No, that's not right. Alright? No, that's not it either. Alright. I've worked real jobs before. Hell, my first job was being a cook at a pizza place. You really think that was a rootin' tootin' time? Sweating your ass off, making stuffed crust pizzas for drunk people all night long? Yeah, I think I had my fair share of bad days at work, to say the least. But the absolute worst work day that I had was ironically on my day off. And it wasn't just any day off, it was a Friday of all days. And Fridays are the busiest days of the week for pizza places because Fridays produce the most drunk people out of any day of the week. So I was pretty happy to have that day off. But there was a slight catch. The day before, my boss was like, hey, I know it's your day off tomorrow and it's Friday, but we're running a new promotion, and if we get too busy, I'm gonna have to call you and you're gonna have to come in. Well, look at me. The person to call if there's a pizza emergency. That's right, I'm gonna be on call, like I'm a fucking emergency room doctor. What's that? Somebody needs an emergency baboon heart transplant? I'm on my way. What's that? Somebody ordered a fuck ton of pepperoni pizzones? I'm on my way. So I'm out enjoying my Friday night at well, it's a fucking Wendy's because I'm broke as hell. And of course it doesn't take long before I get that phone call. Yeah, hey, it's me, your pizza boss. Everybody and their dad decided to call off today, and I'm gonna need you to come in because it's the goddamn pizza apocalypse. Now this Wendy's that I was at just so happened to be across the street from the pizza place. So like the world's shittiest superhero, I run out of the Wendy's like the fucking building's on fire. I don't even bother to grab my bike that's chained up. I just run across the street like a psychopath. I burst onto the scene like Darkwing Duck. My boss is like, oh, thank God you're here. This new promo is really slamming our dicks in a car door. So I get in the kitchen, and the only cook that's there besides me is this kid named Debbie. That's not his real name, of course. I just call him Debbie because he makes pizzas like a slut, and Debbie is the sluttiest name I could think of. So there we are, me and Debbie, the Laverne and Shirley of pizza making. I don't even put on an apron. I'm in street clothes and shit. People at the register are looking in the back like, what the hell? Did they just pull a crackhead off the street to start making pizzas? But it doesn't matter because it's absolute pandemonium at this pizza place. I don't know what the hell kind of deal we were running back then, but it was like, buy a medium one topping and get a fucking bag of methamphetamine for free. Something like that, I don't know. We got the phones ringing off the hook, the ticket machine spewing out orders like it's possessed by the devil, and it's so damn hot in this kitchen that it feels like you're fucking working next to the mean-ass son from Mario 3 and shit. Meanwhile, our boss is nowhere to be found because he's too busy fucking texting people in the bathroom. You got Debbie's ass freaking out trying to man the ovens. He's got a look of sheer panic on his face, not to mention dumbass orders are coming in left and right from the counter. Do you guys think you could stuff the crust with a hot dog instead of cheese? Yeah, I need a pizza that's topped with, you guys got pickles? I'll take pickles and, I don't know, how about a bag of Monopoly tokens? Yeah, can you guys spell out, sorry I beat up your mom's new boyfriend with the pepperonis? Well, with all these orders coming in, it doesn't take Debbie very long to start to screw up. All of a sudden, pizza starts falling off the oven all willy-nilly. I'm sorry, I don't know what I'm doing. Oh God, there's so much pizza. So now I start doing the job of 3 people, while Debbie sits on a fucking stool because he's more harm than good at this point. I'm making all the pizzas. I'm taking them out of the ovens. Hell, I'm even taking orders over the phone when I have to. You want a pizza with just mushrooms on it? What kind of sick pervert only wants just mushrooms? And this shit goes on for hours and hours. I have no idea how many orders we did that day, but I can tell you that fucking pizza place should have erected a 12-foot statue of my ass out front for the endeavors that I went through. Hell, things don't finally start to die down until it's damn near closing time. And before we can go home, we gotta scrub the whole kitchen down and make it all sparkly clean. Well, of course, as soon as we get done scrubbing the shit out of everything, our boss comes in like, hey, some lady just called and she said you burnt the shit out of her pizza. Can you remake it real quick? So now we gotta re-dirty the goddamn kitchen for one stupid-ass pizza, which I think is bullshit to begin with because I don't burn pizzas. Hell, I make the prettiest pizzas this side of the Mississippi. Whoever this lady is a bullshitter, and she's just trying to get a free pizza. Well, imagine my surprise when my boss walks in again, and he's like, hey, that same lady just called. She said it was supposed to be a pepperoni pizza. You put a bunch of nasty mushrooms on it instead. And I'm like, wait a goddamn minute. I remember that lady. I took her order. I distinctly remember her ordering just mushrooms because, again, what kind of fucking pervert orders just mushrooms? Yeah, Mr. Pizza Boss, with all due respect, that lady is a fucking lion scorpion woman. Look, can you just remake it? I want to get out of here. If you need me, I'll be in the bathroom. So there we go, making this lady's 3rd pizza, 2 minutes to close, and I'm not gonna lie, I was tempted to lick every single one of those goddamn pepperonis like a fucking postage stamp. Relax, I didn't do it. I'd never mess with somebody's food, no matter how badly they deserve it. So we get this lady's pizza done, and finally we get a chance to close up. Me and Debbie are sitting outside, looking like we just fucking stormed the beaches of Normandy. All of a sudden, out in the parking lot, we see a guy on a bike pull up, and then another guy in a pickup truck pulls up right behind him. And it's pretty dark out, so it's hard to make out what's going on or who's out there, but we see these 2 guys load up the bike in the back, and then they take off. Huh, well that was weird. I wonder what that was all about. Well, it wasn't until I went back to Wendy's to pick up my 10-speed that I found out that I didn't have a fucking 10-speed anymore. And at first it didn't even register what the hell happened. I was standing there for like 15 seconds like... Oh, God damn it! I just watched my own bike get stolen. So after that, I walked the fuck home, and that's the conclusion of my worst workday ever. Actually, it doesn't quite end there. Remember the mushroom/pepperoni pizza lady that lied her ass off? Well, before I left work, I took her order ticket because it had her phone number on it, and when I got home late at night, I called her on the old telephone.
Hello? Hello? Is anybody there?
Why did you lie to me?
What? Who is this?
You lied. I know you lied. Just know that I may or may not have licked all the pepperonis.
Brucedo.com.
is the Google AI Professional Certificate.
Start here to gain the skills for a new way of working.
Maybe you've asked AI to help write an email or to summarize a long document.
A nice time saver. But what if that small win was just the warm-up?
Discover what's possible when it stops.
All right, now I don't know if you've ever been blackmailed before, but it's not a real rootin' tootin' time, let me tell you. And when you're blackmailed as a child, well, I'd say that is even worse. Now you might be sitting there like, well, who the heck would blackmail a little kid of all people? Well, that would be my older sister, of course. Who else? You see, way back in the day, when my parents would go out, my sister would babysit me because she was 8 years older. And usually she'd have her dumbass friend Amanda over, and the two of them would pretty much torment the shit out of me all night long. Like, for example, one night they decided to put ketchup all over their faces, pretend they were the devil, and chase me around the house like a bunch of psychopaths.
I am the devil. Blah.
Oh my God! So needless to say, her blackmailing her little brother is not too far of a stretch. Well, on this particular night of extortion, if you will, my little 5-year-old ass was sitting on the floor, fucking off my Lincoln Logs, when all of a sudden my sister decides to play a little game called Make Your Little Brother Say a Bunch of Fucked Up Swear Words game. Which was a popular game for kids back then. We didn't have internet. That's how we had fun. Hey, check this shit out, Amanda. Hey, idiot. Say slutty spaghetti. No, I don't think so. I don't think I'm legally allowed to say that. No, it's fine. I'm babysitting you. I'm the law. Now say slutty spaghetti. I think I better consult my attorney first.
Fucking say slutty spaghetti or I'll make the fucking devil come out again.
All right, goddamn, fucking slutty spaghetti. There, you happy? Oh my God, it's so funny. He's little and he doesn't know things. Well, for the next 20 minutes, they have me repeat some of the most random, unorthodox swear words that they could think of. But I didn't mind. Hell, I was 5 years old at the time. If you're gonna give me carte blanche to say some swear words, well, by golly, I'm gonna say them. All right, now say, oh, I don't know. How about pumpernickel fucker? Pumpernickel fucker. A man who fucks pumpernickels. Oh my God, this is the best night of my life. Well, eventually my sister and Amanda get bored of this little game, so they decide to play a different game. And this game, of course, is called Blackmail the Shit Out of Your Little Brother game. Another popular game that we played before the internet. Hey, go upstairs and bring the Nintendo down so me and Amanda can play it on the big TV. How about you can kiss my ass and you can go get it yourself? How about that? I said go upstairs and get the Nintendo.
Or I'll tell mom and dad that you said pumpernickel fucker.
Well, well, well. That took a sharp left turn, didn't it? 1 minute you're laughing and having a good time with your slutty spaghettis and your pumpernickel fuckers, and the next second it's all being used against you, and you're getting extorted by your older sister. Well, I can't have the world know that I said the F word. I am 5 years old, for Christ's sake. I'm pretty sure that's like a second-degree felony in Ohio. I can't get in trouble for that. So next thing you know, I'm getting the Nintendo like a little broken back bitch. And of course, my sister's not just gonna stop there. No, she's gotta capitalize on this situation. All right, now go get the Funyuns out of the kitchen and feed them to me while I suck ass at Super Mario 3. Ah, damn you and your blackmailing heart, you fucking conniving asshole. Fucking conniving asshole. Add it to the list. Anything else you want to say? So throughout the entire night, the two of them proceed to make me into their own little personal servant. And they're not even being practical about it. They're just making me do stupid shit. They're making me like sing and dance. All right, now sing the hot stepper and dance like a dipshit. Hit it. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Hell, at one point they changed my name and they start calling me some stupid ass shit. All right, from now on, your name is now Tunis Lawoon Poonie Poon. Aw, I don't want to be Tunis Lawoon Poonie. Your name is now Tunis Lawoon Poonie Poon. Aw, I don't want to be Tunis Lawoon Poonie Poon. More Funyuns, Tunis Lawoon Poonie Poon, and put a rush on it. But out of all the shit that they made me do that night, I'd say the most questionable favor that I had to do was when they called and ordered food at the restaurant down the street, and they made my little 5-year-old ass go down and get it at like 8 o'clock at night. Yeah, my sister. Fucking babysitter of the year. What can I say? Now, going to this restaurant sucked ass for 2 reasons. For one, the place was notorious for catching on fire and closing down. So when I walked in there, I was like, is this place about to fucking burst into flames at any moment? Am I about to lose my life picking up a goddamn order of onion rings for my punk-ass sister? And for 2, the fucking pickup counter was tall as hell, and nobody could see my little 5-year-old ass. I stood at that counter for like 45 minutes, just completely helpless, like, hello? Anybody? There's a child here. Eventually, a waitress stumbles upon me, and she's like, whoa, there's a little kid here. Hi, I'm here to pick up an order for Tunis Luon Poony Poon. Do you smell smoke? I think I smell smoke. Are we all gonna fucking die? So I get home with that food, and my sister's like, well, goddamn, it's about time. We thought somebody on the streets might have snatched your little ass up. You took so damn long. Well, not too long after that whole fiasco, my parents got home. And in retrospect, I should have just got in front of the situation and just said, like, hey, Mom and Dad, guess what? I said pumpernickel fucker and a whole slew of other bad words. That's my bad. Hell, if I would have done that, I don't even think I would have gotten that much trouble. But instead, I said nothing. And you know what happened? That's right, my sister held that shit over my head for not days, not weeks, and not even months. We're talking years. I was her goddamn indentured servant for. All because I was afraid that the world was gonna find out about all these goddamn bad words that I said. What the hell? How can spaghetti be slutty in the first place? That doesn't make any sense. Yeah, and who the hell fucks a loaf of bread? I don't know how many bags of Funyuns I served my sister, or how many renditions I did of the goddamn hot stepper. Eventually, it all led to one day, literally years later, where I was sitting on the couch and I was thinking, what the fuck am I being afraid of again? Getting in trouble for some swear words that I said when I was 5 years old? Surely the statute of limitations is up on that fucking crime, right? So I go up to my sister with a fucking cigarette hanging on my mouth and I'm like, guess what? I'm done being your indentured servant. Tell everybody I said pumpernickel fucker. I could give a shit. Oh, I wouldn't tell on you, Tunis Lawoon Poony Poon. Wait a minute, what? You mean you're not gonna tell everybody I said pumpernickel fucker? No, you idiot. I would be the one that would get in trouble. I made you say it for Christ's sake. Plus, you know, I fucking made you go out at 8 o'clock at night and go pick up food by yourself. That's way more fucked up. So just like that, I felt like the world's biggest idiot. But guess what? I was free at last. Who cares if I spent 2 years of my life in servitude to my fucking older sister? So I guess the moral of the story is, don't fucking negotiate with terrorists. That's why it's the standard policy for the United States. Because as soon as you start doing that shit, well, guess what? Then you're serving them Funyuns left and right, and you're doing the fucking hot stepper like an asshole. The end.
Brewstew.com.
All right, now I've been known to be some sort of a practical joker over the years. Some would say practical joker, some would call me an asshole. What's the difference? Who knows? So today I'd like to go over 10 things I do just to fuck with people. All right, here we go.
Number 1.
You ever just walk up to somebody with your hand in your pocket and be like, oh, hey, there you are. Hey, guess what? I got something for you. Oh, boy, you do? What is it? You like it? Got your name written all over it. Unsolicited middle fingers. Try it out sometime. It's a great stress reliever.
Number 2.
Whenever somebody's ordering for me at a drive-thru, sometimes I'll just make up a menu item just to make them look like a stupid idiot. All right, give me a number 4 with a large Gatorade. How about that? Large Gatorade? Since when does Wendy's have large Gatorades? Since forever, brewer. Don't be a stupid asshole. You haven't seen the commercials? Give me a large Riptide Rush, goddammit. Can I have a number 4 with a large Riptide Rush Gatorade?
Gatorade? We don't have Gatorade. This is a fucking Wendy's, you stupid asshole. What the hell's the matter with you?
Number 3.
Back when I was a kid, sometimes if I had a friend over, I'd make us both peanut butter and jelly sandwiches for lunch. But sometimes I'd get the bright idea to go get some cat food and sprinkle it in the middle of my friend's sandwich. So he'd be sitting there eating, and I'd just be patiently waiting to hear that fucking first crunch noise go off in his mouth. Ah, sick, what the? It's fucking cat food, you piece of shit. How you like that? Yeah, it's pretty gross, pretty fucking mean, but it's also pretty funny. What can I say?
Number 4.
Sometimes when I'm with a group of people, I like to pretend I'm on the phone and have a completely fake conversation with myself. Hello? Yeah? Get the fuck out of here. Oh shit, what happened? It's Cody's mom. Cody's ass just got a fucking DWI. What? What the hell? Uh-huh. Holy hell, you gotta be kidding me. He fucking spit in a cop's face and he pissed his pants when they tased him. Oh my god, what a stupid piece of shit. What's that? No way. No fucking way. Holy hell, you guys are not gonna believe this. What is it? What? Nope, you guys are definitely not gonna fucking believe this. Holy shit, just tell us what it is. This whole entire conversation is totally made up. I just fucking faked it all. Look, my phone's not even on. Stupid assholes. Ah, goddamn lying piece of shit.
Number 5.
Have you You guys ever been at a party and just decided to make somebody look like they're a fucking racist piece of shit? No, you never did that? That's really easy. All you gotta do is wait for a third party to enter the room and just be like, hey, Alicia, you gonna go ahead and finish your story now? Story? What story? Oh, you're saying something along the lines of how you don't like Puerto Rican people and how you won't let them use the bathroom in your house. Whoa, what the fuck? Whoa, wait a minute, what? My best friend's Puerto Rican, you racist piece of shit? Yeah, Alicia, what the fuck is that all about? Racist piece of shit? Get out of here with that shit. It's fun. Try it out sometimes. It's a great time.
Number 6.
Sometimes when I'm coaching third base at our baseball games and I know the third baseman's dad, I'll talk shit about that kid's dad right to his fucking face. Psst, hey, third base, your dad is a little bitch. How you like that shit? Little bitch daddy, little bitch daddy. All right, play ball. It's fun, all right? They know I'm fucking around. It gives them motivation to play better or some shit like that. I don't know.
Number 7.
Now, I haven't done this one in a while, but one of my favorite things to do back in the day was to call my mom up and tell her that my sister is pregnant. And then I would tell her to not tell anybody because she wants to keep it a surprise. So for the next few days, my mom would be like pestering the shit on my sister. So, is there anything new you want to tell me? No, not really. What the fuck? You're looking pretty fat these days. What the fuck's that all about? I don't know what you're talking about. Goddamn. Hell, one time, not only did I tell my mom that my sister was pregnant, but I went around and told my sister that my mom was pregnant, which was a hell of a hard sell because she was like fucking 47 years old at the time. What the fuck is she thinking? She's a goddamn grandma. Yeah, I don't know. It's pretty fucked up, but don't tell her I said this, all right? She wants to keep it a surprise. All right, see you later. Yeah, it was a pretty fucking fun Thanksgiving that year, let me tell you. Oh well, that's the way it goes.
Number 8.
Back when I was working at the car dealership, sometimes I'd sneak out into the parking lot with window chalk and just write shit on the back of my coworkers' cars. I'd write all sorts of shit. I drink pee, honk if you think I'm a piece of shit, my other car is a giant big fucking wiener, whatever that came to mind. Sometimes that shit would be on there for days too. I'd go into work after a long weekend and lo and behold, Brewish car still says I'm a fucking poopy little princess or whatever the fuck I put on there. Oh well, sucks to suck, I guess, right?
Number 9.
Now this one is a little bit tricky, but it is one of my favorite things to do. If we're having a party or some sort of group gathering, I like to try to convince everybody that some random celebrity had just died, and not only did he die, but he died from a fucking shark attack. Now, this is very tricky to do because shark attacks don't happen that often, especially to fucking celebrities. I just walk into a room with my phone like, shit, fucking Steve Urkel died today? What? From Family Matters? Holy hell, and he died from a fucking shark attack? Get the fuck out of here, are you serious? Now, if you do it right and say it with just the right inflection, you will have an entire group of people all take out their phones at the same time and simultaneously Google Steve Urkel shark attack? Question mark? Which to me is, I don't know, probably the funniest fucking thing that can happen. Just watching a room full of people slowly come to the realization that you're full of shit. Meanwhile, I'll just keep fucking going with it. Sick, there's even a video of it. What the hell? It's fun, try it out sometimes. Pick your celebrity.
Number 10.
You guys remember that show from back in the day, True Hollywood Story, where they outline the life of some washed up shitty celebrity? Well, one time, me and my friends decided to make our own episode of True Hollywood Story about our friend Cody, without him knowing about it. For weeks and weeks, we recorded this asshole, asked him all sorts of weird questions, and he had no idea what the fuck was going on. What the hell? Why do you guys keep filming me drinking beer and asking questions about my childhood? Oh, no reason. Just shut the fuck up and keep looking shitty. For whatever reason, we decided to make him into this fucking disgraced actor that was now a social recluse and a probable drug addict. I edited this whole thing together in about a week, and then one night we all sat him down and we played it on the TV. Now, if you've never had an True Hollywood Story made about you when you didn't know about it, that's kind of a fucking weird thing to happen to you. What the fuck is the matter with you guys? Why did you guys do this? Now, if you guys want to see the whole thing that we made, check it out. I'm going to put it on my second channel, Bruce Do After Hours. So that's it. That's 10 things I do just to fuck with people. And if you guys like this video, maybe I'll do another 10 things video on a different topic. If you have any suggestions, let me know down in the comments. Blah, blah, blah. The end. Oh shit, wait, one more thing I have to mention before I end this video. And that, of course, would be this. There you go. Have some of that. You like that? All right, that's it. The end.
BruceDo.com.
All right. Now, for those of you that don't know, I'm doing a little sub-series on 90s TV shows. And the last time I touched on a Nickelodeon classic, Double Dare. Well, this time around, I want to talk about another Nickelodeon game show, and that would be the one called Figure It Out. Now, I was a big fan of Figure It Out when I was a kid, partly because it was a pretty simple concept. You had a child contestant that had some sort of secret hidden talent, and then you had a panel of Nickelodeon pseudo-celebrities that had to guess what it was. You know, they had to figure it out. Oh, I see what they did. Okay. Now, this panel had 3 rounds to ask yes or no questions to the kid, and each round that they didn't figure it out, the kid won a prize. The first round would be like a pair of rollerblades, second round was either a mountain bike or a Nintendo 64, and the third round was always a vacation of some sort. Pretty standard format. Except I gotta say that the vacations that they picked on Figure It Out fucking sucked ass. It was always like some arbitrary place like Corpus Christi, Texas, or fucking Mount Pelier, Vermont. Ah, fuck yeah, Vermont! I love maple syrup and crusty-ass old people. Hell yeah! Now, at the beginning of the show, they would disclose to those watching at home what this kid's little hidden talent was. And I have to say, it was a pretty wide spectrum when it came to these so-called talents on Figure It Out. I mean, sure, sometimes you'd have like a really smart kid that would be like, I invented bifocals in the 2nd grade. And you'd be sitting there at home like, God damn, bifocals? I thought that was Ben Franklin's ass. That's pretty damn impressive. But then most of the time, they'd be scraping the bottom of the barrel for talent, and they just throw some dirty little kid up there like, sometimes I have my dog drink milk from the inside of my mouth. Oh, what the fuck? How the hell is that a talent? What is this, fucking Fear Factor? That kid's gonna get gingivitis, for Christ's sake. And yeah, before you ask, I'm not exaggerating. That was indeed a real talent on a real episode of Figure It Out. I saw this shit when I was 9 years old, for Christ's sake. A little girl letting a dog lick milk out of her fucking mouth. And that memory's been with me ever since. Why? So let's go ahead and do a little hypothetical episode of Figure It Out, if you will, just to let you guys know how this show played out. First of all, the show starts with the host, Summer Sanders. And side note, while I was recording this, I kept saying Suzanne Summers instead of Summer Sanders. You know, the chick from fucking Three's Company. For whatever reason, my brain can't differentiate between the two people. They're the same fucking person to me, so if I confuse the two during this cartoon, well, you're just gonna have to deal with it, because I'm sick of recording this goddamn thing. So anyway, Suzanne Summers introduces the first contestant, Little Ricky, and Little Ricky would either have a mullet or a bowl cut hairdo. It wasn't required to be on the show, but, well, it sure seemed like it was recommended. And let's just say that Little Ricky's talent is that he's the, fucking hula hoop champion of Wisconsin. That sounds about right. That's smack dab in the spectrum there. I don't know what the fuck a hula hoop champion is, but it might be impressive. So first things first, they break down his talent into a few words, and they plaster him on this giant head that they call Billy or Buddy or fucking Bucky the Answer Head, whatever the hell it was. But they hide all the main words from the panel, of course. And now it's the panel's job to ask yes or no questions in order to figure out what the fuck Little Ricky's all about. And on this panel, you'd have like Mike O'Malley from Nickelodeon Guts, Josh Server's obnoxious ass from All That, my boy Danny Tamborelli from Pete and Pete, and my personal favorite, Lori Beth motherfucking Denberg. Now, Lori Beth Denberg was my favorite panelist because she was the only one that took the game seriously. The other people would just joke around and ask the kids stupid questions like, does your talent have anything to do with porcupines? No, what the fuck? But not Lori Beth Denberg's ass. No, her ass was trying to figure it out. Fuck these kids and their hopes and dreams. She's gonna ask some tough-ass questions and get some answers. Tell me, child, are either of your parents ashamed of your talent? I don't know. Judges, what do you think? They're saying yes, absolutely. Specifically the dad. Interesting. Is it perhaps because you're a champion of a not-so-masculine activity? Holy shit, she's good. You know, Lori Beth, it's still the first round. Why don't you take it easy on the kid? Oh, I'm sorry, Suzanne Summers. I thought we were supposed to fucking figure it out. Are we not supposed to figure it out? What the fuck is this? Now, it's important to note that every round, the panelists would be given a clue of some sort. I mean, blank champion of blank sure as hell ain't much to go off of. Are you the world champion of porcupines? No, Josh, he's not. What the fuck is up with you and porcupines? Now, these clues that they would get would vary from episode to episode. Sometimes they'd have the panelists feel an object while they're blindfolded, or sometimes people would just yell shit at them from the audience. Hey, you stupid asses! It's a state that nobody gives a shit about! Wisconsin? Hell, sometimes they'd just bring out the, charade brigade, which was when two assholes would march out on stage and try to mime a clue for them. Dancing? Dancing like an asshole. Dirty dancing. Fucking, dirty dancing champion of Wisconsin. Ah, god damn it. And then the charade brigade would just trot off stage, and usually the panelists were even more confused than they were to begin with. Now, the best part about Figure It Out was, of course, the slime. I mean, it's a Nickelodeon show, for Christ's sake. Somebody's got to get covered in green shit. It's what puts the asses in the seats, if you will. And the slime would happen in the second round with something they would call the
Secret slime action.
Now, the panelists obviously had no idea what the secret slime action was. They would just flash it on screen for everybody watching at home. The secret slime action is trying to hide a fart by coughing into your hand. So now you'd be sitting at home all amped up, just waiting for one of the panelists to fuck up and get slimed 6 ways to Sunday. Does your talent involve... Oh, looks like you did the secret slime action, Danny Tamborelli. How dare you try to fart in front of a live studio audience, you fucking piece of shit. And I swear, it seemed like it was always Danny Tamborelli's ass getting slimed. Like they would target his ass specifically with the secret slime action. The secret slime action is being a red-headed freckled fuck. Oh, snap, Danny. Looks like we got you again. What the hell did I do this time? Well, it's not what you did, Danny. It's what you are. It's not our fault you're a red-headed freckled fuck. Now, after 3 complete rounds of all this happy horse shit, it would come down to the panel's final guess. Little Ricky would be getting all excited. That vacation to Butte, Montana's practically in pissing distance now, but not so fast because he'd still have Lori Beth Denberg's ass over there smoking a cigarette. You know damn well she had this kid still in her crosshairs. Well, little Ricky, it's been a fine episode, but I think you and I both know that you're the fucking hula hoop champion of Wisconsin. Oh, snap, Lori Beth Denberg coming in clutch. Well, I guess it sucks to suck, little Ricky. No vacation for your ass. Jay, tell him all the prizes that he won. Well, he's won the pair of rollerblades and the Nintendo 60 mountain bike, but he just fell short of the trip to Butte,
Montana.
And then lo and behold, it's the end of the show. And of course, little Ricky gets to demonstrate his mediocre, semi-impressive talent for everybody. But they'd always be running out of time, be like the last 6 seconds to figure out 30-minute time block, so they'd have to rush his ass through to get to the credits. All right, little Ricky, let's see what you got. Wow, that's amazing. Anyways, that's all the time we have today. I'm Summer Sanders, Suzanne Summers, whatever the fuck my name is. We'll see you again on another episode of Figure It Out. Roll the credits, hurry, roll them, roll the credits. And that was pretty much an episode of Figure It Out. Now, was Figure It Out better than an episode of Double Dare? Well, fucking hell no. Double Dare had a goddamn obstacle course at the end of the show. You can't compete with an obstacle course. Somebody's mom slipping a disc because she fucking fell in some gack. No way. Regardless, Figure It Out was one of my favorite shows. And I think for my next episode of this little sub-series, I'm either gonna do Supermarket Sweep or maybe another Nickelodeon classic,
Legends of the Hidden Temple.
Leave your votes down in the comments, or don't, because I'm not your dad and I can't tell you what to do. And let's be honest, I'm not gonna tally them up anyway, so what's the fucking point? The end.
Brewstew.com.
You're one of a kind. Your care should be too. Personalized care plans, coordinated scheduling, extended clinic hours, and 24/7 access to your team. Primary care that's completely you.
All right, now I don't know about you, but one of my favorite shows as a kid was a little Nickelodeon game show called
Legends of the Hidden Temple.
And the show was pretty much your standard Nickelodeon game show at the time. You had a bunch of kids competing in trivia and physical challenges. And oh yeah, of course, there's a Big Daddy obstacle course at the end. Of course there is. Why not? It's the 90s. But what set this show apart from the rest was it had this giant animatronic talking head named Olmec, and this was apparently his hidden temple. This was his house.
I am Olmec. This is my hidden temple. This is my house, you little bitches.
Now, the temple was a 2.5-story fun house in Universal Studios. It had a bunch of rooms filled with puzzles and obstacles. Now, the whole goal of the show was for kids to navigate this temple and steal an ancient artifact that belonged to Olmec. If they somehow pulled that off, guess what? They won a trip to Space Camp. And Space Camp was cool in the 90s, let me tell you. Rockets and fucking stars and the rings of Saturn, bitch. Now, every episode would have a different ancient artifact that these kids were trying to get. It'd be something like Joan of Arc's helmet or Leonardo da Vinci's paintbrush, fucking Ben Franklin's Bop It Extreme 2. Look, they pulled a lot of these artifacts out of their ass, all right? A lot of them were complete horseshit, if you ask me. Hell, a lot of the times they weren't even ancient artifacts. They'd be like New Age shit.
Today's episode is the legend of Bill Clinton's golden saxophone.
And you'd be sitting on the couch like, Bill Clinton's golden saxophone? That motherfucker's still in office. What the hell? Now, the contestants on this show were made up of 6 teams, and they're all named after colored animals. You'd have teams like the Blue Barracudas, which was America's favorite team, we can all agree. And then you'd have teams like the poop-ass Purple Parrots, which everybody hated because they always sucked ass. I don't know if they did it on purpose, but it sure seemed like all the shittiest kids were always on the Purple Parrots. There'd be like a cross-eyed kid, some kid with a fucking gimpy polio leg and shit. Yeah, pretty shitty odds in Vegas if you ask me, on the fucking Purple Parrots. They sucked ass. Now, the show was hosted by a guy named Kirk Fogg. And ladies and gentlemen, I have to say, that's the shittiest name I ever heard of. Those fucking syllables don't go together. What the hell is that name? Can you believe some mother at some point in time looked at her newborn baby and was like, oh, he's the most precious thing in the world?
I think I'll name him Kirk Fogg.
Yeah, what the hell is that all about? Anyways, Kirk Fogg would run out there and introduce the show to the live studio audience. Welcome to the Legends of the Hidden Temple. I'm your host, Kirk Fogg. Boo! Your name fucking sucks. Now, the show was broken down into 4 segments. The first being the moat crossing, where kids would have to cross this waist-deep water in some sort of shitty, haphazard way. All right, everybody's got to cross the moat using these shitty little boogie boards. Any questions? I'm in a wheelchair, and she doesn't have any arms. Shut the fuck up, Purple Parrots. Nobody asked your ass. Ready, set, go. Now, this was kind of wild because only the 4 fastest teams got to move on. That means a third of the teams got eliminated within 2 minutes of the goddamn episode. Well, that's bad news for the Silver Snakes that are both fucking asthmatic and didn't even make it halfway across. And it's even worse news for the shitty Purple Parrots who were probably fucking face down in the water dead at that point. Their parents would be up in the stands like, what the hell? We're done already? God damn it, Travis, I had to take out a HELOC on our house to afford this trip to Florida. What the fuck? But hey, in true Nickelodeon fashion, at least they get some shitty consolation prizes, which was either a Looney Tunes wristwatch or, I shit you not, a goddamn bottle of chocolate syrup. What the hell? Whoopity-doo, Travis! Whoopity fucking do! Now, the 4 remaining teams would then move on to the next segment.
The Steps of Knowledge.
Now, if you had to, take a shit while watching this show, well, the Steps of Knowledge was a good segment to go ahead and take care of that, because it was just basic, boring-ass trivia. Olmec would be up there telling this long-winded fucking story about the ancient artifact.
Bill Clinton enchanted all of America with his golden saxophone. He also invented the state of Arkansas, and he was half man, half penis.
And then all of a sudden, boom, pop quiz time. You get a question right, you move down a row of the fucking Steps of Knowledge. The 2 teams that reach the bottom get to move on.
How many women did Bill Clinton sleep with in 1996?
Every single one?
That is correct.
Every round of the Steps of Knowledge would always end the same way. And that would be with 2 winning teams at the bottom and 2 fucking attention deficit teams at the top that didn't even answer one single question right. So they would promptly fuck off and get their chocolate syrup prize, and we'd move on to the 3rd segment.
The Temple Games.
Now, the Temple Games were 3 activities that the final 2 teams would compete in order to earn Pendants of Life. Whoever had the most Pendants of Life got to move on to Olmec's Temple Run, aka
the Big Daddy Obstacle Course.
Now, these games would always be loosely based on that episode's theme. So for a fucking Bill Clinton saxophone episode, it would be like, you guys gotta fucking climb this rock wall that's in the shape of Arkansas. Now you guys gotta fucking balance the budget with Newt Gingrich. How about that? Okay, whoever throws 2 balls through this mouth hole of this cardboard cutout of Monica Lewinsky gets the last pendant of life. You know, Bill Clinton shit. Whatever they could think of. But naturally, whoever got the most pendants of life got to move on to the one and only
Olmec's Temple Run.
Now, the Temple Run was really what put the asses in the seats. And the concept was pretty simple. One kid would have 3 minutes to Indiana Jones's ass inside and try to snag that sweet, sweet Bill Clinton saxophone. Now, each room in the temple would have either an obstacle or a puzzle that they'd have to navigate in order to reach the next room. And if they got the artifact out of the treasure room and ran it back to Kirk Fogg in time, well, guess what? Space Camp City, here we fucking come. Well, now, on paper, that doesn't sound too difficult. Well, what if I told you that 3 of the random rooms in the temple had strange, angry men inside that would snatch your ass up? Come here, you little fucker! Oh, fuck, yeah, that's a little bit different now. Yeah, those would be the temple guards, and you did not want to screw around with them. Now, luckily, if you had one of your pendants of life from the temple games, well, they would snatch that up instead of your little 11-year-old ass. But God forbid if you didn't have a temple of life pendant, well, they would fucking physically remove you from the premises and carry you off like a piece of luggage. Now, what they did with those kids, I have no idea. I'm pretty sure they would just boot them out in the Universal Studios parking lot like, fuck off, you lose. No space camp for your ass. Regardless, it was now time for the other teammate to run into Olmec's temple. Now, I don't know about you guys, but it sure seemed like hardly any kids ever won the Temple Run. After doing my research for this shitty little cartoon, I found out there was only a 26% success rate. 26% of kids fucking beat the goddamn Temple Run and got to go to space camp. Do you know how many potential astronauts we missed out on because Nickelodeon couldn't ease up on the fucking Temple Run? We could have a colony on Mars right now, for Christ's sake. Thanks a lot, Nickelodeon, you piece of shit. But instead, just about every episode of Legends of the Hidden Temple ended the same way. And that would be with the final kid looking like a complete fucktard in the shrine of the Silver Monkey Room. This was the most detrimental fucking room in the whole Hidden Temple. And all you had to do was assemble a 3-piece monkey statue. You had the ass, you had the body, and you had the head. That was it. That's all you had to do. But for whatever reason, it was the most perplexing thing to any child in the 90s. Kirk Fogg would be down there trying to help the kid and shit. No, you got the ass on top. The ass is on top of the head, you stupid idiot. Even Olmec would be chiming in there like,
The ass is on top of the head. Have you ever seen an actual fucking monkey before? What the fuck?
And then eventually, of course, time would run out, and that was it. Game over. The kid would have to take the walk of shame back to Kirk Fogg. They'd bring in the other asshole from the parking lot, and they'd both get their shitty consolation prizes. Fucking JanSport book bags filled with Hershey chocolate syrup. Whoopity-doo. Ah, well, shit. Looks like nobody's going to space camp. Fuck you guys. I'm your host, Kirk Fogg. Boo! Shitty name. That's a shitty name. We'll see you again next time on the Legends of the Hidden Temple. And that was it. That was your basic episode of the Legends of the Hidden Temple, at least the way that I remembered it when I was a kid. Now, if you guys like this episode, maybe I'll keep this series going, and maybe, perhaps, I won't wait 2 fucking years in between episodes. Wouldn't that be nice? Because I still want to talk about shows like The Supermarket Sweep, and hell, maybe even fucking American Gladiators, because honestly, what the fuck was that show? The end.
BruceDude.com.
I was the first one to ever join the military in my family. When I got out, I knew that I wanted to go back.
All right, so this is gonna be a new little sub-series that I'm gonna do, and it's gonna be about the TV shows that I used to watch as a kid. And I think it's safe to say that TV shows were a much simpler form of entertainment back then. Well, maybe not simpler, considering Is It Cake is a thing, for Christ's sake. What's the word I'm looking for? Oh, that's right, better. TV was better in the 90s, and I'm gonna prove it today. And the first show I want to talk about is the Nickelodeon show Double Dare. Now, Double Dare was a game show that pitted 2 families against each other in trivia, physical challenges, and of course, the Big Daddy obstacle course at the end. You got a young Mark Summers as the host, and yes, that's Mark with a C because, well, we spelled things differently in the 90s. Back then, you spelled Mark with a C, you spelled kids with a Z, all because it was cool with a fucking K. So you have a family on each side of the stage, and they're given some arbitrary team name. Okay, first up, we got the blue team, the Curious Uncles. They're gonna go up against the red team, the Manitoba Stranglers. Looks like it's gonna be a good game. But it didn't matter what the family team names were because they were all the same. Each family had 2 kids, the dad always had a mustache, and everybody's mom just kinda looked like this. And for whatever reason, when they'd introduce the families, they'd always make like the youngest kid tell some bullshit story about their family, which always took way too goddamn long. So, little Susie, I heard you have a funny story about the time the family dog threw up in the driveway. Care to tell us about that story? Yeah, one time there was like this dog. It was our dog, and we were leaving, and then the dog, it was in the morning, and when it happened, we were there over by the bushes. Wait, before that, my brother was walking, and then we looked over, and I think it was raining. No, it wasn't raining. And then Mom was there, and then we looked over, and then the dog threw up in the driveway. That was a fantastic story there, little Susie. How about we do some fucking trivia now? Now, Double Dare starts out as a basic trivia game, but there's a catch. And that is, if you don't know the answer, you can always dare the other family to answer it and hope that they're just as stupid as you are. Well, hold on a goddamn minute. The show's called Double Dare after all, and that is because they could always double dare your ass back. Now you have to do a physical challenge and look like a complete asshole on cable television. And since trivia is boring as hell by itself, I think they made the trivia questions a little difficult just so they could get to the goddamn physical challenges. All right, blue team, first question. What is the hypotenuse derivative of the 5th hyperbole when it's divided by a denominator of the 5th degree? Yeah, I think we're gonna dare on this one. Okay, over to the red team. Red team, what is the hypotenuse derivative? Fucking Double Dare, Mark. I put up drywall for a living, what the hell? And we're back to the blue team again. Physical challenge, Mark. For Christ's sake, we'll do the fucking physical challenge. Now, the physical challenges were really never all that physical. It was really just an excuse for one of the kids to make their parents look like an asshole in front of a live studio audience. All right, little Susie, you got 30 seconds to fling this bucket of bear shit down there at your dad who's got a bucket taped to his head like an asshole. Ready, set, go. Oh, and there they go. Little Susie's giving it her all. Dad's down there and he's looking like he's eating shit, both literally and figuratively. The crowd is going wild. Oh boy, it's gonna be close. Time's up. You lose. $100 to the red team. Dad, here's a moist towelette. Now get the fuck off my stage. So this whole fiasco goes on over and over again until Marcus had enough of that happy horse shit. And at that point, whichever family has the most money goes on to the
Big Daddy Obstacle Course.
and the other family gets a pair of Skechers, and they promptly fuck off. Now, of course, the obstacle course was the best part of the entire show. It's what put the asses in the seats at the Double Dare Studios, if you will. I mean, you gotta cross the monkey bars, you gotta go sliding down slides into vats of slime, or gack, if you will. You remember gack? That bright colored goopy shit? I think that's what modern TV's missing these days. There's not enough gack in it. You go ask anybody on the street that's under the age of 25 what gack is, they wouldn't have a clue. Gack? What the hell? What is that, a fucking Dr. Seuss character? What the hell is gack? Alright, so the whole point of the obstacle course is you have 60 seconds to retrieve 8 red flags. Each flag that you got, you won a prize. Now each prize, of course, got progressively better as you went, which meant that the first flag was always some bullshit prize. Like 15 minutes before the show started, the showrunners were like, hey, you took care of that first prize, right? What? No, I thought you did. And then they had to like run to a Dollar General real quick to find something. But it didn't matter because they always hyped it up on the show like it was the best prize fucking possible. All right, for the first flag, they gotta climb over this baby pool filled with a fuck ton of gack. If they do that, Harvey, what do they win?
It's a bottle of Palmolive dish soap. Yeah, that's right. Whether you're scrubbing pots and pans or you're disciplining foul-mouthed children, dish soap by Palmolive will get the job done.
And of course, the middle flags would always showcase, like, the peak of 90s electronic technology at the time. All right, for this obstacle, we're gonna dump a bunch of bullshit on your head, and then there's like a flag or something. I don't know. Harvey, what's the prize they win?
It's a Panasonic VCR! That's right, this bad boy comes with tracking, a remote control, and it weighs more than an average 5th grader. Now Dad can watch Smokey and the Bandit right in your very own living room thanks to VCR by Panasonic.
Now, the grand prize, of course, was at the very end, and this was either a vacation or it was a brand new car, which I thought was very ambitious for a Nickelodeon game show. All right, little Susie, if you get past the rabid Doberman and grab the flag, Harvey, what's the grand prize?
It's a Ford Escort. That's right, it's a 1.6-liter four-banger with a top speed of 49 miles per hour. It's cheap, it's economical, and it sounds like the hooker of automobiles. It's the Escort by Ford.
So finally, they start this obstacle course, and let's be honest, it's a complete shit show. I mean, the kids are one thing, they're all spry and limber, they're doing well. But then you got Dad lagging behind with his fucking high-ass blood pressure, and Mom, who hasn't fucking ran anywhere since her lacrosse days in high school. They got 60 seconds. They sure as hell ain't winning that Ford Escort, I can tell you that. Hell, even as a kid, I knew how every episode of Double Dare was gonna end. And that is with time running out, and somebody's out-of-breath dad frantically searching a giant nose for a fucking flag. Oh, that's just bullshit! There's no flag in there! This goddamn game is rigged! Oh, wait a minute, here it is. And then you got Mark Summers coming in out of nowhere. Well, I guess it sucks to suck, doesn't it? Harvey, tell them all the prizes they won.
Well, they got the Palmolive dish soap, the Bugs Bunny pencil sharpener, the Vanilla Ice cassette tape, the Pogo stick, and the gigantic VCR by Panasonic.
And then boom, credits roll, the show's over, and your 8-year-old ass is fucking entertained, I can tell you that. That was it. Solid, simple American television in the 90s. Now you turn on TV these days and you gotta watch Dog the Bounty Hunter dressed up as a fucking armadillo. I don't want to watch that. Just give me a bumbling Midwestern family covered in bullshit trying to win a fucking karaoke machine, and I'll be all set. The end.
BruceDude.com.
Refresh the every
All right, now I've never mentioned it before, but I just so happen to be a pretty big Detroit Tigers fan. And if baseball's not your thing, I get it. But for me personally, I totally like to dad it out on a recliner and watch the Tigers lose on a daily basis. Well, it was during one of these dad sessions that I see the following Friday is going to be 90s night at Comerica Park. And that's where they hand out retro 90s hats, and people in the crowd dress up like Hulk Hogan and Bill Clinton. And not to mention, Montel Jordan's gonna be there to do a post-game concert. Whoopity-doo! Now, you don't know who Montel Jordan is. Well, he's the man behind such classic 90s hits as This Is How We Do It and This Is How We Do It. So I see this 90s night, and I'm like, hell yeah, we're going to that shit. Not to mention my wife sees it as well, and she's like, hell yeah, we're going to that shit, and we're dressing up like those Hulk Hogan, Bill Clinton assholes did on TV. So then we start deliberating on what we should dress up as for 90s night. Should we just do the standard windbreakers and fanny packs, and I don't know, maybe like a Billy Ray Cyrus mullet wig? Well, I figure everybody was gonna do something like that, so I came up with something different. I know, we should dress up like characters characters from the most iconic 90s movie of all time. Oh, you mean Titanic, right? You want to be Jack and Rose? No, not fucking Jack and Rose. What are you talking about? I'm talking about Forrest Gump. We should be Forrest Gump and Jenny. Now, this made sense to me because A, Forrest Gump is the shit, and B, we were already fucking Forrest Gump for Halloween like 4 years ago, so we already had the costumes. So the following Friday rolls around, and we are dressed up in full Forrest Gump garb. My wife looks like a fucking flower child. I'm standing there with a ping pong paddle. I even went out and bought the Nike Cortezes that Forrest Gump wears like an idiot. There goes that fucking 80 bucks. Well, it's worth noting that we were also taking one of our kids to the game, as well as one of his little friends. And since neither of them wanted to chop their legs off and be our own little personalized Lieutenant Dan, we settled for them just wearing hats that had 90s slogans written on them. One hat said, "Talk to the hand," and the other hat said, "Get jiggy with it." What the fuck does "get jiggy with it" mean? Oh, that was something that Will Smith invented back in the 90s. You mean the guy that smacked Chris Rock at the Oscars? Yep. You know he's famous for, like, other things too, right? The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, a whole goddamn rap career? No? Nothing? I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. So we get to Comerica Park, and you bet your ass we made a sign to wave around in the stands. Because we had one goal in mind for this little trip to the ballpark. And that was, of course, to get our silly asses up on the scoreboard screen. Because this is my wife's favorite thing about going to the ballpark. Because somehow she always seems to get on there. Hell, one time at the Toledo Mud Hens, she got on the chug cam, and she slammed her beer down quicker than a frat bro, and promptly made me look like a little bitch sitting right next to her. So before we go to our seats, we stop and get a beer, and right off the bat, the attendant is like, "Ah, shit, look, it's Forrest Gump and Jenny." "Hi, I'm Forrest Gump. And I'm Jenny, and I have AIDS." I don't know what the fuck Jenny says. What? "Oh, man, that is fucking awesome. But, why the hell are you guys dressed up like Forrest Gump in the first place?" Because it's 90s night tonight. What are you talking about? Tonight's 90s night? I didn't know that. Huh. Oh well, here's your beer. So we take our beer, and it's right around this point that we realize fucking nobody around us is dressed up like anything 90s whatsoever. There's no Hulk Hogan's, no Bill Clintons, no fucking Freddie Prinze Jr.'s. There's nothing. Nobody is dressed up like the 90s. Are you fucking sure 90s night is tonight? Yes, I'm sure, all right? Don't be ridiculous. Side note here, I was not sure at all. In fact, I had to double check my phone multiple times just to make sure that it was indeed 90s night. Look, it's definitely 90s night, all right? Look, right there, there's a guy dressed up like fucking Homer Simpson. All right, 90s night, Homer Simpson, high five. What? Bitch, I'm not Homer Simpson. What the fuck are you talking about? I got hepatitis, and I'm jaundiced as hell, you stupid idiot. So we get to our seats, and now we have come to the full realization that not only is nobody dressed up for 90s night, but nobody even fucking knows that it's 90s night to begin with. Hey, why are you guys dressed up like that? Because it's 90s night, and my husband's a fucking idiot. That's why. Oh, okie dokie then. But at this point, I didn't even care. If anything, that's gonna make us stand out that much more, and our chances of getting on the scoreboard screen were now through the roof. Well, the first inning goes by, and then the second, and then the third. Still no cameraman, still haven't made it on the goddamn scoreboard. I'm standing up with the sign and shit. "Notice me, you pieces of shit! I'm Forrest the goddamn Gump!" Well, by the time the fourth inning rolls around, my wife has had enough, and she takes her kid to the bathroom. "Yeah, we're gonna go to the bathroom now. Thanks for making us into a goddamn circus act." So I'm just sitting there with our kid's friend like, so this was probably a little bit more than you bargained for, huh? Yeah, this is pretty fucking weird if I'm being honest. Well, suddenly, out of nowhere, a camera guy shows up, literally right in front of us. So there I am with the sign, thinking, fucking finally, here it is. Here's the moment. But instead, this camera guy starts filming everybody behind us, totally oblivious that Forrest Gump is literally within pissing distance of him. And to make matters worse, he's filming 90s icon lookalikes in the crowd. And sure as shit, they're showing them right there on the scoreboard, one right after the other. Ah, god damn it! It's the hepatitis, all right? So needless to say, I'm just like, hey, asshole, look over here, I'm Forrest Gump for Christ's sake. He gives me a quick peek, and he's like, holy hell, it is Forrest Gump. Now I have to give this camera guy some credit for how he handled the shot. Because first, he zoomed in on just the Bubba Gump shrimp logo on my hat, and then he slowly revealed my dumb ass holding the sign as the one and only Forrest Gump. Everybody in the stadium collectively shits their pants at the same time. I don't get it. Why the fuck is Forrest Gump here? And then 4 seconds later, the camera guy promptly fucks off. And wouldn't you know, here comes my wife, totally oblivious to what happened. What happened? Why do you got that shit-eating grin on your face? No reason, really. Your fucking husband just got on the scoreboard. Here, look at the picture that I took. So here's the actual picture that this guy got. There I am, ping pong paddle and all. Here's the camera guy absolutely killing the shot. This dude's over here like, Forrest Gump, what the fuck? My wife sees this picture and she is like, oh, cool, of course. I dress up like a goddamn AIDS hippie and your ass gets on the screen. But hey, whatever, beggars can't be choosers. At least we got on the goddamn screen to begin with, because I would have felt like a fucking idiot if we didn't. We watched the rest of the game, the Tigers end up losing, and then we watched the fucking Montel Jordan concert. Tiger people, y'all ready for This Is How We Do It? No, not really. The Tigers fucking lost tonight. How we do it? No, not really. The Tigers fucking lost tonight. Shit. Tigers fans, you guys ready for This Is How We Don't Do It? This is how we don't do it. Bum, ba-dum, bum, 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 bum. So all in all, I think it was worth dressing up as Forrest Gump like a stupid idiot because, well, it ended up being a pretty good time. That is until, you know, we had to walk back to our car through fucking downtown Detroit at 11 o'clock at night. All of a sudden, dressing up like Forrest Gump's unintimidating ass seems like a pretty bad idea. Fucking run, Forrest! Run, goddammit!
BruceDude.com.
Curious about AI?
This is the Google AI Professional Certificate.
Start with AI Fundamentals, taught by Google experts.
I'm going to walk you through the top things you need to know about AI.
See how to make AI work for you.
We'll show you how Gemini can be that creative partner for you so that you can think big and achieve your goals at work.
Learn by doing with 3 months of Google AI Pro on us.
You'll practice using AI with access to Google's most capable models.
Ready to get started? Enroll today.
Trident Vibes. It's soft. It's juicy.
All right, everybody, welcome to another episode of Brew Stew Playthrough. We're doing Mike Tyson's Punch-Out again.
All right, Dave, quick, while we're doing this, I got a question for you.
Yeah.
Who was your dad's...
All right. Now, I don't know if you've ever had the privilege of renting a house from a local slumlord before, but, well, it's not as fun as it sounds. Now, most of you know that me and my friend Brewer lived in a crap-hole duplex way back in the day. I've only told 4,000. All right, now for those of you that don't know, I'm a dad of a 4-year-old. I'm a stepdad too, but, you know, that job's pretty easy. All I gotta do is tell them to clean their room, and that's about it. But being the dad of a 4-year-old is very tricky, because I don't even know how to talk to children in general. I talk to kids like they're adults. Like I was at the apple orchard not too long ago with my kid for a preschool field trip, and I see other parents talking to their kids like, sweetie, don't pick up the apples on the ground. They might have little wormies inside of them. And then I'm over here like, no, not the ones on the ground. What are you doing? People are gonna think you're somewhere on the spectrum. You keep picking up ground apples. What the hell? Like, even when we're playing with toys on the floor, I gotta make up stupid scenarios that are probably not appropriate for kids. Hey, it's me, Mr. Potato Head. Hey, can I buy some food stamps off you for 50 cents on the dollar? Nope. Oh, come on, pinchers, help me out here. I just got out of jail for doing a B&E, for Christ's sake. No way, Mr. Taterhead, no way. And it doesn't help that at 4 years old, her brain is basically a sponge. She retains anything that's set out into the ether. Not too long ago, I was sitting at the table working on a cartoon, my stupid Guitar Journey one, and I'm animating the part where I say this. We're just gonna call him Crackhead Jones. Well, guess what the day was filled with after I played? We're just gonna call him Crackhead Jones. Well, guess what the day was filled with after I played that? A lot of Crackhead Joneses coming from my 4-year-old's mouth. That's fun. Crackhead Jones, Crackhead Jones. Yeah, I don't know what you're supposed to do to deprogram your kid's brain when they hear some shit like that, but as far as I know, they still haven't made a Men in Black neuralizer, so I'm kind of fucked in that department. And I'm sure as hell not a good teacher. I'm probably the opposite, if anything. Like at some point in my daughter's young life, she mixed up the words umbrella and gorilla. She thinks umbrellas are gorillas and gorillas are umbrellas. I don't know how it happened. I don't know when that went awry, but I can tell you a good dad would try to correct that, and a bad one would fucking lean into it, like I did. What? It's funny, all right? It is funny. We'll be at the zoo and shit, and I'll be like, all right, let's go see the umbrellas at the umbrella exhibit. We better hurry, though. It looks like it might rain. I didn't pack a gorilla to keep us dry. Haha, let's go. Fuck it. You know, that's what school's for, right? They can iron that out. Maybe. I don't know. And speaking of school, taking her to school is like the most terrifying time of my day. Because from the back seat, she will ask me the most off-the-wall questions that I'm not prepared to answer at all. Dad, what does it mean when you die? Pretty heavy question to ask at 11:45 in the morning, don't you think? Does it hurt when you die? Why does God kill people? Look, how about you ask your teachers those questions, all right? I don't know why the hell I gotta be Wikipedia every time we get in the goddamn car, but I'm sick of it. But I shit you not, that same day, I picked her up from school, and the first thing she says to me is, George Washington is dead. Oh yeah, he is. Is that what you learned in school today? George Washington doesn't know how to be alive. And I'm like, God damn it, if that's not the perfect way to explain death to a 4-year-old. That's right. When you die, you just forget how to be alive. It's as simple as that. She'll be staring at her dead goldfish one day like, remember how to be alive, you piece of shit. Yeah, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Fuck it. But one of my bigger dad failures does involve me taking her to school. You see, on one particular day, we were running late, and I'm like pleading for her to get in the car. Come on, we gotta go. We gotta leave right now. We're gonna be late. I wanna bring this toy to play with in the car. No, that's a chewed up dog toy. You're not bringing a chewed up dog toy to play with in the car. But I wanna take it. All right, fine, fuck it. Take the chewed up dog toy. I don't care. We gotta go. So we're in the car on the way to school, and out of nowhere, my daughter's like, oh yeah, that's right. Today is show and tell. And I'm like, oh shit, that's right. It's Wednesday. Show and tell's on every Wednesday. I didn't even think about it because we were running late. Well, what the hell are you gonna bring for show and tell now? Now, you might be sitting there like, you didn't let your daughter bring a chewed up dog toy to school for show and tell, did ya? Did ya? Yeah, I did. All right. So what? What do you think? You're the fucking perfect dad? Dad of the year over there, huh? Never let your kid bring a chewed up fucking dog toy to show and tell before? What would you do? She insisted, all right? Who am I to say no? You're not a better dad than me. What do you think you are? Fucking Mr. Beaver Cleaver from fucking Leave It to Beaver? Not everybody's a perfect dad, all right? Sometimes you gotta let your kid bring a fucked up dog toy to school. So that day I'm sitting on the couch just imagining what it's like for my daughter that day. You got kids bringing in fucking Paw Patrol action figures and Bluey stuffed animals. And then there's my kid, chewed up dog toy in hand. Her teacher's staring at her like, what kind of fucking child called it lifestyle are you living back at home? You poor sweet child. So that's it. That's some of my dad failures, if you will. And if you guys like this episode, well, guess what? I could probably make another one. Because I'm a shitty dad sometimes. So be on the lookout for Dad Failures, Part 2. Dad to the Bone. The end.
I'm not going to say Crackhead Jones anymore.
You're not going to say Crackhead Jones anymore?
Mm-hmm.
Stellar.
Brewstew.com.
Summer slipping by? There's still time for pool days. Book on.
All right, Dad Failures, Part 2, Dad to the Bone. Ba-na-na-na-na-na. All right, for those of you that didn't see the first video, I'm not the world's greatest dad. I don't care what it says on my coffee cup in the morning. There's a lot of parenting techniques that some of you might find a little questionable, to say the least. Like, for example, every time I fart around my daughter, I tell her that it's a duck. It's a duck, quacking, and she just runs around the house looking for a fart duck. You find that duck yet? Keep looking. I think it's over by the couch. Oh, no, I think it's behind me, actually. Yeah, that's not good parenting. She's in school now, for Christ's sake. She can be telling her friends like, hey, have you guys found the fart duck at your house? Fart duck? What the hell? But I have to keep her occupied somehow, because if I don't, bad things tend to happen. Because ever since she was like 2 years old, she's had a knack for like instantly finding the most inappropriate object in the room to play with. I will be gone for 12 seconds, and I'll walk back in the room like, what you got there? A roach clip and live hand grenade. You want to give that to Dad real quick before Child Services busts the damn door down and makes an example of my ass? I mean, the plus side is that, if you lose your cigarettes somewhere, you can just set her little ass down like a Roomba, and she'll roam the house, and within 15 minutes, she'll have your cigarettes, and not only that, but the fucking Daffy Duck lighter that you lost that month. It's kind of amazing, I'm not gonna lie. So I have to keep her occupied, to say the least. And at first, I tried to just, show her all the games that I used to play as a kid. But then I realized that was stupid as hell because all the games we played were borderline self-destructive. It's called the laundry basket ride. It's really, really fun. It's called the Swanton Bomb. Jeff Hardy used to do it on the WWF. That's called drop kick. And we're gonna add this 16-pound guard rock to the trampoline and try not to die. Sounds like a blast, right? So instead, I have her, like, color and do safe things like that. But even still, I'll fuck that up. Like, one time when I was working, she wanted to cut out a picture that she was coloring. So I gave her a pair of scissors, you know, like a fucking bad dad would. Well, 2 minutes later, half her fucking hair was all gone. Fuck it. New hair, new me. Who gives a shit? Preschool picture day's a week away. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it, huh? What you think was gonna happen? You gave your kid scissors to play with, you fucking idiot. Yeah, okay, Mr. Dad of the Year. How the hell was I supposed to know she was gonna give herself the fucking Cynthia Doll haircut from Rugrats? God damn, what am I supposed to know everything? It's all right, I put her in timeout afterwards. World War II timeout. That's where I fucking make her sit with me for 15 minutes and have her listen to me talk about World War II. Poland, 1939. Not a fucking fun place to be at, let me tell you. I'm trying my best, all right? I read her bedtime stories at night. You know, I do good things. Who cares if I fucking change the storylines up from time to time because I get bored of rereading the same book? On Thursday, he ate through 4 strawberries, but he was still hungry. On Friday, he drank through 5 Miller Lights and then called his ex-wife like an idiot, but he was still horny. Hungry. He was still hungry. I should probably mention that we're not allowed to read the book The Giving Tree by Shel Silverstein anymore. Because for those of you that don't know, on the back cover of this book is a very unsettling picture of Shel Silverstein. I don't know what the hell that is. But needless to say, at the end of the story one night, I was like, and the tree was happy. The end. Blah! Give me all your apples, little girl! I'm Shel Silverstein! What the fuck? Yeah, I kind of scared the shit out of her that night with the fucking picture of Shel Silverstein. Needless to say, the Giving Tree had to stay in the hallway that night while she slept. It's all right. It's a little childhood trauma. It's no big deal. Which brings me to what's probably my biggest dad failure of all time, and it was back on Christmas Eve of last year. You see, we were doing a little gift exchange with our friends Samantha and Dickman, and Dickman just so happened to have a full-size Grinch costume, which was perfect because we just so happened to have a full-size Santa Claus costume. Well, we decided we're gonna put together a little impromptu Christmas skit that night. How fun. So me and Dickman are in the basement trying to plan what we're gonna do. All right, here's what we're gonna do. You go in there and act like you're gonna take all the presents, and when the kids all start freaking out, I'll pop in and kick your ass out the door and save Christmas to Santa Claus, all right? All right, yeah, that sounds good. Oh, and my daughter loves the Grinch. You know what you should do? You should snatch her up and act like you're gonna take her away. Yeah, I don't think I want to do that. No, trust me, it's a good idea. Totally do it. Just snatch your little ass up. Now, I don't know if you guys know this or not, but I'm a fucking retard. Totally retarded. That's such a stupid thing to do. So Dickman goes in there and he starts taking the presents. And at first, everything's great. Kids are having a great time. Oh, what the fuck? The Grinch is here? Am I tripping balls? Was there peyote in those Christmas cookies? What the hell's going on? Well, then he goes and grabs my daughter, and she reacts with, oh, what did she say? Oh, yeah, that's right. What the fuck? Well, that's when I decide to hop my retarded ass in there and try to save the day. Ho, 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 Grinch, drop that child, you stinky bitch. And my daughter looks at me, and she doesn't even see Santa Claus at this point. She just sees another strange man entering the premises. Oh, God, there's another one. Oh, we're all gonna fucking die. Whoa, whoa, wait a minute, hold on. It's a joke. Santa's not real. Or, I'm dressed up as Santa Claus. Uncle Dickman's the Grinch. Calm down, everything's fine. Now, I don't know when you have your first long-term memory, but I bet you, by golly, it's probably around the age of 4. And I bet you even more that, this little fucking mishap might be my daughter's first long-term memory. But hey, what's a little childhood trauma sprinkled in here and there? It builds character, doesn't it? And who cares if I ruined another classic children's book for my daughter? It's no big deal. She'll get over it. So that's it. There's some more of my dad failures that have occurred. And if you like this episode, well, there's probably going to be a part 3 at some point, because I'm a shitty dad sometimes. The end.
BruceDude.com.
One of the things that you learn in the Army specifically are the Army values: loyalty, duty, respect, selfless service, honor, integrity, and personal courage. And those are the same values that Purdue Global holds with its organization. So that familiarity allows the military to feel.
Right. I don't know about you guys, but a big part of my childhood was staying the night at your stupid little friend's house. And when you're staying the night at your friend's house, you basically had one goal in mind. And that, of course, was to stay up all night and be the last kid to fall asleep. You had to be the LMS, if you will.
The last man standing.
Because I don't know about you, but if you fell asleep in front of your friends, there was like 1,000% chance that they were going to screw with you in some sort of way. And of course, you had the classics like the good old-fashioned shaving cream facial surprise, or of course, the hand in the warm water where they make you pee your pants like an idiot. You know, your dad's practical jokes from back in the day. Remember those? But then you'd have kids like my friend David, who was a little bit more intense, if you will. He wouldn't hesitate to like grab a Sharpie marker and just scribble a bunch of crudely drawn wieners all over your face while you slept. He'd go home the next day totally oblivious. Whoa, what the hell? Go scrub your face off in the bathroom, you little wiener monster. What the hell are kids doing these days? You see, David was pretty unorthodox. He was kind of like a loose cannon. Out of nowhere, he'd be like, oh, look, Steven's sleeping on the floor. Let's stick his pet hamster in his mouth and take a picture of him. David, what the fuck? Or not, I guess. What? God, what's the big deal? What is this, Pakistan? I thought we were allowed to have fun here. Now, one time, me and another kid were staying the night at David's house, and I watched him take a broomstick from the closet and promptly shove it up the ass of a sleeping child. Now, that was pretty wild. And what was even more wild is the kid didn't wake up, which, raised more questions in our heads. But that's the kind of shit that I'm talking about, you see. David was just kind of a sick fuck. I didn't do things to people like that. All I did was, recorded it all on David's mom's camcorder. Showed the kid the next day while we're eating toaster strudels in the morning. David's the sick fuck, okay, is what I'm saying. He's the bad one. Don't look at me. Now, usually when we'd have a sleepover, we would do it at my friend Steven's house, because Steven had the Nintendo 64 with the most games. So we'd stay up all night playing 50-turn Mario Party 2 matches, and Royal Rumbles, and WrestleMania 2000. Fucking, Sarge's Heroes 2 death matches? Anybody? Huh? The fridge level? The flamethrower? No? Nobody played that piece of shit? Ah, hell, well, we did all the time, all right? Now, for every sleepover, we always knew who the first person was that was gonna fall asleep that night. And that, of course, was Steven's little brother, Matt. And, it wasn't really his fault. He was a little guy. He just couldn't hang. But naturally, his ass would get it the worst out of all of us, that's for sure. We'd all, take turns ripping ass into his stupid, dumb, sleeping face. He'd wake up the next morning with pink eye and shit. Oh, God, it smells like a Kmart in here. What the hell happened last night? Sometimes if he fell asleep with his shoes on, we'd tie his laces together and just be like, Matt, get up quick! It's the Russians! We're all gonna die! Oh, no, not the Russians! Well, one time after he fell asleep, for whatever reason, we decided to put a bunch of pennies in the freezer, and then we just hucked frozen pennies at him while he slept. That's fun, right? That's a practical joke, isn't it? I don't know what our 9-year-old logic was with pennies in the freezer. I think we thought if they were frozen, it would hurt more. I don't know what the hell that's about. Now, if you're sitting there watching this and you're starting to feel bad for little Matthew, Steven's little brother, well, don't. He was an asshole on his own accord. He would get revenge on us all the time. Like one time, he decided to mix us all up some chocolate milk with Hershey's chocolate syrup, but instead of mixing it with a spoon like a normal person, he mixed it using only his dirty little kid hand. Just making some chocolate milk for my asshole older brother and his stupid ass friends. And then when he gave us the chocolate milk, he's like, hey, I got an idea. Let's have a chocolate milk chugging contest. Oh, okay, you're on. Gulp, 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 gulp. I mixed up all the chocolate milk with my dirty little kid hand. Oh, God damn it. Blech. Yeah, so needless to say, I think Matt deserved every single wet fart that landed in his agape mouth. That's what I think. Ooh, salty. Now, of course, after Matt went down and he got harassed, it was now up to the big boys. And usually it'd be Steven that was next on the chopping block. We'd be like in the middle of a 30-man Royal Rumble match. All of a sudden, Steven's D'Lo Brown character's up in the corner, not moving and shit. We'd look over and his ass would be knocked out, the controller still in his hand and shit. Oh, look, he's sleeping. Quick, go get the camera. I got the hamster. Let's do this fucking thing. David, no. God damn it, we're not doing the hamster thing. You weird little pervert. What the hell's the matter with you? All right, fine. I guess we'll just do the stupid Sharpie thing. Just do the same thing over and over. So naturally, me and David would take turns drawing wieners and writing obscenities all over Steven's stupid, dumb, sleeping face. And that was it. Steven's down. Now it's just me and David. I gotta say, me and David were both pretty competitive when it came to who's gonna be the LMS for the night. We'd be sitting there all night long talking shit to each other like, when you fall asleep, I'm gonna put peanut butter in your ear and have Steven's dog lick it out. Yeah, well, when you fucking fall asleep, I'm gonna Johnny Cage shadow kick your ass right in the jaw. Yeah, well, when you fall asleep, I'm gonna find a cleaning utensil to shove right up your asshole. What? Huh? Nothing. I didn't say anything. What? Now, I gotta admit, it was kind of stupid trying to compete with David, because David's ass was attention deficit as shit as a kid. The deck was stacked against me. There's no way I could beat him. I'm on Adderall, motherfucker. I don't give a fuck. I'd be sitting there drifting in and out of consciousness. The last thing I'd remember of the night would be like David sitting in a chair, smoking a cigarette, watching the sun come up and shit. I don't fall asleep. Sleep falls to David.
Nighty-night, you little bitch.
Ah, curse you and your goddamn amphetamines. You'd be over there like singing me lullabies and shit. Go to sleep, you stupid little dickhead. I'm gonna draw shit all over your face. And then next thing you know, I finally knock out, and that's it. David is the LMS. He's the last man standing. Or kid. Or child. Or fucking psychopath. Whatever you want to call him. He's the last one. 4 hours later, we all wake up, just totally devastated by David's destructive ass. But hey, that's just the way it went back in the late 90s and early 2000s. If you weren't the LMS, well, you had to take your ass home and deal with the consequences. God damn it, whose house are you staying at? What the hell is going on? Just wieners galore every time you come home. What the hell would Grandpa think?
BruceDude.com.
Create PDF spaces in a click. Connect your dots.
All right. Now, when I was a kid, I was a big fan of roller coasters, which was bound to happen considering I live so close to Cedar Point. And if you don't know what Cedar Point is, well, it's an amusement park that has some of the biggest, fastest, most butthole-clenching roller coasters this side of the Mississippi. And when we were kids, me, my friend Steven, and his little brother Matt would go there every summer. So we know all the roller coasters like the back of our hand. So today I'm gonna go over what I consider to be the top 3 scariest, ooh, spooky, roller coasters of Cedar Point. All right, here we go. Number 3. The Magnum. All right, now the Magnum was like the first roller coaster that I was genuinely scared of. I mean, the thing is 200 fucking feet in the sky. It was built in the 1980s by a bunch of drunk welders. How safe could it really be? Hey, you guys want to go ride the Magnum? I think I'll pass. But you know, peer pressure's a hell of a thing. I can't look like a wuss in front of all my friends, so I agree to go on the goddamn thing. So me and Steven are up front. We make Matt's ass sit in the back by himself. Why do I always gotta sit by myself? Well, because 1, we didn't invent odd numbers, and 2, you're the little brother and you suck ass. That's why. So we start going up the hill, and I gotta say this roller coaster sounds like it's fucking falling apart from underneath us. It's all like clankety clank clank. We're all just sitting there in complete denial like, it's supposed to sound like that, right? That's not the sound of a malfunctioning roller coaster, is it? Now, in the Magnum, it takes forever to get up the first hill, which is nice because it gives you plenty of time to get your affairs in order. Yeah, hi, Mom. If this thing collapses and I explode on impact, can you take care of my Tamagotchi for me? So up and up we go into the abyss. The whole time you're just sitting there thinking about how long ago the 1980s were. Good lord, the 80s? What, did Ben Franklin design this fucking thing? Finally, we make it to the tippity top, and just when we're about to go over the edge, a fucking bug flies right into my mouth. So now as we're going down, I'm choking on a goddamn June bug or whatever the hell it is. I go to spit it out, and because, you know, physics and shit, my spit flings backwards and hits Matt right in the fucking face. So now for the rest of the entire ride, Matt's trying to strangle me from behind. I'm totally oblivious to what just happened. I'm thinking that he's just trying to assassinate me because I got the goddamn front seat. We get off the ride and I'm like, dude, what the hell was that all about? You fucking spit in my face like we're on a goddamn episode of Jerry Springer, that's what. So that's the Magnum. I'll give it a 10 out of 10. I would highly recommend it, especially if you want a snack on the way down. All right, the next one.
Number 2, the Millennium Force.
Now, the Millennium Force is pretty similar to the Magnum, except, you know, it's 100 feet taller, and it was made after the collapse of the USSR.
Just Virginia.
So that's good. And to my 11-year-old ass, the Millennium Force was like the tallest thing in the world, which means my afraid of heights having ass was pretty hesitant to go on it the first time. Holy hell, we could get to the moon on that goddamn thing. I think I'm gonna pass on this one. Oh, come on, don't be a wuss. Shut the hell up, Matt. Nobody was talking to you with your little brother ass. God, you're not even a real person. I'm just saying, like, what if we get like 2/3 of the way up, and all of a sudden the train stops, and then we're stranded hundreds of feet in the air because some asshole had to wear a goddamn GoPro on his head. Dude, what the hell are you talking about? I don't know, maybe we should just get a corn dog instead. But instead of getting a corn dog, you guessed it, we get on the goddamn Millennium Force. So once again, we make Matt sit in the back, but this time some random Australian dude decides to sit next to him. Now, how do I know he was Australian? Well, because the whole time we were going up the first hill, that guy was like, oh goodness, oh crikey, oh God, we're really high up right now. And look, I know that's a shitty Australian accent, but, well, I'm one man, and that's the best I can do, so you're just gonna have to deal with it. So once again, we get to the tippity top of this ride, and that Australian dude's like, crikey, there's a king croc right there. All right, that's not what he said. I don't know what the hell he said. I'm sure it was something about a boomerang or a fucking kangaroo, the goddamn Sydney Opera House, something like that. Anyways, we go down the first hill, and holy hell, what an experience that was. The amount of G-forces we felt on our shitty little kid bodies, it was like we were in fucking astronaut training camp. The whole time the Australian dude won't shut the hell up. Oh, Vegemite sandwiches! Crocodile Dundee! When we got off that ride, it felt like our stomachs switched places with our assholes. Oi, Steve Irwin Outback Steakhouse, am I right? Righto. Millennium Force, 10 out of 10. Would highly recommend as well, especially if you're Australian. Crikey. All right, last but not least.
Number 1. The Top Thrill Dragster.
All right, so this is kind of a tricky one because I think this ride's getting shut down for good, considering it's, literally falling apart and trying to murder people. But I'm going to do it anyways. Now, the Top Thrill Dragster isn't the most complicated roller coaster design. You go up, and then you go down, and the whole ride's over in like 14 seconds. But considering it's another 100 fucking feet taller, and it feels like you get shot out of a goddamn 30-06, I'd say it's pretty intense, to say the least. But those things are not what makes the Dragster the scariest roller coaster. No. The scariest part of the Top Thrill Dragster is the fact that sometimes the train doesn't make it over the hump, and you go hurling backwards like a fucking failed physics experiment. So there we are in line, we're about to get on this goddamn thing, and of course the train ahead of us doesn't make it up the first time. Hell, it doesn't even make it up the second time either. Now you'd think at this point, Cedar Point would just shut the ride down, give everybody free snow cones, and pray to God they don't have a class action lawsuit on their hands for emotional distress. But instead they're just like, fuck it. Third time's the charm. And sure as hell, they were right. Third time was the charm. They made it over. Everybody in line's cheering like the fucking Backstreet Boys are in town. All right, well, I guess it's batter up. Now it's our turn. Let's hope for the best. So we're sitting there on the track, ready to get shot into outer space. And I have to admit, I wasn't too worried about having a rollback. Instead, I was more worried we'd have that perfect amount of momentum where we'd get stuck right at the very tippity top, stranded in the fucking stratosphere. And to make matters worse, we decided to sit in the front car. Now, you'd think if you were worried about getting stuck at the top, you'd want the heaviest people towards the front of the train to help pull you over the hump. Well, our little asses are like $1.50 combined. We're not gonna be able to pull shit over the hump. I go to look to see who's sitting in the back. There's like a fucking sumo wrestler and a dead horse back there. Oh my God, we're not gonna make it. We're all gonna die. Excuse me, on second thought, I think I'd like to get off. So off we go into the sky like a pissed off Captain Planet, and once we reach the top, I swear this thing slows down to like Zamboni speed. Now I was emotionally distraught at the time, so I could be exaggerating, but I'm pretty sure we were fucking stuck up there for a second. We were like scooching our asses and shit trying to get this thing to move, but somehow, I don't know if it was a slight breeze or maybe somebody let out half a fart, we got just enough momentum to get over the goddamn hump. Now, apparently this happens quite a bit because I found a video on YouTube of the same thing happening to some other poor bastards. It kind of went something like this.
Holy hell! Holy hell! Oh, God damn it, I knew it! We should have got a corn dog!
When we got off that ride, I think it was safe to say that we were never going to be the same again. My hands are shaking, I'm emotionally distraught, and I may or may not have shat myself. You guys want to do it again? Absolutely. Fuck yes.
BruceDude.com.
Need a protein timeout? New Go-Go Protein Fruit Smoothie serves up 8 grams of protein. Made with real fruit and no added sugar. Go-Go, nature's power on the go.
What if you lose? What if you lose the argument? Intentionally? Or your popularity on purpose? What if you lose your ego? Your time? Your control? What if you lose for someone else?
All right, so since 4th of July is right around the corner, I figured I'd do a cartoon about how I used to celebrate it as a kid. And I feel like there's a pretty wide spectrum of how people celebrate the 4th. On one end, you have people that eat hot dogs and light sparklers and say the Pledge of Allegiance. Simple, nice things. And on the other end, you got a bunch of drunk maniacs committing domestic terrorism all in the name of America. Now, what side of the spectrum was I on as a kid? Well, I guess we're gonna set the scene and find out. All right, 4th of July, circa the late 1990s. Me and my punk-ass friends would be hanging out, sweating our asses off because it was always like the hottest day of the year. It's so hot, even the pedophile ice cream man's handing out free popsicles like, here, just fucking take them. You don't even gotta take your shirts off. They're on the house. It's so goddamn hot outside. Everybody's dad is outside, drunk as hell because they've been drinking since 10:45 in the morning. Yeah, I'm drunk, so what? George Washington invented freedom, and I'm free to drink a fucking 40 ounce before breakfast. Gulp, 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 gulp. Meanwhile, your Uncle Rick is making hot dogs on the grill because, well, it's the 4th of July, and your ass is probably gonna be eating hot dogs for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. All right, everybody, get your Red Hots. Oh, God damn it, Uncle Rick, you burnt the shit out of these. I hate you, Uncle Rick. I hate you, and I'm glad your ex-wife got the house in the divorce. Now, of course, one of the most important parts of the 4th of July is the fireworks. And the man in charge of fireworks every year when I was a kid was a guy named Bob that lived down the street. Now, I didn't know a whole lot about Bob. All I knew was he was like the first grown man I ever seen with a ponytail, and the only time I ever talked to him was one night when me and my friend Michael walked past his house, and he was like, hey, you kids, you guys want to see the moon? See the moon? It's right there in the sky. No, I mean like through a telescope. I got one in my backyard. You guys want to see the moon? Come on, let's go see the fucking moon. Now, normally, if you went into the backyard of a man named Bob with a ponytail, your ass would end up on a fucking milk carton a week later. But thankfully, this Bob was all right. He was one of the good ones. All he cared about was seeing the fucking moon through a telescope, and by golly, that's what we did. Anyways, what am I talking about? Oh yeah, Bob and his fireworks. So anyways, every 4th of July, Bob would have a shit ton of fireworks. And we're not talking little snakes and sparklers here. We're talking some illegal-ass fucking Chinese writing on the side, big-ass fireworks. We're talking shit that was named after fucking AC/DC songs. They'd be called like TNT and Thunderstruck or fucking It's a Long Way to the Top if you want to rock and roll. All right, maybe not that one, but that is a good fucking song. I don't care. So every year, Bob would line all these fireworks up, and for like 35 minutes or so, the sky above our neighborhood looked like the fucking apocalypse. Holy smokes, this is intense! I mean, we're talking about a grown man with a fucking ponytail, all right? He's practically got a fucking PhD in fireworks. He knows what he's doing. Now, you'd think that, well, us being small children, we wouldn't be allowed anywhere near these fireworks. But then you gotta remember that we're being supervised by a bunch of drunk dads. And let me tell you a secret. It's a lot like not being supervised at all. Hell, it seemed like the drunker that they got, the more dangerous shit we were allowed to do. So then I said to the guy, oh, what the hell, we're out of beer already? Hey, Michael, get your ass over here. Take my car down to the carryout and get some more beer. And don't fuck up and get Mickey Ultras again, I swear to God. So anyways, what was I saying? Oh yeah, that's right. So I say to the guy, hey, buddy, it's the 4th of July, and if I want to drink a 40 ounce, I'm going to drink a fucking 40 ounce. All right, so at this point in the cartoon, I got to stop and do a little PSA and get this out of the way.
Bruce Stu Films does not condone children, or anybody for that matter, lighting off fireworks. Fireworks are dangerous to everybody, no matter how long your ponytail may or may not be. Do not attempt to recreate any of the shit mentioned in this video.
All right, you think that covered my ass? Probably not. Oh well, fuck it. Anyways, what I'm about to say is, sometimes these drunk-ass dads would let us light our own fireworks off by ourselves. I know, it's stupid as hell, but you gotta remember this was back in the 90s, and nobody gave a fuck about kids back then. And back in my day, it wasn't the 4th of July in Ohio if there wasn't a fucking 4th grader lighting off an illegal explosive out of a goddamn empty 40 ounce of King Cobra. It would have been like having Christmas without Rudolph. They go hand in hand. So we'd light these fireworks off, and our 9-year-old asses would be completely mesmerized. Ah, that was badass. Can we do 2 at a time? Quick, somebody get me another 40 ounce. Coming right up. Gulp, 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 gulp. Yeah, what a time to be alive, that's for sure. And if that wasn't bad enough, well, I gotta say, unfortunately, it gets a little bit worse. Because I haven't even brought up the goddamn Roman candles yet. Now, for all you snakes and sparkler people out there that don't know what the hell a Roman candle is, well, it's a fucking cardboard tube that shoots out fireballs. It's definitely not for children. I don't even think it's for adults. I don't know what the fucking correct demographic is for fireball tubes. Now, I have to be even more careful here on what I'm about to say. There's a very good chance that I could get canceled by the YouTube police, and, well, then I'd have to go fucking work at a goddamn car dealership again. So I'm a little hesitant to say what we did with these things. You know what? In fact, I'm not even gonna tell you what we did with goddamn Roman candles. Let's just say that, hypothetically, maybe what happened was we grabbed a bunch of Roman candles when nobody was looking, and then possibly we lined up side by side in the street like we're in the fucking Civil War, and then, I don't know, maybe we shot the shit out of each other with fireball tubes. Look, I'm not saying that's what we did, okay? I'm also not saying that's what we did. I think that's how plausible deniability works. I don't know. I'm not a fucking lawyer. All I'm saying is that maybe, just maybe, on July 4th, 1999, a bunch of 4th graders may have committed multiple counts of assault with a deadly weapon. That's all I'm saying. Maybe. And that possibly it might have looked something like this. Now, all I gotta say is what kind of stupid idiots would do something so dangerous and something so fucking irresponsible? I don't have the faintest idea, but I surely don't recommend it. Fireballs are great when they're in a Super Mario video game, not so great when you're launching them at your fucking friend wearing a Scottie Pippen jersey. That's bad news. How about another PSA? Should we do another one? Ah, fuck it. Better safe than sorry.
Bruce New Films does not condone shooting fireballs at your fucking friends. Don't do stupid shit. Fireworks is bad. Don't firework.
You think that did it? That definitely covered my ass now, right? God, I hope so. So with all that being said, I hope you all have a very safe 4th of July. Remember that fireworks and 40 ounces don't mix. And probably just don't screw around with fireworks to begin with. You will get hurt, I assure you. I'm living proof. Maybe, that is. Allegedly, I'm living proof. Leave all the firework lighting to the man with a ponytail, or at the very least, like a fucking shirtless guy with a mullet. Happy 4th of July, everybody. The end.
BruceDude.com.
All right, public school in the 90s, part 3. Ah, neat, another school episode that nobody asked for. Cool, sweet. Look, this is the last episode I'm doing of this series, okay? After this, I'll go back to talking about the Power Rangers and wrestling from the WWF Attitude Era. But right now, I'm talking about what public school was like in the 90s, okay? All right? Is that fine? And the first thing that I want to talk about
is school jobs.
Now, back in my day, there were a plethora of little jobs that you'd have to do throughout the classroom. For instance, sometimes you got to be the paper passer outer and pass back all the graded papers. You know, see how badly your friends fucked up their spelling test and shit. Holy hell, a 47%! God damn, have fun digging ditches and sucking dick for money for the rest of your life, Eric, you fucking piece of shit. Or maybe, perhaps, it was finally your week to be the goddamn line leader. You remember that? All right, everybody, we got a guest speaker today. So I want a nice, neat, orderly line while we go down to the auditorium to listen to a crackhead tell us not to smoke crack. You got it? And of course, somebody always had to be the caboose at the end of the line, a job that, you know, nobody gave a shit about. Okay, I'm the caboose. Everybody move along now. Shut the fuck up, caboose. We don't gotta listen to you. But I gotta say, out of all the school jobs, I think that school crossing guard was the most pointless. I mean, you got your little belt and your stupid flag on a stick, standing on the street corner like a glorified parking cone, while all the kids walking to school just ignored your ass anyways. Halt! Stop walking! I am the law! Shut the fuck up, crossing guard! We don't gotta listen to you! Bitch-ass crossing guard, you don't know shit! School jobs, they were important, all right? Hashtag fuck the caboose. All right, next up, what do we got?
The Pledge of Allegiance.
All right, now I know kids still do the Pledge of Allegiance in class, but I feel like it was a bit more emphasized back when I was a kid. I mean, it was basically how we started every school day, for Christ's sake. You'd wake your ass up and eat a toaster strudel for breakfast, you'd take your ass to school, and then you'd fucking
pledge your allegiance to the United States of America.
And to me, it's kind of funny. I mean, do you remember what it was like saying the pledge when you were in the first grade? We didn't know what the fuck we were doing. We could hardly wipe our ass, for Christ's sake. We could have been pledging our allegiance to fucking Jabberjaw the Shark for all we knew. You'd have kids that would only know like 60% of the words, just totally butchering the pledge and shit. One nation, on God, invisible, with liver teeth and mustaches for all. The end. But hey, we did the best we could, all right? It's the goddamn Pledge of Allegiance. Hell, to this day as an adult, I'll dust off the old pledge first thing in the morning sometimes. With liver teeth and mustaches for all. What the fuck are you doing? The fucking Pledge of Allegiance, what does it look like? Hashtag on God. Hashtag invisible. All right, next up, we definitely got to talk about
blood sport matches in the lunchroom. Ha!
Now, it's important to note that back when I was a kid, there were two things that you did not want to be labeled as. Number one was a jabroni, which we didn't really know what that was, but we definitely knew we didn't want to be one, that's for sure. And number two was a wuss. And a wuss was apparently anybody that had any fucking common sense whatsoever. Because the only way you could prove that you were not a wuss was to take part in these fucking blood sport matches in the lunchroom. Yeah, I'm talking about games like good old-fashioned bloody knuckles. You know, where you take turns punching each other's fists until somebody cries or fractures a metacarpal. You know, kid shit, that sort of thing. Well, our little version of bloody knuckles was a little different, because we would take turns flinging a fucking quarter at the other person's fist, you know, until somebody cried or fractured a metacarpal.
Are you playing bloody knuckles by yourself? I'll play with you. I'm not a pussy.
And this was all just to show how big and bad we were, and that we definitely were not a fucking wuss. And if that wasn't bad enough, sometimes we'd even give each other eraser burns on purpose. You remember eraser burns? You remember that shit? When some psychopath, aka your fucking best friend, would whip out an eraser and just scrub the shit out of the back of your hand until your skin fell off? Yeah, fucking fun times. I don't know what kind of Tyler Durden shit we were up to back then, but it was stupid as hell. Look, you see? No skin on the back of my hand. You see how tough I am? Well, I can see how fucking stupid you are, I can tell you that. You're gonna get MRSA or some shit. What the fuck is the matter with you? Well, what can I say? Boys will be boys and all that shit, right? Blood sport matches in the lunchroom. Hashtag don't be a wuss. All right, so we've reached the final topic. And that, of course, is...
the Pizza Hut Book It program. Ha ha ha!
Now, I don't know where the Pizza Hut Book It program came from, but I'm going to go ahead and guess that it was probably Bill Clinton's ass. Why not? Maybe like the Secretary of Education was in the Oval Office like, Bill, what the fuck? We can't get first graders to read books. Oh, man, we can't? How about we try, I don't know, pizza-based reading incentives? Bill, what the fuck? That's a great idea. Yeah, I know it is. All right, so the concept of the Pizza Hut Book It program was pretty simple. First, everybody in your class got these little pins with these fucking 5 assholes on them, and every time you'd read an entire book, you got a little sticker medallion to put on the pin. And once you got all 5,
you got a free Pizza Hut personal pan pizza. Oh yeah, cool, neat.
Now, I'm not gonna lie, this shit took the fucking world by storm. It was so popular that our teacher would have to quiz kids just to make sure that they actually, read the book and they weren't cheating. Yeah, I just got done reading this, Very Hungry Caterpillar. Can I get a sticker now? Oh, you did ya? Well, tell me, what the fuck happens to the Very Hungry Caterpillar at the end? Oh, he, got AIDS and died. No, the fuck he didn't, Eric. He got fat as hell, and then he turned into a pretty-ass butterfly. No pizza sticker for you, you fucking bullshitter, you. But I gotta say, I did the Pizza Hut Book It program the correct way. I'd read all those Choose Your Adventure Goosebump books and try to pick the wrong decision on purpose just to end the book quickly. Your pet poodle is possessed by the devil. If you decide to hide in the basement, turn to page 12. If you decide to hide under a table, turn to page 45. Fuck it, I guess I'll hide under the table. Let's see. Now you're fucking dead, you stupid asshole. The end. Oh, sweet. Yes, done. Another book down. All right. Well, you bet your ass when I got that 5th fucking medallion sticker, I walked in my local Pizza Hut like a goddamn pimp. I want my free personal pan pizza, motherfucker. I'm a learned young man. Give me pizza. Bill Clinton said so. Pizza Hut Book It program. What a time to be alive. Hashtag thank you, Bill Clinton. All right. So that's it. That's what public school was like for me in the 90s. A little bit of good, a little bit of bad. But I think it's safe to say that it made me the man that I am today. A college dropout that does shitty stick figure cartoons on the internet. The end.
Brewstew.com.
Feel like your tooth sensitivity isn't severe enough to deal with? What if I told you Sensodyne has a fast and simple remedy? New Sensodyne Clinical Repair starts to repair sensitive areas of teeth after 60 seconds. I'm so excited to introduce this new product to patients. New Sensodyne Clinical Repair is absolutely amazing.
All right, public school in the 90s, part 2. Ah, come on, another booty episode on school? Are you kidding me? Yeah, shut your hole. Don't care. I like this topic, and I'm going to do another one. Now, if you haven't seen my first episode, I talked about all the weird stuff that happened in school in the 90s. And today, I'd like to offer up some more things that I thought about, and I'm just going to get right down to it. First things first.
School textbooks.
Now, I'm not even sure if textbooks are even in classrooms anymore. Pretty sure kids these days just fuck off on Chromebooks and iPads all day long. But back in my day, you had your own set of school books that you had to take care of personally. You had to put book covers on your shit, Animaniacs or Goose Book theme ones. But if you're poor like I was, well, your ass got to origami a goddamn paper bag over your shit like it was the goddamn Great Depression. Label it with a fucking Sharpie so you know what book you have. Not to mention these things were big as hell. You'd have a giant social studies book that was so solid you could probably hold up a liquor store with it. By the end of the school year, we'd all have Mark McGuire forearms and shit. You guys want to hit some dingers and talk about Squanto and the Pilgrims and shit? But the one good thing about having actual textbooks is that sometimes you'd find graffiti in there left behind from kids of the past. Somebody would fucking draw a Fu Manchu on James Madison, maybe a poorly drawn wiener on Ben Franklin's forehead and shit. To help break up the monotony of the school day, all right? Bring back the textbooks. Hashtag fuck weak forearms. All right, next up, we're going to talk about
Kid cops.
You guys remember back in the day when your teacher would leave the classroom and she'd just like randomly deputize a kid? Out of nowhere, she'd just be like, all right, I'm getting the fuck out of here for 5 minutes. You guys are stressing me out. I'm going to go hit a port out in the parking lot. Billy, you stand at the chalkboard, and if anybody talks, write their name down, and I'll crack their ass when I get back. Now, you would think that this would not work at all. I mean, we were all children after all. We're all on the same team. Fuck that teacher. But as soon as any child got the smallest piece of authority, they'd be like, fucking, all right, everybody shut the hell up. This is a police state now. I'm the new sheriff in town. I don't want to hear shit. Piss off, Travis. You're on the board. Stop talking. Oh, what? I just fucking coughed. 10 minutes later, the teacher comes back. There's like 14 kids' names on the board and shit. Well, looks like I'm cracking everybody's ass today. Good job, Billy. Looks like that brainwashing 101 class I took in college really paid off. Kid Cops. What a time to be alive. Should be a goddamn series on Fox.
On the next episode of Kid Cops, little Philip lets out half a fart. He gets his name on the board, and he gets a written penalty. Kid Cops. Your discretion is advised.
All right, next up, what do we got? Oh, yeah, that's right.
The goddamn overhead projector.
Now, look, there is not a single object in my school that I had more disdain for than that piece of shit overhead projector. I hate that damn thing. If I could, I'd totally office space the shit out of one in an open field. And you know why? Because I was blind as shit as a kid, that's why. And every time we used this overhead projector, I swear it'd be like the day after our teacher moved all our seats around, and I'd be sitting way in the back, practically in the fucking hallway and shit. I'd look up and everything would look like a blurry mishmash of bullshit to me. The teacher would be up there like, the hypotenuse of the fourth derivative is the variable of the coefficient. See, math's a lot easier when you can see, right? And you're not like a fucking blind piece of shit in the back. Math is easy. Math is fun. And I'd just be sitting there like, yeah, looks like I'm fucking done learning math now. Guess I'm just gonna have to smoke crack and live under a bridge when I grow up. That's pretty neat. Yeah, piss off, overhead projector. I don't gotta deal with your shit anymore. Hashtag fuck the blurry machine 9000. All right, let's do one more topic, and then what do you say? We can all get on with our fucking lives. Sound good? And this topic, of course, is going to be
lice checks.
Now, this little event would occur quite frequently throughout the school year. All of a sudden, your teacher would be like, all right, everybody, we're going to go down to the nurse's office, and we're going to see who's the dirtiest kid in class. Sound fun? So we'd all just line up and prepare to be inspected. Everybody's paranoid as hell. All of a sudden, your head is 1,000% itchier all of a sudden. Now, it's worth noting that back then, I would put copious amounts of hair gel in my hair. I'm talking gobs and gobs of that fucking blue LA Looks bullshit. Every morning, I'd have armadillo hair. It'd be hard as hell, practically bulletproof. But by mid-afternoon, all of that hair gel would get all white and flaky, and if you look closely, that shit kind of looked like I had head lice, I'm not gonna lie. So every time I went to see the nurse, she'd be like, holy shit, it's the mother lode! Burn it! Burn it with fire! And I'd have to be like, calm down, lady, it's just the LA Looks. Put that fucking flamethrower down, you're scaring me. But regardless, we'd all head back to class, and no matter what, there was always at least one kid missing. I don't know what they did with that kid, put his ass in quarantine somewhere, who the fuck knows? But our teacher would always try to play it off like nothing even happened. All right, everybody, let's turn to page 47 in our big-ass social studies book. Yes, Brian? Where's Billy at? Billy? Who's Billy? I don't think I know a Billy. He's got head lice, huh? Was he the dirty one? No, he's not dirty, okay? The nurse said that lice actually prefer nice and clean hair. He's not dirty. Yeah, he's fucking dirty, all right. But hey, head lice checks were just the thing that we had to deal with, all right? At least it was better than the fucking weird-ass scoliosis checks that we had to do in gym class, where we had to get all weird and take our shirts off. Remember that? Hashtag fuck that weird shit, I can tell you that right now. So once again, those are just some of the things that I had to deal with in 90s public school. And if you like this one, well, I'll probably make another one, because guess what? I still haven't even talked about the goddamn Pizza Hut Book-It program. I totally forgot about it. Shit. Free personal pan pizzas? What the fuck? So if you're sitting there pissed off that I'm probably gonna do another Public School in the 90s Part 3, well, what can I say? You're not my dad, and you can't tell me what to do. The end.
BruceDude.com.
Shipt knows that no order is ordinary. When you order produce, Shipt sees the meals and memories you'll produce with it. Not just soap in your cart. It's what washes away the day.
All All right. Now, I don't know about you guys, but I feel like school discipline these days is a little lackluster. Now, I grew up in the 90s, and by no means am I saying that our school punishments were the worst. I mean, we can't compete with those kids in the 40s that were getting hit with wooden paddles and burned with cigarettes or whatever the hell happened back then. But it seems like these days, a teacher can't even yell at you if you're running in the hallway. Now, little Aiden, let's not run. Can we use our walking feet now, please? Hell, if a teacher saw us running in the hallway back in the day, they'd be liable to huck a fucking loafer at the back of your head. Stop running in the hallway, damn it! What do you think this is, a Kmart? You can't just do whatever you want in here. So today I'd like to go over some of the school punishments that were fairly popular back in my day. And we'll start off with something light. We'll start off with a little game that we used to play called popcorn. And how you played popcorn was, the teacher would arbitrarily pick a child to read out loud to the class, and if you weren't paying attention and you didn't know where we were at in the book, well, your little attention deficit ass had to stand up like an idiot for the rest of the time. So you'd be sitting there with your weekly reader, paranoid as hell, waiting for the teacher to call on your ass at any second. The internet will be everywhere like crack cocaine in the 80s. All right, that's enough, Eric. Shut the fuck up. Rupert, it's your turn to read. Read, Rupert, read. Oh shit. Rupert? Were you fucking off and not paying attention? No, I know where we're at. Hold on a second. Rupert, you are fucking with my emotions right now. Even though dial-up sucks ass. No, Rupert, that's not where we're at. Stand the fuck up. Stand up right now. Everybody take a look at Rupert's not following along ass. What a fucking piece of shit, am I right? And that was just like a regular thing that we'd do. Just a little public humiliation at 9:30 in the morning. No big deal. Now, another thing that I remember doing a lot back in my day was putting my goddamn head down. Now, I don't know about you guys, but every now and then my entire class would turn into loud, obnoxious assholes, and my teacher would have a fucking meltdown and make us all put our heads down. All right, everybody, let's calm down. We're about to take our geography test. All right, fucking, that's it. Lights off. Put your heads down. Put your goddamn heads down, you bunch of wild animals. What do you think this is, a fucking Kmart? Now you guys will sit there quietly and watch me smoke this Newport menthol, and then we're gonna do this goddamn geography test. You hear me? And then we just sit there with our heads down for an indefinite amount of time, like we're hostages in a fucking bank robbery. It'd be like kids falling asleep and shit. Ah, shit, what happened? Are we still being loud little assholes? Now, of course, if our teacher wanted to take it up a notch, she could always option with the good old-fashioned written penalty. And those were especially popular after a heads-down incident because, well, our teacher's nerves were basically shot at that point. Somebody would, like, fucking fart during a spelling test, and she'd be like, "Who was that? Who the fuck is trying to take a shit in my classroom?" "I'm sorry, Mrs. Sanders, it was burrito day at lunch. You get your ass to the chalkboard, and I want you to write, 'I will not shit in class,' 500 times. And then we just continue on with our spelling test like nothing even happened, while Rupert's ass is over by the dusty-ass Windows 95 serving his punishment. All right, the next word is aardvark. Arthur the aardvark is a pussy. Aardvark. You keep writing those lines, Rupert, or I'm gonna break my foot off in your ass, you hear me? All right, shit, goddamn. Now, of course, the granddaddy of all school punishments was getting sent down to the principal's office. And one of the dumbest reasons I've seen a kid get sent down to the office was for calling our teacher by her first name. Now, this was apparently a huge deal to everybody back in the day. It's not like it is now, where a kid can be like, "Hey, Rick, can I sharpen my pencil? What the fuck?" No, to us, our teacher's first name was like this giant mystery. We didn't even know if they had a first name in the first place. Well, imagine our surprise one day when we're standing in line at lunch and we see a paper taped up on the wall that has all of our teacher's first and last names printed on it. Well, this blew our little fucking minds at the time, that's for sure. Holy hell, Mrs. Sanders' first name is fucking Becky? Now, I don't know what possessed this kid to think it was a great idea to address our teacher by her first name, but it didn't go too well, needless to say. Excuse me, Becky? May I use the restroom? You better get the fuck out of my classroom right now. What? I am Mrs. Sanders. I don't know who the fuck a Becky is, but I am Mrs. Sanders. Now go down to the principal's office before I huck a shoe at your little insolent ass. Now, our school principal was like every school principal in America. She was a mean-ass lady that had a man's first name as her last name. That's how it was in the 90s. I'm not sure why. But chances are you're sitting there and your fucking principal was named Mrs. Henry or Mrs. Gregory or fucking Mrs. Bob. All right, not that one. That one's stupid. Anyways, our principal's name was Mrs. Joseph, and she did not fuck around. And when you're in Mrs. Joseph's office, well, you knew your ass was gonna get detention, and you knew her ass was gonna call your parents at some point and be like, "Hey, it's Mrs. Joseph from your kid's school. Hey, did you know your kid's been a little fucking asshole all day long? Yeah, it sucks ass. Can you hit him with a paddle? Maybe burn him with a cigarette? I don't fucking know. That's how I was raised." But the worst thing that she'd make you do is she'd make you go down to the lunchroom and help the lunch ladies clean up. And I have to say, our lunch ladies were massive fucking scary ass lunch ladies. That shit would turn into a scared straight program pretty goddamn quick, let me tell you.
What the hell are you down here for?
I farted during a spelling test.
Oh, so you're a big tough guy now, huh? Well, hold my inside-out pocket, you little bitch. We're gonna mop the lunchroom.
Oh, God, she's so hairy and strong. But hey, whatever. It deterred us from making a ruckus, and we fucking held our farts in while we were taking our spelling test, all right? So in the end, I suppose I should be thankful for going to school in the 90s. I think I was right there in the Goldilocks zone of school discipline, if you will. I mean, we weren't on one end of the spectrum where teachers talk to you like they're a fucking Teletubby, and we didn't have teachers knocking over bookshelves on top of us and shit. The end.
BruceDude.com.
All right. You ever think back to when you were a kid about some of the screwed up or embarrassing things that you took part in? You know what I'm talking about. Maybe you were the kid that peed your pants in the 2nd grade during a spelling test. Or maybe you drop-kicked your best friend off a trampoline and broke his pelvis. Whatever it is, I think it's safe to say that we all have some deep-seated childhood regrets that we all carry around with us. Like, for example, one time when I was a kid, me and my sister decided to order a pizza. And the only problem with that was, it was the middle of winter, and it was like a goddamn stage 3 blizzard outside. Now, what kind of asshole makes somebody deliver a pizza in this hellish nightmare? There's fucking wampas outside and shit. Who does such a thing? Well, 9-year-old me and my older sister, that's who. So after like 2 hours of us ordering the pizza, our doorbell goes off, and like a piece of shit, my sister sends me out to face the poor bastard to get our pizza. So I open the door, and of course, the delivery guy's this old dude all hunched over, freezing his ass off. Oh, hi there, Sonny. Sorry I took so long. I almost slid into oncoming traffic getting here, and I have arthritis in both of my cankles, so I can't move so fast. Holy hell, what a complete perfect asshole I felt like taking this guy's pizza. And to make matters worse, all my sister gave me to tip this guy was some crumpled up crusty ass dollar bill that looked like somebody blew their nose into it. So I handed it over to the guy when all of a sudden, a fucking gust of wind rips it right out of my hand, and the thing goes tumbling off into the abyss, never to be seen again. So now this feeble old man's just staring at me, arthritic cankles and all. What the hell am I supposed to do in this situation? Well, what I should have done was got old man River out of the elements there, served him some hot cocoa, and made him my honorary grandpa. But instead, I just fucking shut the door in his face. I was like 8 years old, alright? I didn't know what the hell to do in a situation like that. Oh, okay, have a good day then. I guess I'll die now. And that was it. I sat down and ate some pizza, and I never told anybody about that experience ever in my life. So now as a grown-ass man, 20 years later, I'll be laying in bed at night, and I'll just randomly start thinking of that old guy freezing his ass off. Yeah, that's gonna be a fun one to explain when I'm standing outside the pearly gates and shit. It says here that when you were 9, you attempted to murder an old man for a Little Caesars one-topping. Do you have anything to say for yourself? Yeah, I'm gonna have to plead the fifth on that one, Pete. But you see, that's the kind of shit that I'm talking about. Childhood regrets that you'll never live down. Now, another childhood regret of mine was when I was over at my friend Zachary's house that lived across the street. And Zachary was a weird-ass kid, but we'd always put up with him because he always had the coolest toys growing up. I mean, he had the Talk Boy from Home Alone, he had Furbies coming out the ass, he had the fucking robot from Rocky IV. The kid had it all, what can I say? But the thing that we were most envious of was his gigantic Pokemon card collection. And this was back in the 90s, when kids valued Pokemon cards more than life itself. Michael, if you ever touch my holographic Charizard, I'll find and murder your entire bloodline. Do you understand me? But Zachary didn't care about his Pokemon cards at all. They're all spread out in his room, all willy-nilly. They're all ripped and bent up and shit. His ass would practically tap dance all over them. He had so many of them, he didn't care. And that shit made us sick to our stomachs. I mean, it would be one thing if these were just energy and trainer cards we're talking about, but the kid had a holographic Zapdos on the middle of his floor, for Christ's sake. To us, it was like fucking animal abuse for fake animals. Somebody should have called the Fake Humane Society on his ass. So after seeing Zachary's blatant disrespect towards his holographic Zapdos, what the hell did I decide to do? Well, what I should have done was take Zachary aside and be like, dude, I've seen a kid beat another kid over the head with a pogo stick for a fucking holographic Zapdos. Get your shit together and take care of your Pokemon cards. But instead, I fucking pocketed that holographic Zapdos. Yeah, that's right, I stole it. I'm not proud of it, but with my broken 9-year-old logic, I wasn't stealing it so much as I was rescuing it from a life of cruelty. So now after all these years later, I'm still filled with regret because I stole this kid's shiny fucking piece of cardboard. But what the hell am I supposed to do? Track down Zachary's goofy ass and be like, hey, I know we're both grown-ass men now, but that's a Pokemon card that I stole from you back when Bill Clinton was in office. All right then, see you later. Oh, and by the way, you're a cartoon on the internet, and I didn't bother to change your real name. Sorry about that. So if you're watching this, Zach, I just want to say sorry about the petty theft, and if you want your Zapdos back, well, I still have it, because I take care of my goddamn Pokemon cards. Alright, let's do one more memory about me being a piece of shit, and we'll be done with it. Now this time, we're in my next door neighbor Michael's front yard, and we're doing what most dirty little kids were doing in the 90s. We're playing WWF front yard wrestling, that's what we're doing. And this particular matchup was between my friends David and Michael. David, of course, was Stone Cold Steve Austin, and Michael, on the other hand, was Bill Goldberg. Now, of course, we told Michael that he couldn't be a WCW character, but naturally, Michael didn't give a fuck. So there they are, fighting to the death in Michael's front yard. I'm playing the role of referee in this shitty wrestling match. And to call it wrestling to begin with was a stretch of the imagination. I mean, you got David over there, like, ripping the hair out of Michael's scalp and shit. I'm just standing there like, okay, I'll allow it. That's a completely legitimate wrestling move. Well, things start getting a little dicey when these two idiots start getting a little too close to the sidewalk. Now, what I should have done in this situation would have been like, hey, you idiots, get back over here. Somebody's about to crack their head on the sidewalk. But what I did instead was not say a goddamn thing. I mean, there's a styrofoam championship belt on the line, for Christ's sake. I can't interrupt the match now. Well, imagine my surprise when David pulls off a haphazard German suplex and he cracks Michael's head on the sidewalk. And I gotta say, it was loud. It sounded like a fucking 30-06 going off in the neighborhood. At the time, I thought Michael's brain just exploded on impact. I was almost positive people on the street were calling the cops like, yeah, hello, police? Get the paddy wagon. I just watched a kid in a Scottie Pippen jersey get murdered in cold blood. Thankfully, to our surprise, Michael sits up, and, well, he's looking a little disheveled, to say the least. Michael, are you all right? So now, what do me and David decide to do? Well, what we should have done was run inside and get Michael's drunk-ass stepdad and be like, hey, Mr. Michael's stepdad, we were being deeply irresponsible, and I think we might have just scrambled Michael's brains into oblivion. But instead of doing that, we just took off running down the road and left Michael to die by the street. I know, it was a shitty thing to do, but again, we were like 9 years old, and we didn't want to get in trouble. Hell, we even went back and grabbed the styrofoam belt before Michael's stepdad came outside flipping out. Oh, what the hell's going on out here? Michael, fix that stupid look on your face and get your ass inside. Now, in the end, Michael was all right from that whole event. I mean, he probably had a mild concussion at least, but, well, it was the 90s, so it was no big deal. What? What do you mean your head's fuzzy and you can't remember how to tie your shoes? Oh, rub some dirt in it and stop being a wuss. So, Michael, if you're watching this, I'd like to apologize on behalf of me and David. We shouldn't have left you there on the side of the street, but at the same time, I'm gonna stand by my call. It was a technical knockout and David's still the champion. So I guess you can suck it. The end.
Brewstew.com.
On the under $3 menu at McDonald's, a sausage burrito is $2. So dip, drizzle, or douse to your heart's desire. Because no matter how you sauce your sausage burrito, it's still just $2.
Limited time only. Prices and participation may vary. Prices may be higher for delivery.
Alright, now a lot of you may already know this, but I like to have a drink from time to time. And by all means, I'm no Stone Cold Steve Austin, but I like to think that I have a decent tolerance and I can hold my own. Now, of course, that's not always been the case. I mean, everybody's got to start somewhere, right? So today, I'm going to tell you about the first time that I got drunk. And of course, it's not a pretty story. It's a lot like everybody else's story about the first time they blacked out and made an ass of themselves. Oh God, the first time I got drunk, I puked in the bushes, broke up with my boyfriend, and then shat in my own bed. That's great, Aunt Carol. Can you pass the mashed potatoes, please? But I'm going to tell the story anyways because this is my shitty cartoon channel and I feel like telling it. But before I do that...
Brewstew Films does not condone binge drinking in any way, shape, or form. Alcohol is bad for you, it makes you smell like divorce, and it's the reason why your Uncle Rick sleeps on your couch.
Aw, God damn it. Alright, now that that's out of the way, let's set the stage. It's roughly 10 years ago, and my roommate Brewer just turned 21 years old. And we're looking to celebrate. How are we gonna celebrate, you ask? Oh, we're gonna fucking drink like pirates, what do you think? But since we were both broke as hell back then, our options on alcohol were very limited. After all, your beer budget's pretty slim when you're having utilities shut off on a routine basis. So naturally, we got a case of the cheapest, shittiest beer we could find. No, even shittier than that. Shittier still, keep going. Whoa, way too far. No, we're not fucking animals, Jesus Christ. There, that's the one, perfect. So we have some friends over, we start drinking some beers and we're playing some cards. Well, imagine my surprise when I find out that I hate the taste of beer. I thought it was yucky back then, which was crazy to me because my ass grew up watching Stone Cold Steve Austin two-fisted cold ones every Monday night. How the hell could I not like beer? Maybe it tastes different if you drink it on top of a turnbuckle in your underwear. I don't know. But fortunately for me, Brewer didn't just get shitty beer to drink. He also got an equally shitty bottle of tequila. And we're talking bottom of the barrel stuff here. This ain't no Jose Cuervo. This is like Jose fucking hell the fuck no. This is a very unauthentic bottle of tequila. It's about as Mexican as my high school Spanish teacher and shit. Pico de Gallo. Por favor? Grassy ass. Now let me just say, learning how to drink on shitty tequila is a terrible idea. It's like trying to learn how to ride a bike as a kid on fucking Evel Knievel's rocket cycle. That wasn't gonna stop me because that night I was determined to get hammered. Do you guys dare me to take a shot for every hand that I lose? What? No, dude, that sounds like a terrible idea. Okay, do you double dare me? No, dude, are you fucking nuts? Okay, fine, I'll do it. I'll fucking do it, since you insist. Now, the name of the game that we were playing that night was Euchre. And for those of you that don't know, Euchre is a card game that we play out here in the Midwest. And Euchre just so happens to pair very well with drinking copious amounts of alcohol. It's pretty much all we got to do out here in the Midwest. What can I say? But taking a shot for every hand that I lost in Euchre was stupid as hell. I mean, for one, I blew ass at Euchre. I had no business making that bet in the first place. And for two, since I never drank before, I had the alcohol tolerance of a fucking diabetic third grader. So throughout the night, I'm getting my ass kicked in, and I'm having to take shot after shot like I'm fucking Superman. Gulp, gulp. Oh god, it tastes like spicy piss. I hate it. And contrary to games like bowling or pool, I don't get better at Euchre the more that I drink. I just get shittier and shittier and shittier. Halfway through, my liver's yelling at me from the inside and shit. Stop calling Trump when you're four-suited, you stupid asshole! Are you trying to ruin us? Well, needless to say, about an hour goes by, and all of a sudden I'm fucking drunker than a stepdad at a Little League game. Gulp, gulp. This doesn't taste like spicy piss anymore. This doesn't taste like anything anymore. So I stumble into the bathroom, and like a lot of people do their first time getting drunk, I look into the mirror, and I meet my drunk self for the first time. Whoa, wait a minute, who the hell are you? Oh, well, I'm the drunk you. That's who I am. I'm a lot like sober you, but shittier, louder, and sometimes I think I know how to dance. Oh, okie dokie then. Now at this point, things start to get a little hazy, because it's at this point your brain's like, hey, you can take it from here, right? I'm gonna run down to the store and get a pack of smokes. Try not to fuck yourself up too bad, okay? Now, the last thing that I distinctly remember from that night was playing WrestleMania on the Nintendo 64, which everybody knows is the greatest wrestling game known to man. But since I'm drunker than a sophomore on prom night, Brewer is just beating my ass, which goes to show how drunk I was because Brewer sucks ass at WrestleMania. I was Stone Cold Steve Austin, for Christ's sake. He's over there beating my ass with the Blue Meanie of all people. But regardless, what happened after our little WrestleMania match, I couldn't tell you because, well, I wasn't there. I mean, sure, I was there physically, but my brain was off getting a pack of Marlboro Reds, remember? But according to everybody's testimony the next day, apparently I stood up on the couch and yelled something to the effect of, fuck the Blue Meanie. You guys want to see me do a drop kick for real? And then to nobody's amusement, I did a haphazard missile drop kick into the air and totally obliterated my shitty end table that I made in woodshop. Now that everybody's staring at me like I just ruined Christmas, I decided to do my finishing move. And that, of course, is where I throw up on the floor like a newborn baby. Oh, sick! What kind of circus shit is going on here? And just when you think I couldn't possibly make an ass of myself anymore, I fucking stick my hand in my own puddle of throw up. Now why the hell would I do something like that? Well, again, I have no idea. I wasn't there. But I think I was just trying to make sure that it was all real. Like there was no way that I did that. This isn't my puke, is it? It doesn't feel like my puke. Well, it's at this point that everybody's just about finished with my fucking theatrics. So they cart me away, take me to bed like I'm a child. But just before they close my door, my drunk ass has the audacity to wish Brewer one final happy birthday. Hey, happy birthday. Blech. Oh, God. The next morning, I wake up with what I would call a hangover from hell. My mouth tastes like the inside of a porta potty. My head feels like it was shoved up an asshole of some sort. I stumble out to the living room that now looks like a fucking crime scene from an episode of Law & Order, and I'm totally baffled. Whoa, what happened? Who the hell broke my end table? I got a B- on that goddamn thing. You did, you stupid drunk idiot! And then you fucking played patty cake with your puddle of puke like some kind of sick asshole. So needless to say, the moral of this story is pretty simple. Number one, don't drink a bunch of shitty tequila like it's the end of the world. Number two, don't make shitty bets on Euchre when you suck ass at Euchre. And number three, don't put your hand in your own throw up like some kind of drunk animal and ruin the whole goddamn birthday party. The end.
BrewStew.com.
All right, So, well, this story's pretty embarrassing, but I'm gonna tell it anyways. And it's a story about the One Chip Challenge. And for those of you that don't know what the One Chip Challenge is, well, it's a single tortilla chip that's supposed to be the spiciest, most hottest tortilla chip in the world. Now, I didn't know anything about it until my wife brought it home from the store one day. Hey, I bought this spicy tortilla chip at Circle K for $9. Isn't that funny? What? You spent $9 on a single tortilla chip? No, that's not funny. What are you, nuts? I gotta say, this thing is a little intimidating to look at. I mean, it's packaged in a box that's shaped like a coffin. It's not very promising. But how bad can it be? I mean, I can handle spicy food pretty well. I mean, besides that time I had that extraordinarily hot jalapeno popper at Frickers that one time, and I had to excuse myself from the table before I cried in front of my wife. But that was a different story, all right? This is just a single tortilla chip we're talking about. But then one of our friends came over later that day, and he seen it on the counter and was like, whoa, is that the One Chip Challenge? Who's the fucking idiot that's about to eat that? Well, I was thinking about doing it. Why, is it really hot? Really hot? Huh. Well, let me just say that the heat is not the worst part about it. Well, with that cryptic-ass statement, I was in no hurry to do the One Chip Challenge. So that chip sat on the counter for a good, 8 months or so. That is until one day, I made a little wager with one of our kids. And yes, side note, we do have kids. I don't like to bring them up in these shitty cartoons because, well, they're all over the internet, and there's a bunch of weirdo perverts out there. But with that being said, it's all their fucking fault that I ate this goddamn thing. Because you see, I made a bet that I would do the One Chip Challenge if a certain child sacked the quarterback at his next football game. Well, wouldn't you know, his little ass went all Michael Strahan the following Sunday, and now I'm in the kitchen staring down a fucking tortilla chip. And of course, everybody's crammed in the kitchen, staring at me like I'm some kind of circus act, but I was still pretty confident at this point. I can handle hot stuff. I've chewed a stick of Big Red gum before. How much spicier can it be? Made with Carolina Reapers. Carolina Reapers? That sounds like a fucking XFL football team. I'm not afraid of that shit. So I take the chip out of the coffin, and I don't really know what I was expecting, but, well, this thing looks like a dried up triangular dog turd. And to prove it, here's a video of me eating it, and to my surprise, it fucking tastes like a triangular dried up dog turd. It is the nastiest thing I've ever tasted in my life. It was so bad, I felt like they should have had a warning on the box like, caution, this thing tastes like the roof of somebody's asshole. So like 15 seconds go by, and I have no heat whatsoever. I start thinking, maybe I got a dud. Maybe it's expired. Did I wait too long? What the hell happened? And just when I thought that... Oh God, I can't breathe. Somebody give me a goddamn glass of milk. Needless to say, this chip is hotter than a stick of fucking Big Red gum, that's for sure. It is the hottest thing I've ever had in my life. At this point, everybody in the kitchen is just concerned about my general well-being. Here I am in the sink trying to hold it together and trying not to fucking cry like the Frickers incident all over again.
Kyler, are you okay?
Now, thankfully, the heat only lasts for about 15 minutes or so. So once you hit that 15-minute mark, you're in the clear. Or so I thought. Because what I found out is that the heat doesn't go away, it just moves on down to your stomach. So now it feels like this goddamn chip is just hanging out down there, melting my insides with a hairdryer. Well, now how am I gonna solve this conundrum? Well, I'll tell you what I did. I fucking ate an ice cream cone. Seemed like a good idea at the time. It seemed like that ice cream cone would go down there and start beating that chip's ass. And that seemed to be the case until my stomach was like... Yeah, apparently that ice cream cone wasn't beating the chip's ass. It was fucking playing patty cake with it instead. Now, all of a sudden, I get these stomach pains out of nowhere, and they are debilitating. I'm laying on the couch making my peace with God. Take me now. Pretty, please. Now, eventually, dinner time rolls around, and on this particular night, we just so happened to have a big old pan of lasagna. Now, I know what you're thinking. He wouldn't eat lasagna on top of an ice cream cone, on top of a bunch of milk with a fucking devil chip inside of him. That wouldn't make any sense. Well, you're wrong, because I ate a big-ass fucking plate of it. My stomach at this point was like, oh, what the fuck? What are you trying to ruin us? I'd have a better chance of digesting a fucking alarm clock than any of this shit. So I eat a thick-ass piece of lasagna, and to my surprise, the stomach cramps go away. Oh my God, it's over. I did it. But wait a minute, there's more. A lot more? So much more. Because at this point, the chip transfers over to my intestines, and my intestines were like, no thank you, you can go fuck yourself with that, and promptly sends it right to my asshole. Now, I don't know if you've ever had the pleasure of an on-fire butthole before, but let me tell you, it's not as fun as it sounds. For the next 45 minutes, my ass transforms into like a fucking malfunctioning flamethrower. And of course it's noisy as hell in there. There's no way I could be discreet at this point. Sounds like there's fucking 14 people taking a shit at once in there. Are you all right? Should I call the cops? The whole time I'm sitting there, all I can think about is, oh, that's why they put the chip in a coffin, because the coffin is for your asshole afterwards. Now I get it. So after a very unpleasant, very emotional trip to the bathroom, it's finally over. And I'm so pissed off at this point. I'm just like yelling a stream of obscenities at the toilet, taking all my anger out on it. Fuck you, you fucking fucking punk-ass tortilla chip? I hope you shit fucking fireballs out of your fucking crooked asshole, you fucking fuck. Maybe you guys should go play Nintendo or something. So, that's the one chip challenge for anybody that's interested. I highly recommend it, especially if you have a good 8 hours that you just can't find anything to do. Clear out an afternoon because it's not so much the one chip challenge, it's more like the one chip all fucking day ordeal. But I did survive it, and more importantly, I understand why the heat is not the worst part of the whole goddamn thing. The end.
BruceDude.com.
Grainger offers over 1 million high-quality products, from motors and belts to switches and sensors, helping maintenance engineers keep production lines moving. Call, click, or stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
All right, so you guys know how, like, sometimes you'll lie to children for your own personal entertainment? No? You guys don't do that? Come on, you guys lie to kids, right? You never just, like, told an outright lie to a child just to see if they believe it or not? I'm not talking about anything crazy, all right? I'm not, like, going up to kids and being like, hey, your Aunt Carol's in the hospital. She's got rickets. Blah. No, I'm just talking about, like, stupid little harmless lies. Like, for example, we have a gate in our backyard that kids, for whatever reason, cannot figure out how to open. I mean, it's just a simple latch up top that you pull up on, but children are just totally befuddled by this goddamn thing. So when they ask me how to open the gate, just to fuck with them, I tell them that they have to clap their hands. You know, like the old clapper lights from back in the day. Clap on, clap off. And they fucking do it every single time, which is hilarious to me because they're just standing there clapping their hands, expecting this fucking gate to magically just pop open for them. I'll be sitting there in a lawn chair with a beer in my hand like, clap louder! The gates cannot hear you! You gotta clap like you mean it, goddammit! Hell, sometimes I'll make them clap and stomp their feet. You know, all We Will Rock You style and shit. They'll be over there like, yeah, that's it, keep it going! Buddy, you're a boy making big boys playing in the street, gonna be a big man someday! Now, personally, I think that's pretty funny. Maybe that's just me, but I don't see any harm in such a stupid little lie. And I do eventually go over there and open the gate. You know, like 45 minutes or so go by and the joke gets kind of old. Now that's just one example of me lying to children. A slightly more extreme case would be the time that I told my 6-year-old niece that kangaroos were not real. Now, this started off as a joke, of course, but when she started to believe the lie, well, I had no choice but to lean into it a little bit. We were at the playground one day, and I just walked up to her and was like, hey, you know, kangaroos are bullshit, right? They're totally not real. What? Are you serious? Kangaroos aren't real? Yeah, no, they're totally made up. They're just old Australian folklore. You know, they're like Bigfoot or the fucking Loch Ness Monster. But I saw a kangaroo at the zoo last summer. That was just a misshapen man in a costume. You can't believe that shit. Kangaroos are totally not real. And then just like that, she just scampered off, accepting the idea that kangaroos were indeed bullshit. They're make-believe. All of a sudden, I'm like, God damn, that was easy. What else could I get her little gullible ass to believe? Hey, you know those giraffes at the zoo? Well, those fuckers aren't real either. What? Giraffes are made up too? Now, this day, I have no idea what her opinion is on the reality of kangaroos and giraffes, but I wouldn't be surprised if she didn't cause a scene at her local zoo at one point. I'm on to you, you bullshit kangaroo! You can't fool me, goddammit! What the? Is this kid on fucking mescaline? What the hell's going on? Now, I'd like to say that, that was the only time I told my niece some complete and utter bullshit, but, well, I may or may not have told her that Morgan Freeman was our 39th president, and I may or may not have photoshopped his ass on Mount Rushmore as proof. Hey, what are uncles for, all right? It's funny. Relax. She'll figure it out eventually. I mean, I hope she doesn't fucking do a social studies project of some sort at school. And after serving his time in the Shawshank State Prison, as well as working with fucking Batman, he became the President of the United States. The end. What the fuck? I think this kid's on mescaline. What do you think? Now you might be sitting there like, yeah, that's mean. You shouldn't lie to kids. That's fucking mean. Yeah, well, that may be so, but it's also funny. So, I'm gonna keep doing it. And if you think I'm the only one that does it, well, my friend Cody is a lying piece of shit as well. Because you see, one day, he told his daughter that he was best friends with Dwayne The Rock Johnson. Well, naturally, she didn't believe that shit, not one bit. So Cody calls me up shortly afterwards, and he's like, hey, I just lied to my kid's face about being friends with The Rock. I need you to Photoshop a picture of us together. Now, I am not a Photoshop expert whatsoever, but I did manage to put Morgan Freeman's ass on Mount Rushmore, as you've already seen. I'm not great at Photoshop, but I'm certainly good enough to lie to children with it, I can tell you that. I've used Photoshop to lie to many a child in my day. I've told kids that I've played for the fucking San Francisco 49ers. I've told kids that Brewer was at Iwo Jima. Hell, this is me lying to my nephew in real time about a supposed dinosaur that I saw at the fucking park one day.
Can't believe my eye.
I couldn't either, dude. I seen that dinosaur come up to that truck, and I took that picture. I ran in there. It was totally real.
So within 15 minutes of that phone call, I find a picture of The Rock and Vin Diesel embracing, and I plop Cody's stupid face on there, no problem. Well, of course, this does the trick. This is irrefutable evidence to a child that's unaware of what the hell Photoshop is. Holy hell, Dad! I thought you were just being a lying piece of shit this whole time. Yeah, well, I wasn't, so I guess your little ass owes me an apology. Now, it's important to note that this was 2 years ago, and she still believes that her dad is besties with The Rock. Now, at this point, she calls him fucking Uncle Rock, for Christ's sake. Is Uncle Rock coming to Thanksgiving dinner this year? No, I don't know. He's pretty busy being the Rock and all that. So, we're just gonna ride this wave as long as we can, and maybe when his daughter's like, I don't know, 22 or 23, we'll sit her down and tell her the truth. What do you mean you're not fucking friends with The Rock? Are you serious? What's next? You're gonna tell me that you weren't really a part of the Bee Gees? Yeah, about that. We wanted to talk about that too. So if you're sitting there watching this and you're pretty bored with your life, well, why don't you go fucking lie to a kid? Why not? It's a lot of fun. You could go tell them that you're best friends with, I don't know, fucking David Schwimmer from Friends. Then you can go hire a graphic designer to Photoshop your ass in a picture, and then you yourself can enjoy the fine art of lying to children for fun. The end.
BruceDude.com.
Starting a business? Put it in the right hands with LegalZoom. Because the last thing you'd want to do is let it fall into the wrong hands. With easy-to-use tech and 25 years of experience, LegalZoom offers personalized support to help ensure your business is formed accurately and complies with state regulations. So if you need a legal hand, visit LegalZoom. LegalZoom provides access to independent attorneys and self-service tools. LegalZoom is not a law firm and does not provide legal advice.
All right, now when you were a kid in school, recess was the best part of the day, obviously. You get to go frolic outside with your friends, have a rousing game of Duck Duck Goose, or clothesline yourself in a game of Red Rover. Why am I listing games from the 1930s? Those are not the games that we played. Anyways, the point is that recess gave you a nice little break from learning about isosceles triangles and checks and balances, or whatever the hell you learned when you were a kid. So what could possibly be better than recess? Well, that's an easy one. How about 2 recesses? That's right, I'm talking about the good old-fashioned bonus recess. Now, how the hell do you get a bonus recess in the first place? Well, a bonus recess would occur if A, a kid suddenly just barfed all over his desk, blah, or B, if a kid pissed himself in the middle of the classroom like some kind of wild animal. Either way, everybody gets to go outside for a bonus recess while the janitor cleans up whatever bodily fluid was left behind. Now, the first bonus recess that I recall was in the 2nd grade, and in this particular case, nobody peed in their pants, and nobody barfed all over their desk either. Instead, somebody decided to take a piss inside the coat room. I don't know who did it, or what the fuck their agenda was, but there was definitely pee in or around the coat room, and we had to get the hell out of there. Now, at first, nobody noticed. We had just came in from recess, we were balls deep in a spelling test, everything was fine. Okay, the next word is angina. Uncle Frank's angina ruined everybody's Thanksgiving. Angina. But then all of a sudden, the smell of little kid piss just kinda wafts into the room, which, you know, is kind of a hard thing to ignore in the first place. Okay, and the next word is myocardial infarction. Uncle Frank experienced a... Wait a minute, what is that? Is that little kid piss I smell? Now, I don't know if this was like an ongoing problem for my 2nd grade teacher, like if she was cursed and like every year a dirty little kid pissed in the coat room for whatever reason, but she knew exactly what was going on right from the get-go. Ah, god damn it, somebody pissed in the coat room again. All right, you dirty little bastards, get your coats on, everybody outside. So we're out on the playground for an unprecedented second recess. I got my bright-ass windbreaker on, looking fly as hell. And at first, we don't even know what to do with ourselves. Kids are flipping out left and right. What the hell? 2 recesses? Is that against the law? Is it in the Constitution? What the hell is happening? Mrs. Kaczynski, how long are we gonna be out here? Indefinitely, Daniel. Our classroom smells like a fucking Kmart. Go out and play. Now, it's important to note at this point that I went to a public school. So our playground was, well, it wasn't very state-of-the-art, I can tell you that. We had like a rusty-ass metal slide from the Great Depression, some jank-ass swing set that looked like it was decommissioned from a fucking concentration camp. Yeah, needless to say, there was a lot of imagination being used out on that playground, that's for sure. But the one thing that we did have that was kind of fun was a kickball, which we would play the game where you throw the ball up and promptly try to kill whoever catches it. Hey, you guys want to play murder ball? Sure, I guess. And it's not like the teachers cared because they were too busy off to the side talking shit about the students in their classes. So that's when I said, no, Eric, the numerator's the top number, you piece of shit. What kind of sick weirdo are you? And then I gave his ass detention. Oh yeah, that's fucking badass. Now, normally at recess, I would participate in murder ball like all the other degenerates, but I didn't want to get my fly-ass windbreaker dirty, so on that day, I optioned with the fucking Great Depression slide. Well, unbeknownst to me while I was up there, the drawstring of said fly-ass windbreaker somehow got wrapped around the slide handlebars, so when I went to go down, I essentially hung myself by my neck and choked myself like a fucking idiot. Yeah. Oh, piss. Somebody help me. Now, you would think that a second grader wearing holographic clothing, slowly choking to death on a 12-foot slide would be pretty noticeable, but everybody's too goddamn wrapped up in murder ball to notice. Not to mention the teachers are still over there too busy talking shit. So then I said, fuck it, Daniel. Don't learn the order of operations. But in the future, when your ass is smoking meth under a bridge, don't come crawling back to me. Ooh, you told his ass, that's for sure. So now I'm freaking out. I'm turning purple and shit. Time is running short. All I can think about is that part in the movie Independence Day where the dude's getting choked by the alien and shit. Release me! Release me! And frankly, I'm a little pissed at myself as well. Like, this is the way I'm gonna fucking die? Are you serious? It couldn't have been something cool, like a sword fight? Maybe even a fucking Donner Party situation? I don't know. Nope, looks like I gotta die via a fucking stupid-ass windbreaker from TJ Maxx. What a legacy I'm leaving behind. And just when I'm about to give up and make my peace with God, I see out of the corner of my eye, this little kid at the top of the slide just staring at me like I'm some kind of fucking circus act. Hey, can you get off? I want to go down the slide now. Release me! Release me, goddammit! Now, thankfully, this kid did run over to the teachers, and he was all like, hey, there's a dead kid on the slide over there. There's a what? Holy hell, what happened? So now my teacher's running across the field like the playground's on fire. Absolutely nobody's playing murder ball at this point. They're all staring at my destitute ass on the slide. Somehow my teacher gets up there and releases me, finally, from the stranglehold of the goddamn windbreaker. And to my surprise, she starts losing her shit because she thinks somebody did this to me on purpose. Like it was some kind of weird Lord of the Flies shit, and I was being sacrificed to the goddamn Great Depression slide. Who did this? Who tried to commit manslaughter on this child? And my ass sure as hell wasn't gonna admit to everybody that, well, I almost murdered myself. So I was like, yeah, who did it, huh? Who tried to kill me with my own piece of loud clothing? But that mystery, of course, went unsolved that day, just as well as the mystery of whoever pissed in the coat room in the first place. We went back to our bleach-saturated classroom and finished our spelling test, and I haven't wore a goddamn windbreaker since. The end.
Brewstew.com.
All right. Now, back when I was 16 years old, my older sister was on an episode of Divorce Court. Now, you might be sitting there like, wow, that's pretty trashy. Divorce Court? Why would you tell people about that? Well, I'm just a trashy enough person to be proud of that fact, all right? What the hell did your sister do, huh? Raise a family and have self-respect? Yeah, well, my sister got divorced on TV. Whoopity-doo. So I head over to my sister's duplex. And yeah, my sister lived in half a house, just like I did, per family tradition. And the whole plan was for me to stay there for 2 nights to watch my 3-year-old niece. Now, once again, you might be sitting there like, well, who the hell would put you in charge of a kid in the first place? Well, that'd be my stupid-ass sister, that too. She doesn't make the best life decisions, all right? I mean, she's getting fucking divorced on TV, for Christ's sake. Who cares if I don't know how to do CPR and I think that the Heimlich maneuver is a goddamn WWF wrestling move? I can babysit, all right? I know how to make a chicken pot pie for dinner if I read the instructions really closely. So the first night, my sister heads off to go make a mockery of our family name on network television. And I gotta say, it was a great time babysitting. We fucking watched Scarface on TV. I showed her how to operate a butterfly knife for her first time. And of course, I made fucking chicken pot pies for dinner. It was a struggle, but I followed the directions on the box. The second night, however, was a little bit rockier than the first. I'm in the kitchen making dinner, aka chicken pot pies part 2, and my niece is out in the living room watching TV. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, this big-ass thunderstorm comes rolling in, and it starts to be windier than shit outside. Well, next thing you know, the fucking news comes on the TV, and they're like,
"We interrupt this program for a severe weather alert."
Reports indicate there's some circly shit in the sky. There could be a possible tornado. Get in the basement. We're all gonna fucking die. Well, like most Midwesterners, instead of getting in the basement, I decided to go stand on the porch to see if I can see a funnel cloud. So I'm standing out there, and I gotta say, the severe weather is indeed pretty severe. At any second, I expect to see fucking Helen Hunt's ass pull up in a Chevy Silverado like, fuck, it's an F5. We gotta get Dorothy in the air, stat. But I go back inside, and I'm like, that's fine. I don't see a tornado out there. What are we gonna fucking run and hide in the basement like a bunch of pussies? Well, next thing you know, somebody starts banging on the front door of my sister's half of the house. I go to answer the door, and there's this lady and a kid standing there. Where the hell's the lady that lives downstairs at? She's getting divorced on TV. Why? Who the hell are you? I'm the lady that lives upstairs. Look, can you watch my kid for 10 minutes? I gotta go pick up my mom. She doesn't have a basement in her house. You don't even know who the fuck I am. I'm desperate at this point, all right? I don't want my kid eaten by a goddamn tornado. So next thing you know, I'm the parental guardian of this lady's kid while she runs off into the abyss to try to save her basement-deficient mother. And I'm staring at this kid, and I don't even know what to say at this point. Hey there, how's it going? Have you, ever seen a butterfly knife before? Well, shit decides to get a lot more real when we hear a fucking tornado siren going off in the distance. Oh boy, that can't be good. What do you guys think? You guys want to go run and hide in the basement like a bunch of pussies? I don't know. All right, everybody, field trip in the basement. Here we go. So there we are, me, my niece, and some unnamed child sitting in the dark in the basement. And at this point, I'm just assuming that this kid's mom's probably out there dead in the street, and I'm his fucking future parental guardian for good. I'm sitting there thinking about all the shit that I can remember from the movie Twister, because really, it's the only knowledge I have of tornado safety. All right, everybody, let's take off our belts, and let's tie ourselves to a strong pipe like Bill Paxton did back in 1996. We don't have any belts. God damn it, of course you guys don't have belts. What the hell are they teaching you in school these days, huh? Are you gonna stop, drop, and roll if you catch on fire, or are you just gonna fucking stand there and burn to death? What the fuck? All right, well, we should all be safe as long as we stay in this nice, safe basement, okay? And right after I said that, that's when I realized I got fucking chicken pot pies baking in the oven upstairs. I gotta go up there and get those bitches out before I burn the whole goddamn house down, which would be some shit, I'd have to say. You survive a fucking tornado attack just to die in a fucking house fire? These kids don't know how to stop, drop, and roll. What the hell are they gonna do? Okay, I'm gonna go upstairs and get the pot pies. If I'm not back in 2 minutes, I'm probably dead. And you guys are just gonna have to do some Lord of the Flies shit or something. I don't know. Figure it out. So I go up the stairs, and in my head at this point, I'm thinking a fucking tornado is going right down the street like,
"I'm gonna get you, you little chicken pot pie eating son of a bitch."
And then there goes the fucking duplex. Bye-bye. But luckily for me, I look out the window, and just like Forrest Gump said in the movie, well, Forrest Gump, and just like that, somebody turned off the rain, and the sun came out. Holy shit, we're all not gonna die? Kids, get up here. Turns out you guys all have a future after all. Hooray, hooray, hooray. Now, to this day, I have no idea if a tornado ever touched down in the area or not, but in the end, it didn't matter. We all survived. Hell, even little no-name's mom survived at the end. Yeah, the weather was so bad, we ended up just waiting it out in my mom's bathtub. Anyways, thanks for watching my kid, random stranger that I'll never talk to again. The next day, my sister gets back, and she's like, well, how'd it go? Anything interesting happen? Well, we almost got murdered by the weather, but besides that, no, it was cool. How was getting divorced on TV? Oh, it was great. I got to dress like a slut, and I told everybody that I was the Paris Hilton of Toledo. You fucking said what? Yeah, that's right. My sister on network TV told everybody she was the Paris Hilton of Toledo. Can you imagine somebody with the same last name as you going on Fox and saying that shit out loud? Now, there used to be a clip on YouTube that some guy uploaded like fucking 15 years ago, but that video doesn't exist anymore, which brings me to why I made this whole cartoon in the first place. If anybody out there has a clip of my sister on divorce court saying she's the fucking Paris Hilton of Toledo, please send it my way. I'd greatly appreciate it. The end.
BruceDude.com.
All right, so, well, I guess I'm just gonna go ahead and tell another poop story. I don't know what you guys thought you signed up for when you subscribed to this channel, but I got a lot of poop stories, what can I say? And this one in particular is about the first time that I got food poisoning. Now, this was years ago when I was in my early 20s and broke as hell. And when you're broke as hell, you tend to eat a lot of fast food. Now, I'm not gonna tell you which fast food place gave me food poisoning. I'm not gonna throw them under the bus because, well, you know what, to hell with it. It was Arby's. There, how do you like that? Kiss my ass, Arby's. Your goddamn beef and cheddars gave me a bad case of the poops.
To the legal staff of Arby's Incorporated, Bruce Stu Films apologizes in advance for slandering your ass 6 ways to Sunday in this shitty stick figure cartoon. Please don't sue the shit out of us. Sincerely, Bruce Stu Films' robust legal team of Harvard lawyers.
Okay, so like I was saying, I ate a very delicious, but very tainted beef and cheddar sandwich from Arby's. And this naturally gave me a very bad case of the poops several hours later. Now, what do I mean by a very bad case of the poops? Well, if you've ever read the classic Aesop's fable, The Boy Who Cried, I gotta shit, and I gotta shit right now, then you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. You see, what would happen for the next day and a half was that my stomach would be all like, and then I'd have precisely 14 seconds to find the nearest toilet before my asshole fell out and a river of shit destroyed the greater county area. But the thing is, as soon as I reached the toilet, instead of shitting out a cascade of ickiness, all I could muster out would be like half a turd at the most. Oh, what the fuck? That was it? And this would repeat, oh, I don't know, every 20 minutes or so. Just over and over again. You know, stomach, bathroom sprint, and then squeaky fart, half a turd. Now, I don't know what I did in my life to wind up in whatever circle of hell I was in, but it couldn't have been at a worse time, because I had a job interview the next morning to go try to work at a shitty car dealership for the rest of my life. I don't have time to be dealing with a poop episode right now, that's for sure. And you might be asking yourself, well, then why don't you go to a doctor? Well, for one, like I said, I was broke as hell, and I live in America, so there's that. And for two, even if I did go, they're probably gonna want to make me poop in a cup so they can analyze it. And that shit's pretty fucking weird if you ask me. What do I gotta do it in the office while the doctor's making eye contact with me? Or do I do it at home and fucking shit in a Yahtzee shaker? And just bring it in Monday morning like, hey, here you go. Here's a little bit of me that you can test or put under a microscope or whatever the fuck you do with it. Yeah, no, I'm good on that. I'm not going to the doctor, and I sure as hell ain't pooping in a cup. So the following morning rolls around, and, well, I'm still the mayor of Poop City, if you will. Hell, if anything, it's slightly worse, because now I got a bad case of hot farts to go along with it. But I decided to roll the dice and go to my interview anyways. And of course I show up late as hell because halfway to the dealership, I had to pull over at a Circle K and burst through the door like, hey, can I shit here? I swear I'll buy a pack of gum or something afterwards. I just need a shit. So I sit down for the first time with what would be my future boss. And at first I thought maybe I should like give him a warning beforehand, like, hey, real quick, if I bolt out of this office abruptly, it's not because I'm not interested in the position. I just don't want to shit myself in front of another grown man, you know what I mean? But I decided not to because, well, that would be weird. Now, the good part of this interview was that it was very short. The bad part of this interview was that I totally crop dusted the office with hot farts the entire time. So do you have any experience working at a car dealership? No, not yet. But I surely would like to. That's weird. It suddenly smells like a Kmart in here. Anyways, we're gonna need you to take a drug test. Yeah, I can take a drug test. I can do it right now if it gets me out of here. So we conclude the interview, and I walk out of there before the fucking paint starts peeling off the walls. I show up for my drug test afterwards, still trying to keep my shit together both figuratively and literally. Yeah, hi, I'm here to poop in a cup. Or pee in a cup. I meant pee in a cup. I don't poop in cups, okay? Okay then. We'll have somebody escort you back as soon as we can. So I get led back to a bathroom where I can do my business. And of course, when I get in there, I can't take a piss for the life of me. And at first I think, well, maybe I can just shit in the cup instead after all. Been doing plenty of that lately. Why not? Just pop out of there with half a turd in a cup. Hey, you can test this, right? It's all from the same place. No, I'm not doing that. I'm sure my future boss would be getting a phone call 5 minutes later like, hey, yeah, that guy you sent in, I didn't even bother testing him. He's shit in the pee cup, for Christ's sake. I think it's safe to say that he's some sort of crackhead. So I'm standing there, dick in hand, thinking about waterfalls and unkinked garden hoses. Well, all of a sudden, I hear the guy standing outside my door start to whistle. And And first I'm like, God damn it, the fucking audacity this guy has to whistle at a time like this. But then suddenly, two things started to happen. One, I started to pee a little. Not much, but enough. And two, my stomach stopped making that sound, and the urge to poop suddenly faded away from me like, like a fucking fart in the wind. Now, to this day, I don't know if it was the sweet, sweet melody that is the Andy Griffith whistle, or if that guy outside the door was a fucking witch doctor of some sort, but I couldn't have been more relieved at that moment. Here's my pee. I feel fantastic. So in the end, I survived the severe case of the poops, I got the job at the shitty car dealership, and I haven't had a goddamn beef and cheddar since. The end.
BruceDude.com.
Alright, this is a story about how I gave a homeless guy a ride to a prostitute. Now, how did I get myself in this predicament? Well, sit back and relax, I'll tell you. So one winter night, my fiance and I went out to dinner and we were on our way home. We pull onto our street and we see this old guy just trudging along in the freezing cold. He's going like 8 inches an hour with this little shitty walker. Now normally, I can stifle my guilt. I can just ignore the whole situation and just drive right on past, you know, like the terrible person that I am. But my fiance's with me. She gives me that look like, are you really that big of a piece of shit? Are you really just gonna let this old man just die out here in the elements? And I was like, yeah, you're absolutely right. Look, I'm not picking up some random guy on the street. Look at him over there. He looks dangerous. Oh, all right, Jesus Christ, I'll pick him up. So I drop her off at the house. I pull up next to him. Hey, old man River, you are gonna die out here. You need a ride home? Man, I don't got no home. I'm homeless, goddammit. Oh, okay. Well, you want to ride somewhere? So he gets in the car. I'm a little suspicious of this guy. He's really dirty. He smells like a hangover. He kind of looks like a guy that probably has nothing to lose, you know what I'm saying? He might have a knife in his pocket or a hand grenade under his shirt or something, I don't know. Yeah, I just wanted to warn you. I have a flamethrower in the trunk of my car, so no funny business. Hey, whatever, man. My name's John. J-O-N. John. There's no H. Okay. Thanks for pointing that out for me. My name's Tyler. T-Y-L-E-R. There ain't no H in that either. We got something in common, I guess. Look, man, I just need a ride to my girlfriend's house. I'm trying to get some booty. All right. Well, this is already more than I bargained for. Cool. I'm over here just trying to be a nice person, save this old man's life, and now I'm on a quest to get this homeless guy some booty. Perfect. Just take me over down LaGrange Street real quick. Oh, that's great, LaGrange Street. Let me tell you a little something about LaGrange Street. If you're in search for a prostitute and some smack, well, you're in luck. Because LaGrange Street is the Disney World of prostitutes and smack. It's a dime a dozen out there, because it's in a shitty part of town. And the farther you go down LaGrange Street, the shittier it gets. You go down that street far enough, all of a sudden you're looking around like, oh shit, how'd I end up in Afghanistan? God damn it. So there I am, smack dab in the middle of the hood, taking a homeless guy to see a prostitute. Just what I wanted to do with my Saturday night. It's like a bunch of abandoned buildings around us. I'm running over dead bodies with my car. Man, this is a nice car. This is like a spaceship car. Well, it's a 2008 Ford Taurus, but sure, it's a spaceship car. Hey man, you got any money I can have? No. I usually don't keep cash on me. Come on, man, I'm starving out here. Look, John with no H, how about I stop somewhere and get you something to eat? How's that sound? So I pull into a Wendy's. It's the shittiest Wendy's I've ever seen in my life. Like, even the Wendy's girl on the sign's got, like, gang tattoos and shit. I'm in the drive-thru, and before I can even start ordering, this dude just leans over and starts yelling out the window. Yeah, I need a 4-piece nugget, double cheeseburger, large fry, another 4-piece nugget. Jesus Christ, John, get out of my face. Your breath smells like a Denny's bathroom, for Christ's sake. This dude orders like $27 worth of Wendy's because apparently he's the very hungry homeless guy and he wants to become a goddamn butterfly. So I'm pretty pissed at this point. My opinion of John is rapidly declining. Hey, you know, this friendship kind of seems a little one-sided, don't you think? I'm over here giving you a ride and some Wendy's. What are you giving me? Nothing. Maybe some bed bugs in my car. I don't even know. So we pull out of Wendy's and John's got the audacity to ask me for more money. Yo, you sure you don't got any money I can have? God damn it, John, I just told you I don't have any cash on me. And you probably I just overdrafted my checking account getting your smorgasbord of Wendy's food. Well, can you go to an ATM or something? I'm not going to an ATM. Are you smoking crack? I don't know. Do you got some? No, John, I don't have any crack because I must have smoked it all right before I decided to pick you up.
How about you pick up a couple bottles of wine? We can go party at my girl's house.
Yeah, John, I'll get right on that. Boop, 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 boop. Honey, I'm gonna be a little late. I'm gonna party with this homeless guy and his hooker girlfriend. See you later. Just show up there. Hey, hooker lady, you ready to party? We've got your favorite, wine and Wendy's, because everybody knows a nice Pinot Noir pairs well with a 4-piece nugget. No, John, I'm not gonna go party with you and some lady of the night.
Why not?
Because that's the most insane shit I've ever heard of. That's why. Are you serious? You have no teeth in your head, John. You have lupus. I'm pretty sure. And I was tempted to just kick him out of my car right then and there. But in the back of my mind, I was just like, you know what? Just do it. Just get him to where he needs to be. So that when you die, you'll be up there at the pearly gates trying to get into heaven. And St. Peter's gonna be like, your resume looks like shit. You're not going into heaven. And I'll be like, yeah, well, what about that one time I got that homeless guy some booty? And then God's gonna pop up like, yeah, Peter, let him in. Stop being a dick. So I just need to tough it out, do the right thing, and drive this dirty old man to a prostitute. Well, now he starts getting a little pissy with me because I'm not gonna give him any money. Whatever, Dan, I don't need your money. I got some money right here. Hey, pull over to this liquor store. Let me get some beer. You just asked me for money, yeah? So what? You have money. Well, yeah, but I'd have more money if you gave me your money, dummy. All right, get out of my car. Oh, hold on a goddamn minute. Get out of my spaceship car, John, with no H. No wonder why you don't have an H in your name, John. You probably sold it for crack. Well, how the hell am I supposed to get out of your car without my walker, you stupid ass? God damn it. Here, take your walker and your goddamn Wendy's. Good luck getting your booty. And I left him right there, right in the middle of Afghanistan. There's probably people driving by wondering what the hell was going on.
Why is that man kicking that senior citizen out of his vehicle? Sir, are you looking for a ride?
Oh, hell yeah. My name's John. J-O-N. John. No H.
You guys want to party? You got any crack in here?
I went home. I was so pissed. I barged through the door like, hey, thanks for letting me be a homeless guy's booty chauffeur for an hour. Just drained my bank account by buying 15,000 chicken nuggets. Next old guy we see out in the street, we're letting him die.
BruceDude.com.
Golden Rope Spray from Wildlife Research Center is a long-lasting territorial and curiosity attractant that is designed to stimulate higher volume and faster interaction.
Alright, since April Fool's Day's in pissing distance, I figured I'd talk a little about pranks, or more specifically, about a prank war between me and a few friends of mine. Now this prank war all started with a Christmas tree. It was an old Christmas tree that my friend Steven had to get rid of. Now instead of taking it to the curb like most people would, he decides to drive over to my house with it. He sees my car parked out in the street, it's totally unlocked, it's looking vulnerable, and he starts to thinking, hey, I wonder if this Christmas tree would fit in his car. So in broad daylight, he starts shoving this pine tree into my car. Nobody stops and asks him any questions. Hey, why are you doing that? That looks like a shitty thing to do. No, my roommate Brewer comes outside right in the middle of all this, and he sees Steven penetrating my car with this pine tree, and he's overjoyed. Because it's not his car after all. He doesn't care.
I like what you're doing here. You are giving that car the business.
So somehow, Steven manages to squeeze this dead pine tree into my tiny-ass Chevy Cavalier like he's some kind of shitty David Copperfield. And a few hours go by, and I walk out to my car. I take one look at it, and I'm like, hey, wait a minute. Something's different. I don't remember putting a goddamn pine tree in my car. Part of me wasn't even mad. You kind of have to be impressed that he actually got the tree to fit. It had to be at the precise angle. His ass had to be out there with a giant protractor or some shit. That's pretty impressive. But I tell you what's not impressive, the 8 million dead pine needles that are scattered throughout my car. They're on the cup holder, on the dashboard. Every time I sit down, it feels like a small porcupine's getting shoved up my ass. Now I gotta figure out how to get back at Steven. But before I get back at Steven, I decide to get my revenge on Brewer. Because after all, he could have blew the whistle on this whole operation. He could have at least shot me a text message like, hey dude, there's a Christmas miracle happening outside if you want to come check it out. But no, he didn't do that. So I form a little posse, have a couple people come over, and we decide to try to duct tape Brewer's bed to the ceiling. Now, I don't know if you've ever attempted such an ambitious maneuver, but taping a bed to a ceiling is a little difficult. You have to have 3 people standing on chairs, holding the bed up to the ceiling, box spring and all, while one person goes around and tapes everything. We used 3 rolls of duct tape on this goddamn thing, and it just wouldn't stay. God damn it. Well, I guess we're gonna have to use plan B. Plan B was we're just gonna steal his bed and hide it somewhere. And then, since we're so goddamn funny, we're gonna put a piece of bread where his bed used to be, and then we're gonna drive to his work and leave a note in his car. And the note says, "You look tired, go to bread." God damn it, we are comedic geniuses. Now, I can only imagine the look on his face when he read that weird cryptic-ass message that we left in there. "You look tired, go to bread." What in tarnation does that mean? But I'm sure it made perfect sense when he got home and had to go on a shitty little scavenger hunt for his bed. But you bet your ass he did find it, because a slice of Wonder Bread makes a shitty place to sleep. Okay, cross Brewer off the list, now on to Steven. But before I could get back at Steven, for whatever reason, my friend Cody decides to throw his hat in the ring. He wants to get involved in this prank war. So the next day I'm at work making pizzas, and Cody shows up and he wants a pizza. So I make him a nice little pizza, and I don't even spit in it because I'm a gentleman, what can I say? But before he leaves, he decides he's gonna go to my car and he's gonna draw a big old wiener on my back windshield with window chalk. So a few hours go by and I leave for work and I'm totally oblivious. Hell, it's not until I'm in the middle of traffic at a red light when I look in my rearview mirror and notice it. What in tarnation is that? Oh man, it's a big dingus. Everybody on the street can see it. People are honking their horns and shit. "Hey, that's quite the wiener decal you got there." Thank you. I drove all the way home with a wiener on my car, looking like a NASCAR that's sponsored by Wieners Incorporated. Okay, looks like Cody's name's going on the shit list. I call him up in the middle of the night. "I'm gonna get you back. You're not gonna know when, and you're not gonna know how, but I'm gonna get you back. You drew a wiener on my car, and you soiled my reputation, goddammit, I'm gonna get you!" But Cody was easy to get back. All I had to do was get some window chalk of my own and write "I drink pee" on his bumper right before he'd leave work. I did that sporadically for like a month. I also wrote shit on Brewer's car too because, well, what the hell, why not? Okay, so back to revenge on Steven, because after all, he's the one that started this whole goddamn mess, having the 12 days of Christmas in my Cavalier. So me and Brewer are sitting there one night thinking, well, what's worse than drawing a big wiener on his car? How about drawing 1,000 tiny wieners on his car? That is a great idea. You are a goddamn genius. So that was the plan. Me, Brewer, his girlfriend, and my cousin David, we're all gonna sneak over to Steven's house at 2 in the morning, and by golly, we're gonna draw as many wieners as we can on his Ford Contour. So we're out there sneaking around in the dark, like SEAL Team 6, markers in hand, ready to draw some wieners, and there's his car, looking vulnerable just like mine was. So we get to wiener drawing. Some of them have smiley faces, some of them look like they've been hit by a car. In 15 minutes, we covered every square inch of that car with a phallus. Job well done, gang. Let's hit the road. The morning rolls around, and Steven's uncle pulls up in front of the house. He's the first one that gets to lay eyes on the Wienermobile parked out front. Oh my God, what kind of shit is my nephew getting himself involved in? He goes inside and tells Steven's mom, "Hey, there's a bunch of wieners on your son's car." "What?" "Steve's car, there's a bunch of dicks all over it." Like severed dicks?" No, Jesus Christ, they're drawings. Not a bunch of cut off dicks all over his car. What the hell's the matter with you? That morning was the morning that Steven had to get up and scrub 1,000 wieners off his car. And I take great pride in that. I feel like that's ample revenge for what he did. "Hey, that's quite a bunch of wieners on your car there." "Yeah, I'm aware. Thank you." My favorite part of the story is that 6 days later, Steven's at the gas station filling up his car, and he looks over to his gas tank and he sees one little wiener that he missed with a little message that says, "Insert here." Oh, God damn it.
BruceDude.com.
You're one of a kind. Your care should be too. Personalized care plans, coordinated scheduling, extended clinic hours, and 24/7 access to your team. Primary care that's completely you.
Olive Garden's got not one, not two, but 3 new dishes that might just dethrone your favorite. Each tossed in our new creamy garlic sauce with fresh spinach and tomatoes.
All right, being poor sucks. I wouldn't recommend being poor. I've been poor for most of my life. I've been living on my own since I was 17 years old. And when I was 17, I lived with my roommate Brewer in a duplex. Now that right there should give you an idea of how much money we had. We couldn't even rent a whole house. We rented half a house. Our landlord's like, "You guys get the top part, this random stranger gets the bottom part. You guys share a basement and make awkward conversation from time to time. You got it? All right, cool." And let me say, our asses were broke living in that duplex. I was so broke, if I found a nickel on the ground, I wouldn't just put it in my pocket. I'd bust out my wallet and put that baby in there nice and secure. You're not going anywhere. I could buy a half a Tootsie Roll with you, and there's nothing quite like being hungry and having no money. We'd just be sitting there sometimes. Well, we have no money until we get paid on Friday. What day is it? It's Tuesday. Well, looks like we're fucked. Well, we had a good run. I guess it's time to kill ourselves. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. What's the cheapest way to not feel hungry when you have no money? Well, I'll tell you what it is. It's going to sleep. Just take your ass to bed. You can't feel hungry when you're asleep, now can you? It's like using a cheat code. All right, I'm going to sleep for the next 3 days until we get paid again. Wake me up when we can eat. There's one time we scavenged the whole house, checking underneath all the furniture for any loose change, and somehow we managed to scrape together a decent amount of money, and we were able to buy a whole box of Hamburger Helper. Oh yeah, we're gonna eat good tonight. We're at the grocery store, frolicking down the aisle. We're dumping all our change on the counter, like the cashier just hit a jackpot on a slot machine. We get home, and Brewer decides to cook this Hamburger Helper in what looks like the oldest, most decrepit pan I've ever seen in my life. It's got rust marks on it. It's all crusty and shit. This damn thing looked like he salvaged it from the Titanic. He serves it up, and there's like these black speckles mixed in the food. And I'm like, what is this, pepper? Did you put pepper in this? No, it wasn't pepper. Spoiler alert. It was like the metal coating on the pan that scraped off, mixed in with the food. Oh, well, that's gross. What are we supposed to do now? Well, I'll tell you what we did. We ate it anyways. Not much of a choice there now, was it? This tastes like soot and metal. Yeah, it sure does. There'd be people on Fear Factor that wouldn't even eat this shit, and we're over here getting seconds. It's really not that bad if you close your eyes and try to think of something else. And if we weren't worried about food being on the table, we definitely were worried about getting utilities shut off every month. You'd get a disconnection notice in the mail for the gas, for the electric, for goddamn utilities you didn't even know existed. You get a knock on the door. Yeah, hi, Oxygen Company. We're here to shut your shit off. Oxygen Company? What the hell? Bring in the vacuum! We had our gas shut off for a whole summer one time. No more warm showers, no more dryer. That gas oven in your kitchen, well, that just turned into extra counter space. That's what that is. We're not paying the gas bill. What are you, crazy? Most people like having a functioning oven in their kitchen, you know. Some people even see it as a necessity. But us, no, we didn't need that gas oven. We just got an electric toaster oven and put it right on top of our old oven. There we go. Problem solved. Now we can make our Tostinos pizzas again. We had our water shut off for a week one time. Guess what? Now you got no working toilet. Where are you supposed to shit now, smarty pants? If you have ever had the joy of having your water shut off, then you know that you have one remaining flush in that tank on your toilet. You better make it count. So let's do some quick poop math. You could probably take like 4 shits in that thing and maybe like, I don't know, 20 pisses before them. Flash your off. But not how I pictured my life to be. And while we're on this subject of pooping when you're poor, what are you supposed to wipe with when you got 3 nickels in your wallet? Because toilet paper, sure as shit, is a luxury at that point in your life. I've wiped my ass with so many different substances from not having proper toilet paper, I could write a book on it. How to poop when you're poor. What to wipe with, what to flush with. I'm talking McDonald's napkins, coffee filters. You start looking at how fluffy the cat is, thinking, you know what? It's a possibility if worse comes to worse. The cat's hiding under the couch and shit. You know something's up. You're not wiping with me, buddy. No siree. But having the water or the gas shut off, that wasn't that big of a deal to us. We can deal with that. We'll make do. But where I draw the line is the internet. We tried to pay that bill as best we could. But no matter how hard we'd try, we still got our internet shut off probably about 15 times. You'd be sitting there one day trying to log into your MySpace, and you get one of these bad boys pop up on your browser. Oh, god damn it. We don't have any internet. What is this, Pakistan? How am I supposed to switch around my MySpace top 8? Mountain Dew.
Dew.com.
I found myself where I knew I needed to finish my education. I chose Purdue Global because the faculty understood the difference.
All right, Haunted Duplex, Part 2, back with a vengeance. God, what a shitty movie poster that would be. I can't wait to see this one. The first one was so good. All right, let's recap a little bit from where we left. Can't wait to see this one. The first one was so good. All right, shitty movie poster that would be. I can't wait to see this one. The first one was so good. All right, let's be. I can't wait to see this one. The first one was so good. I can't wait to see this one. The first one was so good. All right, let's recap a little bit from where we left off. That would be. I can't wait to see this one. The first one was so good. All right, let's recap a little bit from where we left off. 4 dummies and a... All right, let's recap a little bit from where first one was so good. 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 All right, let's recap a little bit from where we left off. 4 dummies in a dining room tempting the devil with a Ouija board. My dead great-grandma makes a cameo and shows up. I'm dead. Some shadow demon crawls across my ceiling, makes me piss myself. And Cody didn't get Taco Bell that night. Ah, damn it. Okay, cool. We got it. So a few weeks go by and nothing creepy happens. So the whole Ouija board night starts to become practically a joke to us. If anything goes missing in the house, it's the ghost's fault. The ghost did it. Where'd the toilet paper go? Goddamn ghost! But what would happen soon after were a number of things that I like to call the incidents, and they would happen randomly every couple of weeks.
Incident number 1, the hay incident.
So I'm laying in bed one night. My ex-girlfriend's there too. We're talking about something, I don't really remember what. Let's just say it was about her being a selfish asshole. How about that? It's like 3 in the morning. Everything's turned off in the house. Brewer, my roommate, he's down the hall sleeping with his door closed. He's got his dog in there sleeping too. That's really what the dog looks like. It's furry as hell. So we're laying there, and we're about to fall asleep when all of a sudden, right next to my head, I hear something say, "Hey," and it was very distinct. So distinct that we both heard it. Did you just hear somebody say, "Hey"?
Yeah, I sure did.
Now, it's one thing to hear some shit by yourself, because you can always play it off like, oh, it's probably just the house settling. Maybe it's the pipes in the walls making noises. Pipes can make noises that sound like human words, right? Hey, how's it going? What's up? But when you're with somebody else that hears it too, what are you supposed to do then? I tell you what you do then. Your mind goes totally blank, and there's a brick of shit in your pants. Okay, I don't know what that was all about, but let's sleep with the lights on, huh? How about that?
Incident number 2.
Christmas time shenanigans. That's what we're calling it. Okay, whatever. So there I am, a few weeks later, and I'm laying in my bed. I'm trying to go to sleep. Brewer's in his room, door closed. He's been sleeping for probably a couple hours. So I'm laying there, and all of a sudden, I can hear a noise coming from the bathroom. Someone, or something, is screwing around with something in there. It's making a noise that sounds like this. So naturally, I try to be logical about the situation. Oh my god, there's probably a demon in there rummaging through all our shit, probably eating all our Tylenol and squeezing out all the toothpaste. Now I'm pretty scared at this point because I'm a big wuss, you know? Instead of going in there to figure things out, I just lay there and listen to this damn noise, and it just keeps going on and on. Finally, I figure it out. It's that goddamn flippy thingy that you pull up on bathtubs to make the shower head come on. Something's in there fornicating with that thing in my bathroom, and I really don't appreciate it at this hour in the night. And then, all of a sudden, it stops. All right, cool, perfect. Now I can pretend this never happened and go back to sleep. And that's when something slams up against my door. Talk about being scared. It was poop city in my pants. I couldn't even form words with my mouth. Hubba, 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 hubba. Somehow, in my panic, I grab my phone and I call my roommate. You know, he's 12 feet down the hallway, but I'm gonna call him on my phone. Hello? Oh yeah, you get it right this time, asshole. Good job. Hello indeed. Something just slammed up against my door. I'm freaking out. Did you hear something messing around with the thingy that turns the shower on? Thingy that turns the shower on? The faucet? No, the other thing. The handles? No, the damn thing that makes the shower go. Water pressure? Jesus Christ, forget it. Yeah, Brewer, water pressure. That makes a noise, right? Guess what time it is? Sleeping with the lights on time, my favorite. I eventually go back to sleep, somehow, and a few hours later, my roommate wakes up to his dog throwing up. You know that unmistakable, shitty sound dogs make when they're about to barf all over the place? You hear that shit from the other room and you're like, oh no, barfarama time. And the countdown's on, you gotta shuffle your dog outside before he pukes all over your PlayStation 2. So his dog throws up all over and he has to clean it up at ass o'clock in the morning. He's in the kitchen and he's washing his hands. Now, according to his testimony, he says he heard someone say, "What are you doing?" from somewhere towards the living room. He looks over and he sees this goddamn black shadow peeking around the Christmas tree. Now his first thought is, holy piss, there's somebody in the house. Get out of here, you little pervert! He goes running into the living room, and this is where I wake up. I have no idea what's going on. I'm thinking we're getting raided. Ah, what's going on? Is it the Russians? He gets out there. There's nothing there. I walk out there to see what all the hubbub is about. Dude, I just seen a black shadow from behind the Christmas tree. Well, well, well. Look who's seeing shadow people now. It's behind the Christmas tree, huh? You sure it wasn't the Grinch? Huh? He's stealing all our presents? I don't know, Brewer. Sounds a lot like the Grinch. Yeah, it's not funny when it happens to your ass now, is it? We're sitting on the couch like, okay, well, what do we do now? We either A, have a severe gas leak in the house and we're hallucinating, or B, we did bring a ghost in the house thanks to that goddamn Ouija board. I'm pretty sure it was B. Now, after this whole little fiasco, things only got worse. It got to the point where we're like, oh, okay, yeah, this place is haunted. We should probably get the hell out of this godforsaken duplex before one of us gets possessed and we end up doing a backwards crab walk down the stairs like The Exorcist. But for the final chapter in this mini saga, you're gonna have to wait till next week. That's right, we're talking Haunted Duplex, Part 3. Now, it's personal. Okay, whatever.
BruceDude.com.
Lemonade helps young drivers afford car insurance. Sign up at lemonade.com.
Losing weight with a GLP-1? It's as easy as riding with training wheels. Hey, Rebel, slice of pepperoni? Sorry, I can't hear you. Most people stop the meds eventually. The trick is learning to ride while on them, and that's new. GLP-1s kickstart your weight loss. Mindset and habits help you keep it off.
Hey, Rebel. All right, Haunted Duplex, Part 3. Now, it's personal.
I don't know about this one. The first one was good, but the second one was kind of crappy.
All right, so let's recap. 4 dummies in a dining room, bastardizing a Ouija board. We hear a growl come from the hallway. Gesundheit, bless you. Some ghost keeps whispering shit to me like we're in a movie theater. Hey, stop hogging all the juju bees, you dick. And then Brewer tried to fight a ghost for trying to steal all our Christmas presents. Okay, cool, got it.
Incident number 3, Dream Ghosts.
Okay, it's nighttime. Me and the rehab version of Lindsay Lohan are sleeping. Now I'm knocked out. I've probably been sleeping for a couple hours at this point. I start having this very peculiar, very realistic dream. Cue the dream sequence. Whoa, look at that animation. Look out, Pixar Studios. I'm coming for you. Now, in this dream, I'm standing in the middle of my room, and I look over, and I can see myself laying there sleeping. Oh my God, I'm dreaming right now. Look at me. God damn it, I'm a handsome man. Then I look over to the corner of my room, and there's goddamn Captain Howdy himself, Mr. Black Shadow. Goddamn thing is practically a roommate at this point. I see it every goddamn week. So there it is, just hanging out, just loitering in the corner of my bedroom. Now, as soon as I see this thing, I start to panic. Like hardcore panic. Like somebody trying to barge in the bathroom while you're taking a poop type of panic. I've literally never been this scared of anything in my life. It's a goddamn black cloud, for Christ's sake. I could suck that thing up with a vacuum, all Ghostbusters-like. No big deal. But staring at this thing for whatever reason, it's about to give me an anxiety attack. I'm trying to scream, but since I'm so scared, it's coming out like buh, buh. I sound like a befuddled Hank Hill. Buh! God damn it, Bobby. It's not a bad Hank Hill, right? It's passable. And I'm not just screaming in my dream, I'm doing it in real life. My ex-girlfriend wakes up. She's thinking I'm being possessed by the devil. Oh no, wake up, damn it! She's like UFC punching me in the head. And for like 15 seconds, I can't wake up. It's full-on sleep paralysis. And I can't take my eyes off of Pazuzu, the demon over there, making me feel like a little wussy girl in a little wussy pink dress. And then finally, I snap out of it. Oh, piss! What am I, having night terrors now? I'm not a goddamn Vietnam War veteran. I shouldn't be yelling in my sleep like there's Charlie in the trees. I'm trying to explain myself that this damn ghost was inside my head. I need to file a goddamn paranormal restraining order against it. Now, this whole thing would happen a few more times. I'm dreaming that I'm in my house, black shadows in the corner of the room, Hank Hill scream. Whoa! But there's one night in particular that stands out among the rest.
Incident number 4.
Get out of my dreams and into my duplex. Get out of my dreams and into my duplex. Now, this right here, hands down, is the most scared I've ever been in my entire life. All right, it's the middle of the night. Like always, can never happen during the daytime where it's nice and light out and safe. No, it's dark time. Everybody's sleeping in the house, including myself. All of a sudden, I'm standing in my room again, watching myself sleep. Oh crap, here we go again. But guess what? I look in the corner, no pervert shadow standing there. What a relief. Okay, maybe this is gonna be a good dream. Seems like I don't have any of those anymore. It's either a demon ghost trying to eat my soul, or Harry and Marv are trying to break into my house. So in this dream, I walk out into the dining room, and I can see out into the living room, and the light's on. All right, maybe everything's gonna be all right after all. Nope, I don't think so. The light flickers out in the living room. Oh, crap. There's that damn black shadow. It's coming right for me. Time to panic.
Oh, God. Oh, my God.
The only thing I can think to do is try to turn on the dining room light. My actual arm is up in the air. I'm in bed, pantomiming, turning on the dining room light. My dream, this thing's getting bigger and bigger. It's morphing. Where's the goddamn Megazord when you need it? Oh, piss. Oh, piss.
Ah! Ah! What the hell was that all about?
Are you okay?
I'm fine. Holy shit. And right at this point is when things got a little too real. Because it was right at this point we heard footsteps walking in the dining room back out to the living room. Both of us heard it, as clear as day. They were footsteps that sounded like they had claws on them. Or some shit. Like a goddamn giant Doberman walking on 2 feet. That's what it sounded like. Clop, 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 clop. If it was Poop City in my pants before, this must have been Poop Universe. I get my phone out again.
Hello?
Dude, if you want to have a rematch for our Christmas presents, I'm pretty sure that thing is in the living room, and I'm pretty sure it'll beat your ass silly. I couldn't turn enough lights on in my room. I got my head pressed to the door like a man Frank. Now this was the last paranormal occurrence that's ever happened to me. We moved out of that duplex shortly after that. We took that Ouija board and we sent it with Brewer's girlfriend. Let her deal with all the demons. Now, all that was 7 years ago. And if you don't believe any of this, I really can't blame you. If I was the one watching this crap hole of an animation, I probably wouldn't believe it either. Oh, Bruce, Stu, that really didn't happen. You're smoking crack. No, I wasn't smoking crack. I couldn't even afford it back then, all right? I was living on a budget, a very strict budget. Like I said, believe it or don't. Was it a ghost? Was it a demon? Was I smoking crack? I don't know. Sorry that this wasn't like the end of a Scooby-Doo episode.
Oh, it was Mr. Jenkins the whole time.
And I would have gotten away with it too if it wasn't for you and your stupid furry puking dog. But I do want you to take a few things away from this little stupid mini-series. Number one, Ouija boards are bad news. Play Boggle or some other shit, okay? It's far more rewarding. Number two, if you hear a noise in the middle of the night, it's probably the devil. Don't second guess yourself. And finally, number three, the most important, get your drunk ass friend some Taco Bell if he's hungry. Whole goddamn situation could have been avoided if we would have got Cody his goddamn cheesy gordita crunch. Chalupa.
BruceDude.com.
Sometimes life can be a little messy, but with next-gen Nuvella Performance Fabric...
BruceDude.com.
I did a lot of camping growing up as a kid, which is kind of a strange thing when you look at it. You'd be sitting there one day playing Nintendo. Your dad bursts in your room. Hey, I know you're comfortable and everything and you're having a good time, but you want to go out in the woods in the cold? Maybe get a little damp, not have a good time at all? You want to go camping? And I'm like, what? Camping? What are you talking about? What, are we getting evicted? No, I don't want to go camping. I'm trying to beat the chain chomp on Mario 64. But I ended up always liking camping because you got to do whatever you wanted. I haven't showered in 3 days. I smell like a dumpster. I've been living off of beef jerky and marshmallows all weekend. Hey, I think that marshmallow's done. Nah, give it a few more minutes. My mom's over there doing nothing but complaining about the goddamn mosquitoes. My dad's like, well, this is our vacation, so you better enjoy it. And as a kid, you don't really know what to do when you're camping, so you're just standing there, just making up games. You want to play sticks? Yeah, let's play sticks, sure. Are we winning? Yeah, I think so. I don't know. And this one time, my parents brought my cousin David along with us to the campground, and it's one of the first memories I ever have of camping. It was nighttime, and we're sleeping in our little tent, and he wakes me up in the middle of the night, and he's like, dude, I gotta poop. And I'm like, okay, there's a bathroom right over there. No, you don't understand. There might be poop in my pants already. I gotta go right now. So he stumbles out in the dark, and he's got a roll of toilet paper with him, and he goes to the edge of our campsite and just starts pooping all willy-nilly. Just wherever it goes, wherever it lands, whatever. And as he's using the toilet paper, he's kind of just throwing it wherever he wants because it's dark out, he can't see anything. And he comes back in the tent and he falls asleep. And then the morning comes, and the funny thing about morning is you can see things in the daylight. We walk out of our tent and there's like this woven tapestry of poopy toilet paper strung up in the trees like some kind of shitty Christmas tree. My dad's like, oh, what the fuck happened? We're over there trying to eat breakfast in the morning while the goddamn campground's dispatching a hazmat team to clean up David's shitty disaster. And when we weren't destroying public campgrounds, we would go camping on my grandpa's property. He's got 20 acres out in the middle of nowhere, Ohio. And my grandpa is very grandpa-ish, okay? It's fantastic. He's got suspenders, he's got glasses.
He gives you little gems of knowledge when you're outdoors. You know, it's not what a man does, it's who a man is that makes him a man. And I'm over there picking my nose like, oh, okay, yeah, sure, Grandpa. And he's just so outdoorsy. He'd be like kicking a bear in the face while he's whittling you a birdhouse out of pine wood. I'm over here coming off a 3-day marathon on Nintendo 64. Like, if I see a spider, I'm gonna poop my pants. I don't even care. And speaking of spiders, we had one outhouse on the property. That's where you went to poop. And this outhouse had some of the biggest, most demonic fucking spiders you've ever seen in your life. And there was a window on the side of the outhouse. I don't know for what reason, but every time you'd go to take a poop, you'd gather an audience of little kids that would be hopping up and down trying to see what you were doing in there. Hey, what's going on? Hey, what are you doing in there? Like, can you fucking stop? I got enough to deal with already. But one thing's certain, we made sure that David knew exactly where that outhouse was. Because we don't want another goddamn disaster like the last campground. We got fucking neon signs pointing to the damn thing. And one time we were at the creek, and we were having a little toad catching competition. And my grandpa's buddy has his own grandson that comes all the time. His name's James. We didn't really like James that much because he was kind of a sociopath. For example, when we were down at the creek, one of my other cousins caught a toad, and nobody else caught a toad the rest of the day. And James was so pissed that he didn't have a goddamn toad. He was like, oh, hell with this. And he walked over, and he squished it right in front of everybody. Like, what the hell is the matter with you, you psychopath? Yeah, you don't have any toad anymore now, do ya? Anybody got a puppy I can nail to a tree? I'm freaking crazy. What is this, Vietnam? Do the rules in life not apply anymore? What the hell are you doing? I go up to my grandpa and I'm like, Grandpa, James is massacring animals in the woods and it's kind of making me uncomfortable. And he goes over to him and he's like, James, it's not how many toads that you catch that make you a man, okay? It's what you do as a man that makes you a man. You got it? Are you listening to me? In other words, don't fucking step on toads, you fucking meth head. What's the matter with you? Now go sit in the outhouse full of demon spiders.
Alright, so I guess it's that time of year again. My birthday has come and went, and here I am another year older. But this time it's different, because this time I turned 30.
30 years old? Jesus Christ, somebody get this geriatric some Metamucil.
That's right, I'm 30. I'm old now. I can officially go around telling kids stories about the olden times.
Back in my day, we only had 151 Pokemon. And if we wanted to go on the internet, we had to use dial-up. What's dial-up, Grandpa? I don't want to talk about it!
Now, I have to admit that I'm a little pessimistic when it comes to my birthday these days. I don't get all excited like when I was a kid. My God, I'm 10 years old now. I have this here holographic Charizard. I have the world by its ass. But maybe I'm just being a big wussy crybaby. Maybe I just need to be a little bit more optimistic. My God, I'm 30 years old now. I still have this holographic Charizard. That means I still have the world by its ass. After all, it's not like I'm super old like some people. Yeah, what are you complaining about? Wait till you get into your 70s, where every time you take a piss, it feels like a goddamn colony of fire ants is tap dancing through your urethra. But you know what? It's my party, and I'll cry if I want to. And if I want to sit in the dark by myself and contemplate my own mortality for my 30th birthday, then by God, I'm gonna do it. But luckily, instead, that wonderful wife of mine decided to plan a surprise 2-day trip on my birthday. And that trip was to Mackinac City up in Michigan. And if you're not familiar with Mackinac City, they have a bridge, they have an island, and they have about 9,000 different fudge shops for your fat ass to try. Now, the hotel we were staying at was right on the beach, which meant there was roughly 4,000 seagulls hanging outside of our back door. Like Home Alone 2 in this bitch. But there was this one fat seagull that stood out from the rest of them, and his name was Derek. I know his name was Derek because I named him Derek. Derek the Seagull. And Derek's ass was the alpha male of all the seagulls. And any food that was coming his way was all his. He's attacking everybody. That's his territory. He's a fucking maniac. Look at him go. So I'm out on the beach feeding Derek's fat ass some leftover pizza that I had, and everything's going fine until all the other seagulls get pissed off because they're not getting any. So what do they decide to do? Well, they decide to shit on my head. That's what they decide to do. Is that shit? Did a bird just shit on me? Oh, now there's bird shit on my hand. God damn it. All right, so maybe not a great start to the Mackinac trip, but it gets better. The next day, we decide to go to Mackinac Island. And since we've never been there before, our dumbasses think that there's a bridge that you can just drive across. We're Googling driving directions and shit.
Well, this can't be right. It says here we have to drive a fucking submarine 4 miles through Lake Huron. Oh, wait a minute, there's a ferry. You're supposed to take a fucking boat across. We're stupid.
So we take this ferry out to Mackinac Island, and everything's going fine. That is, until we notice that there's a lady sitting by us that's
breastfeeding a very, very large child.
Oh my god, don't look now, but I think there's a lady breastfeeding a fucking 9-year-old.
There's a what? Oh my god, what the hell? Now, I don't have a problem with breastfeeding in public, but this shit looked like a midget trying to get to second base, for Christ's sake.
What the hell are you staring at? I'm on my lunch break.
So needless to say, we get the hell off the ferry as fast as we can.
You wanna get a beer?
Yeah, I think I need a beer after seeing that shit. So we go to a local brewery on the island, and like all breweries, they have a bunch of weird beers that you can try.
Ooh, this one tastes like a peanut butter sandwich.
Oh god, this one tastes like a fucking Duracell battery. What the hell? We look over to the table next to us, and guess who we see? That's right, it's Milky and her son. The kid's still got a fucking milk mustache still on his lip and shit. Okay then, time to leave. I'm not sticking around to watch this kid have dessert. Let's go. So now we decide to rent mountain bikes to ride around the island. The only problem was that my bike was messed up, and the gears would change all willy-nilly by themselves. So now I'm riding around the island looking like a drunk guy that doesn't know how to work a 10-speed.
Wow, that guy must be wasted.
Yeah, I wonder how many Duracell battery beers he had. Jesus Christ. So we go riding around Mackinac Island with my bike that's possessed by the devil, and I have to say that Mackinac Island is pretty as hell. The water's all crystal clear. This shit looks like a goddamn Bob Ross painting. You see, I'm used to the dirty-ass Maumee River, where the water looks like chocolate milk and smells like dead people. But out here, it was like riding through a goddamn Lisa Frank folder.
Holy hell, look at that unicorn on that path made out of rainbows.
So after spending all day on Mackinac's made-up fairy tale island, we take the last ferry back to the mainland. And this is where we go to our final stop of the trip, a dark sky park. You see, prior to the trip, my wife got me a telescope because, well, you know, I'm a big nerd, and I like to look at planets and shit. And a dark sky park is the best place to use a telescope because, well, it's dark. You can actually see shit up in the sky. It's not like your backyard back in the city, where if you look up, you just see sign. So I'm out there with this telescope. I'm trying to pretend to know what the hell I'm doing in front of the other people that actually do know what the hell they're doing. Everything was fine until it came time to leave the park, because now I have to disassemble a whole goddamn Newtonian telescope in the pitch black. I mean, I brought a lantern with me to help me see, but you can't use any white light because, well, it's a dark sky park. No lights are allowed. So there I am, Helen Kellering this thing back in the bag, when all of a sudden, my lantern goes off. Now I got light shooting in every direction. Might as well been a fucking flashbang going off. And of course this lantern wasn't an ordinary lantern. I had to get the 1000 lumens holy shit lantern. This thing looked like a fucking bat signal in the sky, for Christ's sake.
Hey, you stupid idiot! We're trying to look at planets and shit!
And that right there is how we concluded our little trip to Mackinac City, by pissing off a bunch of nerds in the dark. So special thanks to my wonderful wife for making my transition into my 30s as least depressing as possible. And if you're looking for a good time, check out Mackinac City, home of Derek the Seagull, the Duracell battery beer, and last but not least, the milk mustache of Mackinac Island.
Brewstew.com.
Alright, so not too long ago, I attended a little family reunion of mine. And it was with my mom's side of the family that we don't see too often, considering they live all the way out in BFE, North Dakota. Now, I gotta say it was a pretty good time, but since nobody pooped their pants or got arrested, this cartoon isn't about that trip. Instead, this cartoon's about a conversation that I had with my Uncle Sean while we were playing a game of cornhole. Hey, I seen all those stupid little cartoons you do on the internet. Why didn't you ever do a cartoon on the paddle boat incident? And at first I was like, paddle boat incident? What paddle boat incident? And then all of a sudden it hit me. Oh my god, the goddamn paddle boat incident! How could I forget? Now, at the time, I didn't think I had any repressed memories, which I guess is what everybody thinks at first, because, well, they're fucking repressed memories. You're not supposed to remember them. But as soon as my Uncle Sean muttered those words,
paddle boats incident,
I immediately time traveled back 20 years ago to the first time we had one of these little family reunions. So there I am, 11 years old, at a cabin in North Dakota, and I'm meeting my mom's side of the family for the first time, which of course means I'm meeting my Uncle Sean for the first time. And what better way to bond with your little nephew than offering to go out on a little paddle boat ride? Hey, you want to go on this tiny little boat in the middle of a pond? No, not really. Perfect, let's go! So we pull this old-ass paddle boat out onto the shore, and right before we get on the water, my grandpa's like, hey, Sean, be careful with that paddle boat. There's a loose bearing on there somewhere, and we're having some problems with it. And my Uncle Sean said, nothing, because he didn't care.
So off we go out on the pond with this rickety-ass paddle boat. And I have to say I'm a little apprehensive for two reasons. For one, I'm about as good a swimmer as a fucking late-stage FDR, which is not a good trait to have. And for two, I'm not the biggest fan of deep, creepy-ass water to begin with. Who the hell knows what kind of fucking Freddy Krueger shit's down there waiting for you? Well, imagine my surprise when we're out there and I look down at my feet and I notice that there's a little bit of water pooling around our ankles. Now, I'm no boat enthusiast, but I'm fairly certain that the water is supposed to be on the outside of the goddamn boat. But then I think, you know what, it's probably alright. I'm with my uncle, you know? He's an adult, he's responsible. But then I look over, and all of a sudden his ass is drunker than fucking 10 stepdads put together. You see, apparently back on shore, my Uncle Sean made himself a little cocktail of vodka and lemonade, and I think it was safe to say that the ratio that he used was a little lopsided. First you take the fifth of Smirnoff, look. Then you waft an unpeeled lemon around the rim. Ta-da! Uncle Sean's lemonade. So now I'm starting to panic. I'm slowly starting to realize that this is going to be an ordeal now. Hey, maybe we should turn around and go back. Oh, the hell with that. There's nothing to worry about. I know this lake like my own asshole. When was the last time you even seen your own asshole? What? Look, we're not turning around until I finish this vodka, or my lemonade. Let's keep on going. So we keep going, and of course the water level keeps on rising. I'm sitting there hoping my Uncle Sean hurries up and drinks his goddamn drink. But every time I look over, the fucking drink looks bigger and bigger. Well, by the time we get to the middle of the pond, the whole front end of the paddle boat's basically level with the plane of the water. I'm like waist deep in this shit. We're more water than we are boat at this point. My Uncle Sean's over there totally oblivious, still trying to make casual conversation and shit. So, you like taking spelling tests at school? I'm up to my asshole in pond water right now. You're what? Whoa, where the hell did all this water come from? Okay, yeah, we should probably turn back now. So now we start pedaling our asses off like we're on the last leg of the Tour de France. And of course it doesn't take long before my 11-year-old ass is completely exhausted and can't even pedal anymore. You need to pedal faster. My calf muscles are underdeveloped, goddammit, I can't pedal anymore. So since my Uncle Sean's the only one pedaling at this point, we're just doing circles in this godforsaken pond, and we're still a good distance from the shoreline, which is terrible news because now the water's up to my fucking neck, and I'm starting to make my peace with God. God, please, if you get me out of this, I'll give you all my Pokemon cards, including my holographic Charizard. Alright, well, not my holographic Charizard, that's ridiculous, but all the rest of them. Meanwhile, everybody back on land's totally oblivious to what the hell's happening on the waterfront. Hey, wasn't there a dirty little kid roaming around here at some point? Oh, I don't know. Who the fuck cares? So finally, I just make up my mind and bail. It's every man for himself at this point. I'm swimming my ass off for the shoreline, trying not to think of the fucking Freddy Krueger fish underneath me. I go and look back behind me, and the paddle boat's at a fucking 90-degree angle at this point, looking like the goddamn Titanic. My Uncle Sean pulls out a fucking violin and fucking plays it somehow without spilling his drink. So I swim my little FDR ass as far as I can, which is about 20 feet before I give up and I'm like, alright, guess I'll die now. And just when I thought all hope was lost, I realized that I could fucking stand up in the water this entire time. Oh my god, I'm gonna make it! God, that Pokemon deal is off the table. So in the end, both me and my Uncle Sean had to drag this shithole paddle boat that tried to murder us back onto shore. And that's when my Uncle Sean turns to me and was like, hey, maybe don't tell anybody about this little mishap that we had out there. And you know what? That's exactly what I did. I kept it a big old secret. So much of a secret that apparently it turned into a fucking repressed memory. Yeah, I was wondering why you didn't make that into a cartoon. Hell, I was worried that I traumatized the shit out of you. So the whole moral of the story is, 1, to hell with ponds and their fucking Freddy Krueger fish. 2, fuck paddle boats, they are the worst form of transportation known to man. And 3, don't have your drunk ass uncle be your captain. Well, that was a blast. What do you want to do next? You want to go on the jet ski? All right, let me go make another drink real quick and we'll hop on the jet ski.
BruceDo.com
I was the first one to ever join the military in my family. I knew that I wanted to go back to school, and Purdue's a big name, so it's
Alright, I don't know how else to say this, but I'm getting real sick and tired of dealing with wild animals just making their way into my house any way they please. It seems like every couple of months or so, something sneaks its way inside, and now it's my job to chase it back outside with a coat hanger. I'm sick of it. And for those of you that aren't new to the channel, you might remember my cartoon about when we had a bat in the house. Well, guess what happened? That's right, we're talking Bat in the House Part 2, Bat with a Vengeance. Alright, so let's set the scene of this little incident. I'm in my basement, and I'm attempting to work out because, well, I'm trying to maintain my girlish figure. You know, sitting around making stick figure cartoons isn't exactly physically demanding, so I'm doing the best I can. Well, imagine my surprise when I notice that there's a bunch of tiny little turds on the carpet. And that's when I think, well, that's weird. I don't remember starting a tiny little turd collection in the basement. How did these get here? And that's when I look up and see a dirty-ass little bat all upside down doing bat shit. Now, my first reaction was to yell, "Ah, piss! It's back again!" Because my dumbass just automatically assumed that it was the same fucking bat from the last episode. And you know, he's back with a vengeance. So now this is an official ordeal that I have to deal with, and I'm pretty pissed off about it. What the hell do I gotta do at this point? Get a goddamn restraining order against this thing? What the hell? Well, then I think, you know what? To hell with this bat. I'm a grown-ass man. I'm not gonna let some dirty little bat dictate my lifestyle with your bullshit face and your weird leather wings. I'm finishing my goddamn workout. So there I am in my basement lifting weights, all paranoid as hell watching this bat out of the corner of my eye, just waiting for it to fly into my face and give me typhus or whatever the hell bats do. You can say what you want, but bats are fucking terrifying. I don't know what the exact statistics are. There's like a 3% chance that this thing could be Dracula in bat form. I just don't have time to be dealing with that shit. Are you serious? So I finished my workout like the big man that I am, and now I choose to deal with the bat on my time. And this is where I decide to document the event with my iPhone, like some kind of shitty Steve Irwin, if you will. Now, the good news is that we have a walkout basement. So if I'm able to, I can shoo the damn thing out the sliding glass door, and it can go back to the 7th layer of hell where it came from. I just need a weapon of some sort to protect myself. But what weapon should I use? At first I think, I know, a 30-06. That's perfectly suitable for this situation. I need a rifle. But then I'm like, no, that's a bit extreme. I'm not storming the beaches of Normandy. This thing's the size of a fucking hamster, for Christ's sake. So then I have a flashback to a few months ago where I was sitting on the couch drunk, shopping on Amazon like an idiot, and I decided to buy a full-size airsoft Tommy gun. Oh yeah, that seems suitable for a 31-year-old man. Let's buy it. Well, in retrospect, that doesn't seem like such a stupid-ass purchase now. So here I am, approaching this bat like I'm fucking SEAL Team 6, trying to threaten it with an automatic weapon. Clearly you can see that the bat doesn't give two shits about me, or my plastic submachine gun. Well, goddammit, alright, time for plan B. Enter the 12-foot pool net, aka the Bat Capturer 9000. So here we are, take 2. Notice I still have the Tommy gun in one hand, just in case this thing morphs into fucking Nosferatu or some shit. Now, if you notice, the bat clearly doesn't want to go into the net. It just keeps, like, clicking at me, like a broken garage door opener. It keeps clicking at me. Now, I don't speak bat, but I imagine it's saying something along the lines of, "Hey, stop it, you dick! I got squatters' rights! Go get a fucking eviction notice!" Well, god damn it, how am I gonna coax this bat into this net? I'm running out of options here. I'm thinking back to all those shitty zoo books I read as a kid, trying to figure out what bats like. I start turning the lights off, thinking that might help.
Does that piss you off less?
So after like 15 minutes and like a half a dozen different methods, I finally get this goddamn thing into the net. And, well, it's a little nerve-wracking to say the least.
Oh god! Oh god!
It's a goddamn vampire bat, what can I say? It's scary. So I run out to my backyard and try to catapult this thing back into the abyss, but now I have a new problem. Now the bat won't leave the goddamn pool net. So now I'm swinging this 12-foot pool net around my backyard like a lunatic. My next door neighbor's probably watching through the windows like, is this guy trying to catch butterflies or is he just on methamphetamine? Yeah, probably both, I guess, I don't know. Now I did manage to record this part of the story as well, but I accidentally filmed the whole thing in the slow-mo setting on my iPhone, which means that the footage looks a lot more epic than it should. The thing looks like a fucking ending to a Disney movie, for Christ's sake. So without further ado, here's the conclusion of this shitty little story. It does have a happy ending. I hope you enjoy it.
This back to school, no need for math with our lowest price guarantee. Only at Shoe Carnival.
All right, now you guys probably didn't know this, but my wife and I are volunteer firefighters. And you probably didn't know that because, well, we didn't even know it ourselves. That is until we found out a few weeks ago when we had our idiot neighbor light his backyard on fire. Now, how did this whole thing happen? Well, the night started off normal enough. My wife and I are eating a late dinner, and not that it matters, but it was a particularly good barbecue dinner. Very yummy, very scrumptious. All of a sudden, we hear the boys storming down the stairs like wild animals. They burst into the kitchen like, holy smokes, holy smokes. Do you guys really have to pound down the stairs like there's a fire or something? But there is a fire. Look out the window. I don't care if there's a fire. You don't pound down the stairs. Wait a minute. What did you say? There's a fire. There really is a fire? We look out the window, and sure as shit, we see what looks to be like the fucking apocalypse happening in our neighbor's backyard. Holy hot dogs on a stick. There's a whole fire out there. Oh God, are we being attacked? Is it the North Koreans? All right, everybody just stay in the house. Don't open the door. And most importantly, don't let the dog get on the table and eat our barbecue. We'll be right back. So we sprint out there in a panic, and we quickly find out that yes, indeed, our neighbor's backyard is ablaze. So we start yelling out to see if anybody's out there. Hello? Anybody home? You, have a situation at hand? Hey, you stupid fucks, your backyard's on fire! But we get no response back, of course. So now apparently this whole ordeal is our responsibility. Now, I don't know anything about this neighbor of ours, except that he lives behind us, and he likes to get drunk and have campfires late at night, while he listens to shitty music at a semi-reasonable volume. So we can only assume that he's passed out on the couch right now, totally oblivious to what's going on in his backyard. Or, you know, he might be the fucking thing that's on fire in the backyard. Who's to say at this point? So I run to get the fire extinguisher while my wife calls the fire department. Hello, 911? The world is burning! I'm in the house trying to remember where the hell we keep the fire extinguisher, which, side note, I have to say, in the closet, behind the dog food, and underneath a bunch of bullshit, is a terrible place to keep it. But I grab it and sprint across the backyard like the fucking backyard's on fire. The whole time that shitty Chad Kroger song from Spider-Man is playing over and over again in my head. And they say that a hero can save us. I'm not gonna stand here and wait. Ha! I get to my neighbor's backyard, and up close and personal, I have to say that this fire is a little bit more than I bargained for. I mean, look at this shit. I'm supposed to deal with this? Where's the fucking Mighty Morphin Power Rangers when you need them?
What the fuck?
So I let loose the fire extinguisher. And of course, it doesn't do shit. For the most part, it just gives the fire a little fucking tickle. The whole time the kids are watching us through the window, wondering which foreign power just carpet bombed our whole neighborhood. Meanwhile, the fucking dog's annihilating our unattended barbecue. Well, now the fire's starting to spread to our backyard, which is bad news because our pool's right there. And surrounding our pool is our old-ass piece of shit deck that's made out of, like, fucking pirate ship wood, for Christ's sake. That thing's gonna get lit up faster than Aunt Carol on Thanksgiving. We better come up with a plan B, and we better do it quick. And that's when I think, oh yeah, the pool. I can just drain the water out of the pool and point the exhaust hose right at the fire. That's brilliant. But there's only one problem, and that is that the day prior, I fucking drained all the water out of the pool for the winter. That's a nice dry pool. I'm sure this won't come back to bite me in the ass several hours later. Well, shit, all right, on to plan C. We're gonna have to use the garden hose on the side of the house. That's just gonna have to do. Except there's another problem, and that is after I drained the pool yesterday, I fucking stored the hose in the shed for the winter as well. Oh, god damn it, what a perfect asshole I am. So I dig the hose out of the shed and scamper back. Chad Kroger's still ringing in my ears and shit. I hold on to the wings of the eagles. This fucking song blows ass. I fling the hose to my wife while I hook it up to the spigot. And of course the hose is just not quite long enough to reach the flames. My wife's doing fucking back bends and shit, trying to arc the stream as far as possible. Is it working now? Nope, still not quite far enough. Holy hell, what are you, the fucking exorcist? So running out of options at this point, I decide to fucking tap dance the fire out as best as I can. Finally, the fire department shows up just in time. Whoa, what is he, fucking river dancing? What the hell? And thankfully they were able to put the fire out pretty quickly with their big ass super soaker hose. And it's only then that our drunk ass neighbor finally makes it outside. Hey, what's all this hullabaloo going on out here? You fucking almost burned down the whole neighborhood, you drunk maniac! So upon further inspection, apparently the neighbor's stack of firewood caught on fire. Now, how that caught on fire, we don't know, because our asshole neighbor denied having anything to do with it. Sir, did you have a campfire tonight? I don't know. I don't think so. Sir, is this your pile of empty beer cans and idling flamethrower? No. Absolutely not. So all in all, it was a pretty shitty night to say the least. We found out we were subpar volunteer firefighters. That fucking Chad Kroger song's still ringing in my head to this day. And the worst part of it all, we fucking lost out on our good-ass barbecue. What are you looking at me for? What, I thought you guys were dead in a fire. Was I supposed to just leave it there?
Brewstew.com.
This might get stuck in your head.
You have farmers. Bum, ba-dum, bum, 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 bum.
Some things just stand out. Like pink in a sea of flannel, or a bubbly California girl in a dreary Seattle high school. Standing out is good. For flavor that stands out in any crowd, try Sparkling Ice Guava Passion Fruit, here for a limited time. Explore all of the fruit-forward, rule-busting Sparkling Ice flavors today. And don't forget to watch Elle from the world of Legally Blonde, only on Prime Video.
All right. Now, throughout my childhood, I've been attacked by all sorts of animals. I mean, we're talking anything from like a rabid raccoon behind a Long John Silver's to my neighbor's giant Rottweiler that tried to murder me in cold blood. I've had a ton of violent encounters and plenty of close calls, to say the least. But one of the most traumatizing animal attacks that I've been a part of had to have been from my friend David's pet cat. Now, this cat was a Siamese cat named Cotton, and like a lot of Siamese cats, his ass was cross-eyed as hell. That cat was so cross-eyed, I swear he could, like, see other dimensions and shit. And not only was he cross-eyed, but this cat was mean as hell. I seen him commit felonious assault on many a child throughout my life. He'd, like, go out in the street and, like, trip a little kid on a skateboard. If you weren't paying attention, he'd fucking burn your ass with a lit cigarette. Ah, what the hell? Hell, one time, me and my friend Steven were playing Pokemon cards at David's house, and this cat just walked up and ate his fucking holographic Mr. Mime. Now, first off, do you know how important a holographic Mr. Mime was to a child in 1999? Steven's ass would have rather lost like a grandmother or a fucking kidney instead of that goddamn Pokemon card. You bet your ass days later he's like sifting through cat shit. All that's left of Mr. Mime's ass is like a crumpled up 40 HP piece of cardboard and shit. Ah, god damn it, look how they massacred my boy! To hell with your evil ass cat! And not to mention that cat was volatile as hell. He could attack your ass unprovoked at any moment. So when we were at David's house, you didn't go near Cotton, you tried to keep your voice down while he was in the room. Hell, if he fucking farted too loud, that cat would Freddy Krueger your ass 6 ways to Sunday. And that went double for me because Cotton seemed like he had some sort of personal vendetta against my little ass. Which, I mean, I have no idea why. I followed all the proper precautions. I didn't go near him. I kept my voice down. If I had to fucking fart, I stuck my ass out of the nearest window. But it didn't matter. He attacked me regardless. It got so bad, when I'd come home from David's house, my parents would be like, holy hell, look, I don't know if you can file a restraining order against a household pet, but maybe you should give it a try. And like I mentioned before, Cotton was cross-eyed as hell. So you didn't know if he was looking at you, or your friend next to you, or if he was looking out the fucking window. You didn't know who that cat was about to target. Are you staring at my goofy-ass eyeball? No. Please don't hurt us. I'm not talking to you guys. I'm talking about that kid across the street, goddammit. Ah, what the fuck? Now, one thing that I failed to mention about Cotton the cat is that his ass would have seizures from time to time. That's right, apparently cats can have epilepsy. That's a real thing. His ass was diagnosed by a veterinarian and everything. Oh yeah, your cat's gonna have seizures and flip-flop around like a fucking bluegill out of water. He'll be fine though, just keep him away from like hardwood floors and probably the staircase. Now these seizures that Cotton would have never really seemed to bother him all that much. He would just kind of like spaz out for a minute or two, and then he'd just pop up and walk away like nothing ever happened. But these seizures would happen all of the time. They happened so frequently, it wasn't even like a big deal to us. It was just like a common occurrence in David's house. We'd be sitting on the couch watching TV. Cotton's ass would be over there like, dude, turn your TV up. I can hardly hear Boy Meets World over your loud-ass spastic cat.
Well, fuck you, Mr. Feeney. I'm not going to detention. How about that?
Well, it was during one of these epileptic episodes where I almost met my untimely demise to Cotton the cat. You see, it was late one night when me and Steven were staying the night at David's house, and we're up in David's room playing Streets of Rage on the Sega Genesis, you know, getting our asses beat by the fat flamethrower guys on stage 4, naturally. Well, all of a sudden, we hear a very familiar sound coming from downstairs, and that sound is followed by something smashing on the floor. So we go down to David's living room to investigate, and what we find is a broken lamp and Cotton the cat's epileptic ass laying on the floor. Apparently he was laying on a table, had a seizure, knocked the lamp over, no big deal. The only problem was, Cotton's ass is just laying there, not moving at all. Now, my first thought is, holy hell, he's dead. Cotton's ass finally fucking rattled his brains into mashed potatoes. So we're all standing there thinking we're looking at a deceased household pet. Everybody's traumatized as hell. Well, everybody except for Steven's ass, that is. Yeah, that's what you get, you fucking Mr. Mind-murdering piece of shit. Well, suddenly, Cotton rises up, stares directly at me. I know that because his eyes are no longer fucking cross-eyed. I don't know if his ass shook his eyeballs straight or what during the seizure, but what I can tell you is that his ass leapt at me like a goddamn Ninja Turtle, and then he clung himself onto me like a fucking koala bear on a eucalyptus tree. Now, real quick, it's important to note that I don't draw ears on my characters usually, because I'm a lazy piece of shit. But because of the nature of this attack, I'm gonna put a fucking ear on my character. Because what happens next is Cotton's ass ends up clawing into my fucking earlobe. And he didn't just scratch it. No, he gets his claw stuck in it. Now, I don't know if you've ever had your ear pierced by a cat litter encrusted claw before, but I really do not recommend it. I start running around David's living room in a panic while 9 pounds of fucking Siamese cat hangs off my ear. David's ass is over there like, heal, Cotton! Heal, goddammit, stop it! Steven's flinging fucking couch pillows at it, trying to save my life. Eventually, Cotton's ass leaps off of me. I couldn't tell you exactly how or when, because I'm pretty sure I blacked out over the whole fucking ordeal. All I know is I end up fucking covered in my own blood, looking like I stormed the beaches of Normandy and shit. My fucking ear, thankfully, still somewhat attached to the side of my head. Cotton's just sitting on the couch, smoking a cigarette and shit. Yeah, well, next time I'll reservoir dog that bitch right off the side of your head. I'll disfigure a child. I'm not afraid of jail. I go home the next day, and my parents are like, Jesus Christ, Holyfield, what the hell happened to your ear? I don't want to talk about it, but I'm gonna press charges, and I'm definitely filing that fucking restraining order.
BruceDude.com.
Shop Ashley for furniture delivered, assembled, done. We handle everything with our white glove service. With careful delivery, assembly, placement, and cleanup, you can sit back, relax, and enjoy the comfort. Shop Ashley in-store or online to take advantage of our stress-free delivery.
All right, so not too long ago, I had to go to the eye doctor to renew my prescription for contact lenses. And like most people, I put off going to the eye doctor as long as I can, until I'm on my last pair of contacts, and they've been in my eyeballs for way too long. Every time I blink, it makes a sound effect. So finally, I give up and I go to the eye doctor. And some of you out there might be like, hey, wait a minute, didn't this guy already make a cartoon on the eye doctor like 40 years ago? About the time when he was a kid and he got some ugly-ass glasses that were too big for his face? Well, yeah, I did, but this is 2023 now and I'm an adult. No more of those double-bridge Jeffrey Dahmer glasses. I got me some contact lenses now. And I have to say, a lot has changed in the old eye doctor world since then. I mean, sure, some things are still the same. You still have to go through all those tests with the eye doctor's assistant. Like the test where you have to smash your face up against the machine and stare at a fucking hot air balloon while they measure the circumference of your eyeball or whatever the hell they do. Now, maybe instead of the hot air balloon, some of you may get the old big barn on the horizon, whatever your flavor is. And I don't know about you, but every time I stare at that thing, I feel like I'm being set up for like one of those jump scares, like it's fucking 2006 again. Okay, now focus on the big balloon. Open up really big now. Just a few more seconds and blah. Ah, piss. Okay, good. You saw the demon, right? That means you don't have cataracts or some shit. I don't know. All right, on to the next test. And the next test, of course, is that piece of shit glaucoma test that everybody hates. Where you put your head in one of these bad boys and they're all like, okay, you're gonna feel a little puff of air on your eyeball. You ready? Okay, let's do the next eye. So immediately I'm on guard at this point. I know that test is coming. It's always after the hot air balloon. Well, imagine my surprise when this lady pulls out a little handheld thingy. And my first thought was, oh, fuck, they turned it into a gun? This is gonna be bad. So she pulls the hammer back on this thing and points it at me all execution style. All right, now you might feel a little tickle on your eyeball. You ready? Are you holding your breath right now?
Can you just get it over with already?
Now, I'll be damned, but this lady was correct. It is just a little tickle on your eyeball now. Holy hell, put a point on the board for the eye doctor in 2023. They fixed the goddamn glaucoma test. What a time to be alive. So now I'm feeling pretty good. That is, until they make the arbitrary decision that they need to dilate my eyeballs. Now, if you never had your eyes dilated before, well, the process works like this. First, they drop battery acid into your eyeballs, and then they make you Stevie Wonder your ass back out to the waiting room for 15 minutes until your fucking pupils look like you just dropped acid, and everything around you looks like fucking graphics from a Nintendo 64. But put another point on the board for the eye doctors in 2023, because now they offer an alternative.
Okay, so we can dilate your eyeballs the old-fashioned way with the battery acid? Or for an extra $35, we can skip the dilation and use this new fancy machine that we got. $35? Lady, I would've ate stuff out of your garbage can if it got me out of get my fucking eyes dilated. Sign me up. Hell yes, eye doctor in 2023. I would buy a t-shirt at this point if they had a fucking merch shop. So finally the opening act is over, and now it's time to see the headliner, the old Big Daddy eye doctor himself. Now I've encountered many eye doctors in my extensive past of troubled eyesight, and most of them seem to be no-nonsense guys that seem generally pissed off to be eye doctors in the first place for whatever reason. But this guy burst in the door with the energy of like a fucking 90s game show host. Hey there, howdy who, I'm Dr. Sunshine. Who's ready to play the Family Feud? I'm here for contact lenses. Yeah, I see that. Tell me, how long have you had those crusty things in there for? Not too long, really. Christ almighty, those things look like they've been in there since the Bush administration. Here, let me peel them bad boys out for you. And then suddenly the doctor leans over and he scoops the contacts out of my eyes himself like he's doing a fucking magic trick. Now, I don't know if you've ever had a grown man take your contacts out for you, but personally, I didn't know if I should be uncomfortable or impressed. You know, I could have done that myself, right? Oh, it's okay. I love touching eyeballs. What? Nothing. Anyways, let's do your exam. So unfortunately, the 2023 eye doctor still has the same fucking steampunk eyeball contraption thing that they slide on your face. But the big difference this time around was that I didn't feel pressured one bit when comparing the different slides. You see, when I was a kid, I could always sense the doctor's impatience as I struggled to figure out which slide was blurrier than the other. I'd be sitting there panicking, feeling the pressure. Okay, we have number 1 and number 2. Oh God. Number 1 and number 2. Could you, like, put them side by side? Oh, for fuck's sake, how hard is it? You know what? To hell with it, I'll just pick for you. And if you end up with Coke bottle glasses, that's on your indecisive ass. But that's not the case for the eye doctor in 2023. No, this guy's got the fucking patience of a Shaolin monk. Okie dokie, we have 3, and we have 4. Oh, lordy. 3 again, and 4 again. Is there any way you could, like, do them side by side? Oh, you know, I sure wish I could, but, well, it turns out that would be fucking stupid as hell. 3 and 4. And then once that was over, that was it. The appointment's over. I got my prognosis, which I already knew, and then they send me out the door, and I don't even have to Stevie Wonder my ass out there with the cardboard sunglasses. Eye doctor in 2023, not a bad time. I can blink like a normal human being again. The eye doctor didn't make me feel like an idiot, and I even got a sucker at the end. So if you're a piece of shit like I am, and you've been putting off going to the eye doctor, well, knock it off and get your ass in there. You'll become a diehard fan just like me. The end.
BruceDude.com.
I was the first one to ever join the military in my family. I knew that I wanted to go back to school and produce a big name. So to finish and get a degree, it boosts your confidence. Start your comeback today at PurdueGlobal.edu.
All right, now real quick, I'm gonna tell you guys about the dumbest school history project that I've ever been involved with. Now this history project was a high school video project that my cousin Ashley was doing on President John F. Kennedy. And the reason I was involved was because A, I knew how to use good old-fashioned Windows Movie Maker to edit videos, and B, somebody had to play the role of JFK, so why not me? I could be JFK, I could invade Cuba with a bunch of exiles and have relations with Marilyn Monroe. How hard can it be? So the first thing that has to be done is I have to make a JFK mask out of cardboard. And this thing came out very unsettling, to say the least. Here's an actual picture of it. I mean, come on, tell me that doesn't look like some serial killer shit. That for sure looks like something that you'd see right before you were fucking executed with a hammer inside of your own bed. It's weird to look at. I don't like it. So with that mask, along with my uncle's oversized dress clothes, all of a sudden, I'm John F. Kennedy, the 35th president. Now, it's important to note that this whole project was supposed to be on JFK's entire life. You know, like the whole Bay of Pigs thing and the debates with Tricky Dick Nixon, all that shit. Well, we didn't really touch on any of that stuff whatsoever. Instead, we just filmed me, like, shaking people's hands in the driveway and waving an American flag around like an idiot. Apparently, that's what presidents do. Well, then, all of a sudden, out of nowhere, we're just like, bam, November 22nd, 1963. Yeah, we go straight to the assassination. We're not fucking around, all right? Because let's be honest, you can't do a JFK video without mentioning Lee Harvey Oswald. It'd be like watching an episode of Cheers with just Norm and no fucking Cliff the Mailman. You can't do that. You gotta have Cliff the Mailman. Now, you might be sitting there like, you guys didn't, like, reenact the Kennedy assassination in the middle of a neighborhood at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, right? Right? Look, this was a very long time ago, all right? You see the fucking flip phone here? That's how long ago it was. We were basically children. How the hell were we supposed to know that it was distasteful to reenact a public assassination? Yeah, you bet your ass we indeed reenacted the Kennedy assassination on a Sunday afternoon in Northwest Ohio. And if you think it's wrong and should be frowned upon, well, you're probably fucking right. So anyways, we start watching the Zapruder film on YouTube. We're taking notes and shit, absolutely determined to choreograph this thing just right. Hell, we watched that damn Zapruder film so many times, our asses are probably still on a government watch list of some sort to this day. Well, naturally, we had to enlist some of our friends to become actors in this shithole of a production. I, of course, play the role of JFK. My cousin decides to be Jackie Kennedy. My other cousin, David, drew the short straw and had to be fucking Lee Harvey Oswald. What a role for his portfolio. And then we had some side roles. We had my cousin Mo as a motorcade cop. Our friend Brian was a Secret Service agent. And Ashley's boyfriend was the driver. Which brings me to my next point. What the hell are we gonna drive here? I mean, we're already on a shoestring budget as is with this production. My cousin Mo's already using a fucking Mongoose mountain bike as a motorcycle, for Christ's sake. How the hell are we gonna get a Cadillac convertible? Well, naturally, we used our next best option, a fucking 97 Pontiac Bonneville with a moonroof. Yeah, that was Ashley's boyfriend's car, which is exactly why he was the driver. So we sit on top of the car with our legs through the moonroof, and there you go, presto. You got yourself a trailer park convertible just like that. Now, for you history buffs out there, you might be like, well, what the hell about Governor Connolly? His ass was in the car too. Yeah, well, we could only fit 2 asses through the moonroof, all right? We had to say to hell with Governor Connolly, even though he was pretty essential. So there we are, cruising down the street in our 6'4", or 9'7", rather, Pontiac Bonneville. David's mom's out there recording us with some shitty 5-megapixel camera. Oh, you guys look so cute out there with your little JFK shit on. Now, if you guys have never, like, staged a public assassination in your neighborhood before, well, it tends to fucking raise a few eyebrows, to say the least. People are looking out their windows and shit. Oh my God, are these motherfuckers doing what I think they're doing? People on the street are all perplexed. They don't know if they should, like, call the cops or bust out a notebook and start taking notes. Yeah, make sure you pay attention. This will be on the final exam, goddammit. Now, it's worth noting that we didn't touch on any conspiracy theories, even though, you know, everybody knows that the CIA did it and all that shit. But what we did put in this video is that we had found some newly discovered footage. And apparently that footage is of Lee Harvey Oswald taking the fucking actual shots. Like, he set up a tripod with a camera and was like, hey, watch this shit. This is gonna be wild. And not only did we film him taking the shots, but we gave him a fucking catchphrase to say right before he did it.
It's not okay to be JFK. Time to get Lyndon B. Johnson into office.
Yeah, not a good look. I don't know what the fuck we were thinking. Anyways, we filmed this whole thing in one take, thank God. David shoots his shots with a BB gun. I play my part and get assassinated. And I'm not gonna lie, I thought about throwing the mask and tucking my head in the shirt, but, well, I thought that would be distasteful, so I didn't do it. So with our shoot finally completed, we edit this whole thing together on the good old-fashioned Windows Movie Maker, and Ashley shows her class the finished product the next day. Now, if you guys would like to see JFK, a Man of Glory, which is what we decided to call this fucking thing, you can head over to my second channel, Brew Stew After Hours. There you're gonna find bonus videos and compilations and the fucking Happy Hour Saloon series that we did 4,000 years ago. So go ahead and check that out, subscribe, or don't. I'm not your dad. I can't tell you what to do. So anyways, Ashley ends up getting a fucking A on this video project somehow. I don't know what kind of sick pervert her teacher was, but apparently he liked it. Oh man, that was pretty good. I mean, that fucking JFK mask gave me the heebie-jeebies, but I thought that was well done. All right, class, next week we're gonna do another video project, and this one's gonna be on, oh, I don't know, how about Pearl Harbor?
BruceDude.com.
Refresh the everyday with Mentos Gum. Yes to fresh.
This is Grammarly's AI writing app. Your writing from start to finish, all in one place. Just click the AI chat, and your writing space is ready with exactly what you need. Grammarly helps you brainstorm, draft, refine, and polish without juggling multiple tools, and always in a way that sounds like you. From a blank page to a polished draft. Grammarly's AI writing app for clearer writing, faster results, and less stress.
All right, now for most people, their college days make up the best part of their lives. Everybody's out partying, getting drunk. I partied so hard in college, I shit Jose Cuervo for a month, and I got hepatitis. And that's all good and great, but I personally didn't get that experience because I did a little thing called commuting to college. And boy, is that a whole different experience. You're sitting there in class with a bunch of assholes that just rolled out of bed all hungover. Bro, you going to any wicked parties tonight, bro? Bro, I'm working 6 hours at a Pizza Hut is what I'm doing tonight, bro. I didn't get to stay in a sweet dorm room. No, I stayed in a duplex that was haunted as hell. That's where I stayed. I didn't get to walk to class in sweatpants like this asshole over here. Hell, I didn't even have a car of my own. I had to get dropped off by my sister like a goddamn little kid on the first day of school.
Here's your stop, loser. Have fun not getting laid.
You know how hard it is to coordinate rides to school with my screwed up class schedule? All right, you can pick me up in an hour, right? Okay, cool. How about 8 hours later, can you take me to English class? I know it's 9 o'clock at night. That's not inconvenient, is it? Well, that's not gonna work in the long run. So I did what anybody would do. I took out a student loan and I bought a car. You know you have to pay this back, right? Oh, no, I don't have to pay this back. Future me has to pay this back, and I could give 2 fucks about future me. Now, I went to school for computer engineering at my local university. And I know what you're thinking. Computer engineering? Boy, you must have fucked up royally if your ass is drawing stick figures for a living. And boy, did I ever. You see, I didn't know what to do after high school. And when I was growing up, it was just implied that I would go to college. Okay, first you go to college, then you get your degree, then you find a job, and then you work for 30 years. And then, if you're lucky, you get to die. So when I got out of high school, I thought, fuck it. How about computer engineering? That sounds like something I could do, even though I have no background experience or even any general interest whatsoever. It's just a decision that's gonna affect the rest of my life. What's the big deal? My first college class that I attended was a calculus class, and it was taught by a professor that was not from the United States. I know he wasn't from the United States because he had an accent that I've never heard of before in my life. Where the hell is this guy from? France? Pakistan? Fucking Planet Alpha Beta 17? Where the hell is this guy from? So this guy would be up there trying to teach everybody calculus, and nobody could understand what the hell he was saying because he's got this strange-ass intergalactic accent. And not only that, but he would whisper on top of it. He'd be up there like, psst, the derivatives, the derivatives, herky-durky-doo, derivatives, herky-durky-doo. I'm sitting all the way in the back of the classroom like, boy, I'm gonna be a shitty engineer if this keeps up. Excuse me, we're all just wondering what the hell you're saying up there. Future me's already paying for a car. I'm sure he doesn't want to pay you to whisper a bunch of math secrets in some made-up fucking fairy tale dialect. So needless to say, I struggled quite a bit in that class. But it was a goddamn cakewalk compared to my first programming class. Now, what do I know about programming? Well, I know how to program a microwave to make some bomb-ass Hot Pockets, and that's about it. But how hard can it be? I've seen movies. I can wear glasses and type really fast on a computer. That's half the battle. Now, it's worth mentioning that my professor of this class was an old man who apparently has been programming computers since they were the size of a fucking Kmart. Now, he definitely knew what he was talking about, but just because you know what you're talking about doesn't mean your ass is a good teacher. He would fly through the lessons at a record pace, everybody scratching their head like, what the hell's this guy talking about? What page are we on? Is this the right book? I can't feel my fucking face. Everybody's baffled in the class except for like 3 geniuses up front. I see what he's doing. You guys want to start a $1 billion business in my garage? Yeah, that sounds swell. Not only did this professor talk fast, but he would also say the word all right before and after like every goddamn sentence. All right, everybody get out a piece of paper
paper and get ready to write, all right? All right, we got Boolean operators, all right? All right, and they're true-false statement, right? All right, that's all right, all right?
My fucking head's gonna explode. After a while, that's all I could hear was the word all right. I wasn't learning a goddamn thing. Everything on the board was all right. Everything on my test was all right, all right, all right. I start looking around me, and everybody's dropping out of this class left and right. Well, what the hell is my dumb microwave programming ass still doing here? The hell am I gonna do? Make a fucking better PayPal? I don't think so. So needless to say, my first year of college didn't go right.
All right, that's all right.
I failed both of these classes with flying colors, and I lose all my scholarships. So the next school year comes around, and I go to a little thing called community college. And let me tell you something about community college. It is different. There's all sorts of people in community college class. There's like a homeless guy in there, some chick breastfeeding a baby in the back. Anybody going to any wicked parties tonight? Bitch, I got kids to take care of. So now I'm a man amongst his peers. I did a lot better in community college. Not to mention, I also switched my major to web design because HTML is a hell of a lot easier to learn than this happy horse shit. A couple years later, I got my little bullshit web design degree, and I haven't made a website since. But you know what? It wasn't a complete waste of time because when I was in school, I took a class on Adobe Flash. And you know what you can do in Adobe Flash? That's right, make shitty stick figures. So we've come full circle. So here's to you, community college. You made me the man that I am today.
BruceDude.com.
Thanks for watching, everybody.
Hotels.com is where you go to choose from hundreds of thousands of hotels and earn rewards on every stay. It's exactly what...
Alright, I think it's safe to say that middle school was a pretty rough time for most people. Chances are you didn't have a lot going on for you when you were 12 years old. You probably had braces back then, puberty was hitting you like a ton of bricks, or maybe you were the lucky cool kid that could finally grow a little dirt mustache to brag about. I look like Burt Reynolds. Or perhaps you were the weird goth kid in class. I'm not cleaning my room, Mom and Dad, because I'm a sad, brooding little bastard, and my heart is an ocean of sadness. Oh, by the way, it's pizza day today. Can I have $2? But for me personally, middle school marked what I would like to call my spiky hair phase. And that consisted of me slathering a bunch of LA Looks hair gel into my head and then spiking my hair up so that it resembled the ass of a porcupine. And you had to be careful because it was like having a lethal weapon on the top of your head. If you're screwing around and you accidentally trip in the hallways, all of a sudden you're getting charged with second-degree manslaughter and shit. Now, I have to say that my first day of middle school did not go as well as I wanted it to. I mean, it started off pretty good. I hopped off the bus looking fresh as hell. I'm wearing my finest Limp Bizkit t-shirt. My hair is nice and dangerous. My goddamn trapper keeper's the size of a small child. I was all set to go. But since this was a new school, I had no idea where the hell I was going. I'm wandering around the hallways looking for my first class, clueless as hell. Is this room 208? Kid, this is the fucking bathroom. Can you not talk to me while I have my dick in my hand? I'm asking random people in the hallway. Hey, do you know where room 208 is? I have no idea, kid. I'm the janitor. I'm drunk as hell right now. So now I'm starting to panic, and it's the type of panic that gives you nightmares later on in life. Where the hell is room 208? So now I'm running down the hallway like I'm in a goddamn Jason Statham movie, and just when I'm about to get to the classroom, I trip over my own feet and eat shit in the hallway. My giant trapper keeper soars through the air and smokes a bunch of children. I go to stand up, and that's when I realize I totally just ripped a big-ass hole in the crotch of my pants. There's teachers peeking out of their classroom and shit. Wow, who the hell still wears whitey tighties? I don't know, but I can see that kid's balls right now, and I sure don't like it. But now I have to use my big-ass trapper keeper as a shield to guard my crotch for the rest of the day. Okay, not a great way to start your middle school career. So let me give you a brief summary of a few classrooms that I went to on that first day of middle school. Class number 1, American History, taught by Mr. Banks. Now, Mr. Banks was old as hell, which is probably why he taught American History, because, well, he was alive for 2/3 of it. He was so old that back when he first started teaching, they were still allowed to hit kids in the ass with wooden paddles. Hell, he even had his wooden paddle up on display in front of the classroom. Yeah, you little bastards sure do have it easy these days. Back in my day, if a kid fucked up a spelling test, I could knock him upside the head with a 2x4. Class number 2, algebra, taught by Mrs. Salo. Now, Mrs. Salo was also old as hell, just not old enough to beat up children back in the day and get away with it. Instead, she would beat kids over the head with mathematics. I mean, this was our first dose of algebra as a kid. Our 12-year-old brains couldn't comprehend it.
Mrs. Salo, are you drunk or something?
Why the fuck are you putting letters in mathematics? Class number 3, lunch. All right, not really a class, but I don't give a damn. Now, the lunchroom was ran by a guy named Mr. Watson. And Mr. Watson was a weird dude. He wore a purple suit, he had a jerry curl that was absolutely flawless, and he was the size of a goddamn Megazord. This dude was like 6'7". There was a rumor that he used to be an offensive lineman for the Indianapolis Colts. Now, whether that was true or not, I don't know, because there was also a rumor that he beat up a goddamn Kodiak brown bear. And I don't even know what Mr. Watson did at the school. He wasn't a teacher. It was like they just pulled some guy off the street like, hey, you're a very large man. Can you scare the shit out of a bunch of 12-year-olds so they behave in the lunchroom? Yeah, I can do that. So you just stand in front of the classroom with a microphone. All right, you kids, I want you to quiet down, damn it. This ain't an episode of Soul Train. Quiet down. Episode of Soul Train? What the hell is that?
I don't know, dude. Shut up. You want to end up like that goddamn Kodiak brown bear?
Class number 4, English class, taught by Mr. Delato. Now, there's no two ways about it. Mr. Delato was just purely insane. He was like the cross of Mr. Clean and a drunk homeless guy that had a concussion. That was Mr. Delato. He'd sit up at his desk and talk to himself. I don't know what we're gonna do today. What are we gonna do today? Anybody know what we're gonna do today? I don't know what we're gonna do today.
Is this guy possessed by the devil? What the hell is going on?
He'd throw erasers at kids that weren't paying attention. You over there, can you tell me what a preposition is?
A what?
Now, since I stood out because of my stupid-ass haircut back then, it didn't take long for Mr. Delato to call on me. Hey, you over there with the hair. Who, me? Yeah, you tall hair. Hey, you look like that guy on TV that sells meat sticks. The who? You know the guy on TV with the meat stick? He goes, eat me. You know the guy. Now, nobody knew what the hell Mr. Delato's incoherent ass was talking about. But apparently, he was talking about the guy that does the Slim Jim commercials. Oh, yeah, snap into a Slim Jim. No, not Macho Man Randy Savage. I mean, this weird guy.
Snap into a Slim Jim.
Eat me.
So apparently to Mr. Delato, my hair didn't look like a porcupine's ass. It looked like a goddamn beef stick. Go ahead and say what the beef stick guy says on TV. Say, eat me. No, I'd rather not do that. Go in front of the whole classroom and yell, eat me, goddammit! So there I am in front of my 7th grade class, crotchless, about to recite a goddamn TV commercial. Eat me! Louder, and with more enthusiasm. Eat me! Somebody kill me, please! Now the whole class is losing their shit.
Wow, who the hell still wears whitey tighties? I don't know, but I can see that kid's balls right now, and I sure don't like it.
So needless to say, when I got home from school that day, that LA Looks hair gel went straight into the garbage, and my ass never spiked my hair again. So the next time you think you were awkward or weird in middle school, just be glad you didn't become Slim Jim's new 12-year-old crotchless mascot.
Step into a Slim Jim! Eat me!
Brewstew.com.
Whether it's been a good day or a bad day, your first date or your latest breakup, when you remember the perfect joke, but forget the punchline.
Alright, now I think it's safe to say that most of us were guilty of playing hooky at some point when we were kids. And for all you youngins out there, playing hooky is where you skip school and you stay at home. I know it sounds like some old-fashioned phrase that your drunk Uncle Rick would say. What are you, playing hooky from school today?
Nobody knows what the hell you're talking about, Uncle Rick. No wonder why you haven't felt the touch of a woman since the 1980s.
But I have to admit, playing hooky was a nice little break from school. And you needed that sometimes because it's hard when you're a kid. You wake up at the ass crack of dawn, you're all stressed out right from the get-go. Hell, I got a math test today. It's on that order of operations crap that I haven't been paying attention to all week. Please excuse my dear Aunt Sally and shit. Out of hell with that, I'm not going to school today. I'm gonna pretend that I'm sick, goddammit. Now you gotta try to figure out a way to give yourself an artificial fever. So you go and rest your fucking forehead on a light bright, try to raise your body temperature up to a solid 101, 102. Then you walk out to the living room and lie straight to your mom's face. Hey, I don't feel very good, and, I've been pooping a lot.
You've been pooping a lot? How much is a lot?
Like, 16 times?
16 times? Holy hell, we need to get you to the hospital.
Whoa, wait a minute. All right, maybe not that much, but my head feels really hot though.
Good Lord, you are burning up and you smell like hot plastic for some reason. Okay, you're not going to school today.
All right, mission accomplished. You did it. You tricked your gullible ass mom into letting you stay home from school. So now you're laying on the couch like it's your own fucking personal gurney. You don't even have the decency to change out of your Hong Kong Phooey pajamas for Christ's sake. Your mom's serving you Pepto-Bismol by the gallon.
Make sure you drink all this. It'll slow down all those shitty
escapades you've been having. I know most people hate the taste of Pepto-Bismol, but when I was a kid, I loved that weird pink milky shit. Like my top 3 favorite drinks when I was a kid would be like Mountain Cooler Capri Sun, Ecto Cooler High C, and then fucking boom, Pepto-Bismol somewhere in between. Hell, even as an adult, if my stomach starts going I get all excited because now I have a reason to drink some goddamn Pepto-Bismol. Shit's good. I don't care. You should serve that shit at restaurants. I'll have the roast duck and a glass of Pepto, served up with a twist. Good choice, sir. Anyways, what the hell was I talking about? Goddamn, going off on a fucking tangent on Pepto-Bismol. Oh yeah, playing hooky from school. So there you are, laying on the couch like a slug, pretending you have typhus and shit. Well, now what are you supposed to do? Well, you watch shitty daytime TV is what you do. And shitty daytime TV had all sorts of things to offer. You'd have your talk shows like your Maury Povich, where they do paternity tests on the daily. There ain't no way I'm that baby's daddy, Maury. That girl sleeps with everybody. Hell, she'd probably fuck a pack of hot dogs if they looked at her the right way. Well, the test results are in. When it comes to 4-year-old Smith & Wesson Jr., you are not the father. And then after that, you'd have some dramatic-ass soap operas that my mom was totally fascinated by.
On the next episode of The Young and the Worthless. Victor, you can't leave. I'm pregnant with your baby.
With all the men you've been with, Veronica, there's no way I'm that baby's father. Hell, you'd probably fuck a pack of hot dogs if they looked at you the right way.
Veronica would too. She's such a fucking slut. Yep, she sure is. But out of all the bullshit TV shows that were on during the day, there was one show that beat the hell out of all the others. And that show, of course, was The Price is Right. Now, The Price is Right had everything. You got fucking Plinko, people winning Ford Escorts and shit, Bob Barker yelling at you to get your goddamn pets fixed.
And remember, to help control the pet population, chop your dog's fucking balls off as soon as you can.
You got people being assholes, outbidding each other by $1 and shit.
$600, Bob. Very well, what's your bid?
How about 601, Bob?
Oh, what the fuck? Ooh, that's some shiesty shit. Actual retail price, $650. Oh, motherfucker, you fucking serious? God damn it, you're a fucking piece of shit. This episode of The Price is Right is brought to you by Oscar Mayer Hot Dogs. Hot dogs so good, you'll wanna fuck them.
But after The Price is Right was over, I knew it was all downhill from there, because I knew it was only a matter of time before my dad got home from work, and then the jig was up. Whoa, what the hell? What's the kid doing home from school?
He was sick, so he stayed home.
What? What the hell? That kid ain't sick. Did you throw up or something? No. You've been putting your fucking forehead in that light bright again, haven't you? Yeah, you better take your plain hooky ass to school tomorrow, I tell you what. So the next day you show up to school, and of course you have to start bragging to all your friends about your day off the day before.
Hey, asshole, why weren't you at school yesterday?
Oh, well, because I was too busy watching The Price is Right and fucking off all day, that's why.
Oh, well, you're an idiot. We had a pizza party yesterday.
Wait, what? It was yesterday?
Yeah, and then we had an assembly in the auditorium.
Oh, what the hell?
And the guest speaker was Randy Macho Man Savage.
What the fuck? Are you serious?
Oh yeah, snap into a Slim Jim.
Oh, god damn it, what have I done? So the moral of the story is simple. 1, don't be an asshole and lie to your mom. 2, learn the goddamn orders of operation. And 3, take your truant ass to school like you're supposed to. Because you never know when a 2-time WWF heavyweight champion is gonna be a guest speaker at your school.
Oh yeah, snap into a Slim Jim. Who wants to touch my biceps? Brewstew.com.
I was the first one to ever join the military in my family. When I got out, I knew that I wanted to go back to school, and I was excited to know that Purdue Global had a whole department catered to military people coming in. For me personally, I'm starting.
All right, now, I was a pretty good kid in school. I didn't get into too much trouble, just kind of minded my own business most of the time. But I did get suspended in high school once. I was a junior, and I was in my 6th hour class, Mrs. Stopola's Design and Color. It was a painting class that focused on design and color, I guess. Obviously, I didn't pay too much attention because here I am, drawing crap hole stick figures for the internet. I'm no Michelangelo, painting the Sistine Chapel, that's for sure. So I'm sitting there, just making a mockery of whatever project we're working on, and I'm a complete mess. I got like white paint all over my pants, like I was an odd one out of a bukkake. And there was this girl sitting next to me, Kayla, and she was staring at the mess that I made on my pants. Now, I thought she was just staring at my booty, my derriere, the old caboose, if you will. So naturally, I said, Kayla, stop staring at my ass. And right when I said it, the teacher, from all the way across the goddamn room, she's like, excuse me! My head pops up. There's no way she's talking to me, right? How the hell did she hear me? What, does she got a goddamn buffalo horn held up to her head, picking up the subtlest of frequencies like a Soviet spy? What the hell?
Excuse me, what did you say?
I said, Kayla, stop staring at my ass. I said it proudly, like I'm not in the wrong here. It's obviously Kayla's fault. She's the pervert staring down my crack. What do you want from me? I mean, it's just the word ass. An ass can be an animal, for Christ's sake. It's a donkey. Sorry, Mrs. Stopola. Let me fix this for you. Kayla, stop staring at my donkey. There, is that better? No? Yeah, that actually sounds worse, doesn't it? Shit.
Go down to the dean's office, young man. We don't use that language here.
So I walk out of the classroom. Everybody's looking at me like I'm Charlie Manson all of a sudden.
Oh my God, he said the A word. He's the devil!
So I go to the dean's office, and our dean was a guy named Mr. Haldwell. He's this bald guy that was like 5'4". I could never tell how old he was. He was like somewhere between the ages of 29 and 68, and he had the shiniest head I've ever seen on a man. Now, Mr. Haldwell was an asshole. There's no way around it. That's part of his job. He's there to be an asshole to kids because those kids were being assholes in the first place. Fair enough. And he'd call everyone baby boy when he was talking to them, which just made about everybody on the planet uncomfortable.
What brings you down here, baby boy?
Could you not call me that, please?
Wait, don't tell me. You said ass, right?
I'm like, oh, Christ, is that what I'm known for now? I'm the ass kid? What a reputation. So right off the bat, I get suspended from school for a day. But not only that, I also have to go down to the lunchroom and help clean up. So there I was. Got a goddamn hairnet on. I'm pushing a garbage can around.
Whoa, why's Tyler dressed up like a lesbian? I don't know, that's weird.
Are you finished with your tater tots?
Allow me.
I have a foul mouth, and this is my penance. Now, it's worth noting that this suspension wasn't a normal suspension. It was a little bit worse. I didn't get to stay home at school the next day and watch Young and the Restless with my mom on TV. No, instead I had to go to a church that was down the street from my school and sit in the basement all day with a police officer. And it wasn't just me, there were a bunch of other derelicts there. Just a bunch of psychopaths all crammed into a room. They all got like dirt mustaches and eye patches and shit. So they make you sit there all day and they force you to do these behavioral worksheets. They ask you pretty simple questions like, little Timmy is being bullied in class. What should little Timmy do about that? A, tell the teacher, or B, set the coat room on fire. And I got this weird kid the whole time sitting next to me trying to talk to me.
Hey you! I never seen you here before. What did you do?
I told somebody to stop staring at my donkey. My ass, I mean, my ass. What about you?
Oh, I just filled my locker with a bunch of dead puppies. Anyways, what did you get for one? I was thinking it's A, but all these voices in my tell me it's B.
I'm like, you know what? I don't need to make any friends here. I have enough friends in life. I'm gonna stop talking to people. So I sat there and did my worksheet, and I turned it in. And you know what they did? They gave me another one. Holy hell, how many of these do I gotta do? Enough to fix your brain! Okay, well, I thought it pretty normal, alright? I'm not like Jeffrey Dahmer over here in his locker. This was one of the longest goddamn days of my life. I just all stared at the clock, listening to the psycho stick next to me mumble to himself. Even so, he's got like his gun out on the desk, just so everyone see it. Finally, it's 3:15. I'll leave. I'm overjoyed.
Oh, yeah, we get to leave?
I don't have to talk to a parole officer or anything. I'm out of here? Oh, sweet! I show up to my art class. I am on my best behavior. I'm not going back to jail, goddammit. I'm over there talking like an Englishman from here.
I beg your pardon, Kayla, but if you could from the crevice of my rump, I would just be over this for your patronage.
What are you talking about? It means I appreciate it. It's not much crack, okay?
It's me!
Oh, god damn it!
BruceDude.com.
Old Spice. It takes speed, agility to win. Cencora.
All right. Now, usually when you're growing up, you're out with, but you don't really like going to their house. And for me, that was my friend Tommy. Now, I didn't like going to Tommy's house for a couple of reasons. For one, his house had a weird smell to it. And by weird smell, I mean as soon as you walk in, you'd be like, sick! Is somebody microwaving socks in a Denny's bathroom? What the hell is that? And for two, his family wasn't the most pleasant people to be around. His mom had a bunch of weird-ass rules that you'd have to follow when you were there. You're not allowed to use our bathroom, you hear me? I don't know where you came from or who your parents are, so you're not allowed to take a piss in this house. And then you had Tommy's creepy-ass grandma, who would always talk to me, but I could never understand what she was saying because she talked like fucking Jabba the Hutt from Star Wars.
Uben la choppin' solo.
Dude, what the hell is she saying? Is she about to freeze me in carbonite? I don't know, maybe. So needless to say, Tommy's house sucked ass. But there was one redeeming factor about Tommy's house, and that was that he had a PlayStation 2. And I'll never forget the day that Tommy got Grand Theft Auto 3. It was like a goddamn national holiday to us. I'm hanging out front of my house with my next door neighbor Michael. I got my sweet Dwayne The Rock Johnson hat on, looking like a hard ass. Whoa, careful, honey. I can smell what that kid's cooking, and I don't want to be a part of it. All of a sudden, Tommy comes up to us. You guys want to come over and play PlayStation 2 at my house? Oh, and deal with your mean-ass mom and your weird-ass grandma? No, thank you. My grandma's dead. Now, side note here, Tommy would always lie about stuff all the time for absolutely no reason. And he would always lie about his grandma being dead. Now, why would he do that? I don't know. Tommy's a sick fuck, I guess. He would lie about his grandma being dead, and you would feel all bad for him. Then you'd go over to his house, and you'd see her ass sitting in the living room watching Leave It to Beaver. Tommy, your grandma's not dead. I'm not falling for that again. Come on, dude. I got Grand Theft Auto 3.
Oh, hell yeah, Grand Theft Auto 3. I want to run over some hookers with an ice cream truck.
Calm down, Michael. Just calm down. We all want to run over hookers with an ice cream truck. But do you really want to deal with Tommy's weird-ass grandma? I just told you my grandma's dead. God damn it, Tommy, she's not dead. You're a liar, and you're lying just like the time you told me that your cousin was on an episode of Boy Meets World. He was, though.
Are we gonna run over hookers with an ice cream truck or what?
So we walk into Tommy's house. We're all gung-ho, ready to commit some felonies.
Ah, sick. Why does it smell like a dog shit in a bag of Fritos in here?
I look over to the other side of the living room, and sure as shit, there's Tommy's grandma, alive and well. God damn it, I knew it. Tommy, what is the matter with you? You're like the little boy that cried my grandma's dead. So we start heading to Tommy's bedroom, and all of a sudden, Tommy's grandma has the audacity to take my sweet Dwayne The Rock Johnson hat right off the top of my head. Hey, what the hell? Tommy, you better get your grandma under control before I tip her ass out of the wheelchair.
We don't like hats in this house. You can get it when you leave. I don't know where you came from and who your parents are, so there's no hats in this house. And if you gotta take a piss, there's a tree in the backyard you can use. So I have to cut my losses and let Tommy's weird-ass grandma have my hat for the time being, and we go in his room and play some goddamn Grand Theft Auto 3. But there's one big problem that's stopping us. The goddamn game disc is all scratched up, and we can't get the thing to work. Jesus, Tommy, where'd you find this game? Out in the street? My sister's boyfriend gave it to me. What, after he was done wiping his ass with it? This thing is all jacked up. It's got more scratches in it than a fucking lottery ticket. How the hell are we gonna get this thing to work? I heard if you put toothpaste on the disc, it helps get rid of the scratches.
Michael, we're not putting toothpaste on the disc. Don't be ridiculous. Was the game got fucking gingivitis?
Hey, I'm just trying to be constructive. All I want to do is run over some hookers with a goddamn ice cream truck.
So there we were, squeezing out toothpaste on this goddamn Grand Theft Auto 3 game disc, hoping that it just might work. We put the game back in the PlayStation, and you wouldn't believe me if I told you, but somehow Michael's bullshit toothpaste method totally did not work at all. Are you fucking kidding me? We squirted like a half tube of Colgate on the damn thing. Not only did the game not work, but we probably fucked up Tommy's PlayStation 2 while we were at it. It's making some weird noises. So there was no Grand Theft Auto 3 that day, which meant there was no running over hookers with an ice cream truck.
Ah, darn it!
Me and Michael were so mad we just left Tommy's house. And it wasn't until I got home that I realized, oh, damn it, I left my sweet Dwayne The Rock Johnson hat with Tommy's weird-ass grandma. And after that day, I didn't see Tommy for weeks. Finally, like a month goes by, and I go back to Tommy's house. Hey, I need my sweet Dwayne The Rock Johnson hat back. Where's your weird-ass grandma at? Dude, my grandma died. God damn it, Tommy, I'm not doing this. Your grandma's not dead. She doesn't die. She's like the Terminator of all grandmas. Oh, shit, she really is dead this time, isn't she? Whoops.
Brewstew.com.
In partnership with the Norris family, Raising Cane's is celebrating National Chicken Finger Day.
Chuck, we gotta protect all these chicken fingers.
Cane's is raising $1 million for Kickstart Kids to continue Chuck's legacy.
Chuck, yeah.
All right. Growing up, I had this kid that lived across the street from me, and his name was Zachary. And we didn't really like Zachary, okay? He was kind of an asshole. He didn't really fit in with any of the other neighborhood kids. Hey, Zach, who's your favorite Power Ranger?
I like Beetleborgs.
Wow, you're a dumbass. He would be the kid that would always try to kick the football when you're playing catch, even though he couldn't kick worth a damn and it'd always go in the middle of nowhere.
All right, I'm gonna kick it.
Don't kick the football.
Kick it?
No, don't kick it.
Okay, I'm kicking it.
God damn it. And the kid would never swear. He wouldn't curse, he wouldn't do anything, which is good, I suppose. But it was the complete opposite for us. We'd be standing there like, man, I was up all fucking night playing Punch-Out on the fucking Nintendo and I couldn't get past that punk-ass bitch Piston Honda. Motherfucker knocked my ass down 7 fucking times last night. Fucking bitch. Yeah. But one day, my buddy Tommy and I decided to go over Zachary's house just to see how the other side lives. So we go in his house and we meet his mom, and the entire time I'm looking at all these pictures up on the wall. And they're pictures of Zach and his family on vacation and doing a bunch of cool shit.
Whoa, Zach, you were on an episode of Saved by the Bell?
His name is Zachary, Tyler, not Zach, okay? Call him Zachary.
What the fuck, Zachary? What the hell? What am I, his grandmother, calling him by his full name and shit? Yeah, whatever, weirdo. Then you can't call me Ty, okay? Call me by my full name. Tylandosaurus Rex Jr. That's my Christian room. And he opens the door, and I swear to God, his goddamn bedroom is the best I've seen. Dude had like video, man. Here I am playing the same crusty-ass Nintendo in life, and this dude's got a fucking Pokemon cards coming out of every crevice in his room. Cards I've never even seen in my life.
Whoa, dude, you got a Gary Coleman?
They made Chuck and Tommy are standing there. We can't believe it. Wonka, we're kids see the chalk.
And you'll be a world of your imagination, and you'll see into our imagination.
My life. And then Zachary comes to us, and he's like,
well, what do you guys want to do? You guys want to wrestle?
Hell, wrestle. Gonna be Stone Cold.
I want to be Perry Saturn.
What? Perry Saturn? Who the hell wants to be Perry Saturn? Not even Perry Saturn. What's the matter with you? But we let it slide, and we all start wrestling, and things are going well. But then all of a sudden, something starts to smell like pee. And something looks like pee. Dude! You peed your pants! You swim in piss right now.
I'll be right back.
And he just waddles off like it's no big deal. I'm the fuck up. Pants. This is pretty fucking weird, dude. We should probably leave before he comes back and on the floor. That's what we did. Walked right past him and everything.
Hey, where you,
Tylandosaurus Jr.? Your son pisses his pants, Debbie. We're out of here. Circle. Destroy ya. And if you're sitting there like, I don't remember any kid like that growing up, well, you probably were the fucking kid across the street. With your Beetleborg-loving, football-kicking ass.
BruceDude.com.
Hey! Come on!
Airheads have more fun.
People take one look at me, a big, stupid, ugly ogre. Ogre?
Hey, Shrek. When we met, I didn't think you was just a big, stupid, ugly ogre. Yeah, I know.
All right, now some of you may know that before I started in the business of drawing crappy stick figure cartoons, I used to work at a car dealership. And when I first started working there, I started as a porter in the service department. And being a porter sucked ass. You were on the bottom rung of the employment ladder, which meant you had to do all the shitty jobs that nobody else wanted to do. Yeah, I guess the toilets broke down today, so I'm gonna have you manually scoop all the shit out with this tiny shovel and bucket. Oh, and by the way, Bill had a cheesy gordita crunch yesterday, so you might want to wear like a poncho maybe. So needless to say, it didn't take long for me to be like, wow, this job sucks ass. I'm gonna work here a couple of weeks, and then I'm gonna find something better. But instead of doing that, I worked there for 7 years. Oh, god damn it. And indeed, it did suck ass. It sucked so much that I got my friend Brewer a job there so he could be just as miserable as I was. Now, our main job as porters was to check in customers when they brought their broke-ass cars to get fixed. But a good portion of our job was just me and Brewer standing around by the tires and laughing like Beavis and Butthead all day long. Our boss would
get all pissed. Like, oh, come on, guys, don't just stand there. Pick up a broom. Okay. Now, most of the customers that came in were not in the best of moods. I mean, they're getting their car fixed. How good of a mood could you be in?
Hello, sir. What brings you in today?
Well, you guys sold me a Ford Focus that drives like old people fuck. That's what brings me in today.
Okay, right this way.
But it was always funny watching Brewer talk to customers because Brewer is a pretty eccentric person, and not everybody knows how to handle his ass. He'd walk up to people like,
alrighty, dighty, dippity do. What is it that I can do for you?
What the hell? Honey, why is this guy talking like he's fucking Willy Wonka? I don't like it. Hell, one time in no, he's on his lunch break right now.
It's so nice that you guys employ people with his special.
Oh my God. I tried to. She's comes back from lunch and I'm like, hey, what did you say?
Why?
Well, because she thought you were retarded, Brewer, that's why. And she gave you some cookies.
She thought I was what? Oh, to hell with it. I got cookies out of it at least.
Now, the other part of our job was to move cars to and from the service aisle. And you'd think that would be an easy job. But nothing's a job when setting a half-awake, severely hungover 20-year-old kid. My ass was barely coherent in the morning. Now, one time I got into someone's car, and instead of brake, I pushed down on the gas pedal instead. All of a sudden, the car starts revving up like crazy. My doesn't even realize it. I'm thinking it's somebody else. I'm fucking redlining the engine and shit. I'm looking around like,
who's the dumb idiot that's about to blow up a car engine?
Get off the gas pedal, you stupid asshole!
Oh, I'm the dumb. So I get out of the car all embarrassed.
You don't know cars work apparently.
Part of driving on cars. That some people are animals. One time this car came in and it was practically filled to the ceiling with ass McDonald bags and half-eaten cheeseburgers. Ah, sick! It smells like Ronald McDonald's asshole in this piece. So I'm driving this garbage car out of the service aisle. The whole time I'm talking shit about the car to myself. God damn it! It smells like Rosie O'Donnell's belly button in here. I can't stand it. I parked the car and all of a sudden I realize there's been a kid sitting in the back seat the entire time. Whoa! There's a small child back there. Small child. What are you doing back there? So now I have to escort this kid back to service that he tells his parents, I'll give you this $1, and all Donald was to drive really nice cars. Like G was. I had no idea how to drive it. Only my fucking feet. Just get out different. I'll just jump 8 different ways. Don't you know how cars work? But if you thought that was bad, it was nothing compared to what I did to old van. You see, these old people came in to pick up their big ass van that we just fixed, so I got up for them. And since these people were somewhere between 80 and 1,000 years, I decided to back it into the service and van red door like I was in a goddamn Jason Statham movie.
Holy hell, Barbara, I'm having heart palpitations.
Brewer standing there watching the whole thing.
Yeah, who's the retard now, huh?
I get out, no idea what to say.
Sorry, I don't know how cars work. I didn't really mean to ram your minivan through the overhead door like a psychopath.
So needless to say, we had to fix their car, again. And needless to say, nobody wanted me to bring cars up anymore. Yeah, we really can't have you flinging vans through overhead doors all willy-nilly. But I have good news. Somebody took a shit in one of the urinals, so you can come out with that.
BruceDude.com